Welcome to the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia Channel. I'm Beth Voorhees.
9 on third reading.
Right now we're listening to the House Rules Committee.
Gentleman 58 moves that we reorganize the calendar on third reading to move House Bill 4741 and 4742. Those are the last two on third reading. Move them up on the calendar to just below ComSub for Senate Bill 269, the budget bill. So they would be placed directly below the budget bill. Any discussion? All in favor of the gentleman's motion say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Declare the calendar reorganized as indicated. Any further motions? Any further business come before the committee? Gentleman 58.
Move we adjourn.
Gentleman 58 moves we adjourn. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Meeting adjourned.
The House Rules Committee, led by House Speaker Tim Armstead there, they meet in the room as you look at the House chamber. In those doors that are open on either side of the Speaker's podium is a lounge where the House Rules Committee meets. A busy day on the floors, both in the House and Senate. The House convenes at 9, the Senate convenes at 10. Among the bills up for consideration on third reading in the House today, Senate Bill 267, modifying the removal procedure for certain county, school district, and municipal officers. Senate Bill 269, that's the Senate's version of the budget bill. Senate Bill 291, law enforcement use of unmanned aircraft systems, drones. Senate Bill 298, allowing restaurants, private clubs, and wineries sell alcoholic beverages on Sundays. This bill now includes a county referendum on the sale of alcohol at 10 a.m. Sundays. Senate Bill 339, establishing the Judicial Compensation Commission. Senate Bill 431, authorizing pharmacists and pharmacy interns to dispense opioid antagonists. Senate Bill 454, licensing and regulating medication-assisted treatment programs for substance abuse disorders. Senate Bill 567, providing protection against property crimes committed against coal mines, railroads, utilities, and other industrial facilities. Senate Bill 599, related generally to the Uniform Unclaimed Property Act. Senate Bill 618, allowing the Economic Development Authority to make loans to certain whitewater outfitters. Senate Bill 619, the 2016 Regulatory Reform Act. Senate Bill 686, authorizing local governing authorities hold sanctioned motor vehicle races on roads, streets, or airports under their jurisdiction. And House Bill 4017, the budget bill, the House's budget bill. Those are among the bills on third reading on the House floor today.
House will be in order. All those not having privileges to the floor will please vacate the chamber. Members and guests will please rise as we're led in prayer today by Pastor Mark Flynn. Pastor Flynn is the guest of the gentleman from the 35th, Delegate Byrd. Pastor Flynn.
I'd like to thank Speaker Armstead, Delegate Byrd, and all of the members of this House for this high privilege. Let us pray. Almighty Creator, maker of mountains and valleys, of hills and hollows, and of the women, men, girls, and boys who populate them, we thank you for these servants of the people. We pray that as the time grows ever shorter in this session, you would bless the members of this House with wisdom and patience. We ask that you would help them to focus on those bills which matter most to this state. Bless them, O God, that they may be a blessing to the people of West Virginia. These things we ask out of appreciation for these servants of the people and out of love for all of our neighbors. Amen.
Amen. Members and guests will please remain standing. This morning we have Lucia Valentine, who will sing the national anthem. She is the guest of the gentleman from the 67th, Delegate Skinner.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
We'll now be led in the Pledge of Allegiance by the lady from the 3rd District, Delegate Storch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask the guests in the gallery would join the members saying Pledge of Allegiance to our flag. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Reading of the Journal.
Journal of the House of Delegates, Charleston, Thursday, March 10th, 2016.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from 67th, Delegate Skinner. Mike.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that further reading of the journal be dispensed with and that it be approved as having been read.
The gentleman from the 67th asks unanimous consent that further reading of the journal be dispensed with and that it be approved as having been read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Journal be approved as having been read. Introduction of guests. The lady from the 50th, Delegate Longstreth.
Thank Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning, I'd like to introduce one of our own from Marion County on behalf of myself and Delegate Caputo and Delegate Manchin, and someone we have really enjoyed working with over the years, and he's an AARP volunteer. Mr. Gary Wick, would you please stand up and be welcomed?
The gentleman from the 48th, Douglas Miley.
Speaker, with us again today are two advocates for AARP, Bill and Rita Hammond in the South Gallery. If they would rise and the House make you feel welcome.
The gentleman from the 16th, Douglas Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the North Gallery today, we have AARP volunteer Mary Gill and all the folks in the red coats. Let's welcome them all. Thank you very much.
The gentleman from the 67th, Douglas Skinner. Gentleman from 67th, Douglas Skinner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of Delegates Upson and Espinosa, I'm pleased to have from Charlestown today A.J. Panzarella, if he'll stand up, along with his mother, Amy Panzarella, if they'll stand up, and Stephen Brewer. All of them in various roles are here because they won an award last night for the Old Opera House in Charlestown. If you all would recognize them. Thank you.
The gentleman from the 17th, Douglas ROHRBACH.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With us today in the South Gallery, we have an AARP volunteer from Wayne County, Mr. Herb Muncie. Herb, if you'd stand up and the House will make him welcome.
Further introductions. Reports of standing committees. Reports of select committees. Messages from the executive. Messages from the Senate.
The Clerk of the Senate announced the Senate has passed committee substitute for House Bill 4080, Department of Veterans Assistance, rule relating to VA headstones or markers.
Message will be received.
The Senate has passed House Bill 4351, transferring the Cedar Lakes Camp and Conference Center from the West Virginia Board of Education to the Department of Agriculture.
Message will be received.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for House Bill 4487, relating to state retirement systems.
Message will be received.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for House Bill 4502, allowing reciprocity agreements with contiguous states to establish regulations, licensing requirements, and taxes for small businesses.
Message will be received.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for House Bill 4517, limiting the ability of an agent under a power of attorney to take self-benefiting actions.
Message will be received.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for House Bill 4519, allowing certain municipalities to elect to participate in the West Virginia Municipal Police Officers and Firefighters Retirement System.
Message will be received.
The Senate has adopted House The Senate has adopted House Concurrent Resolution 4, Thomas J. Stonewall Jackson Bridge.
Message will be received.
The Senate has adopted House Concurrent Resolution 8, Harry Ripley Memorial Bridge.
Message will be received.
The Senate has adopted committee substitute for House Concurrent Resolution 13, Spec 4, Everett R. Johnson Memorial Bridge.
Message will be received.
The Senate has adopted committee substitute for House Concurrent Resolution 51, Private First Class Danny Meyer Stone King Memorial Bridge.
Message will be received.
The Senate has adopted committee substitute for House Concurrent Resolution 54, Brian Bray Kelly Memorial Bridge.
Message will be received. Gentleman from the 58th, Doug Colts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House.
Gentleman from 58th asks unanimous consent to address the House. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman from 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, first an introduction, if I might. We've been joined by our doctor of the day. In the back of the chamber, we have with us Dr. Tracy Hendershot of Elizabeth. If the House will make the doctor welcome. And an update for the benefit of the members of the Action of the Rules Committee that met just before the floor session. We moved SJR 14 to the House calendar first reading. And also, we reordered up the calendar House Bills 4741 and 4742 on third reading to just behind Senate Bill 269, the budget bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resolutions.
House Concurrent Resolution 116 by Delegate A. Evans, requesting a study to provide a mechanism for decreasing corporate municipality limits.
Gentleman from the 58.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that further reading of resolutions introduced be dispensed with and each resolution be considered formally introduced and referred to the appropriate committee as listed on the chamber automation system.
Gentleman from 58 ask unanimous consent that further reading of resolutions introduced be dispensed with and each resolution be considered formally introduced, referred to the appropriate committee as indicated on the chamber automation system. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Each resolution be considered formally introduced and so referred. Petitions.
Delegate Upson presents a petition from citizens of Jefferson County urging support of House Bill 4584, prohibiting shifting future development costs onto existing public service district customers.
Petition will be received and referred to the Committee on Government Organization. Motions. Further petitions.
A petition urging the leadership of the West Virginia House of Delegates to consider bridge naming resolutions put forth and sponsored by all members of the House of Delegates. The undersigned petitioners request a majority party to bring all bridge naming resolutions to an immediate floor vote.
Petition will be received
by Delegate Markham and others.
Petition will be received and referred to the Committee on Roads and Transportation. Motions. Bills introduced. Unfinished business.
House Concurrent Resolution 36, applying for an Article 5 Amendments Convention to propose a constitutional amendment.
Request for the House is the adoption of the resolution. Gentleman from the 33rd, Delegate Hanshaw, to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, House Concurrent Resolution 36 seeks to add West Virginia to the list of states which have applied to the United States Congress under Article 5 of our United States Constitution for a convention for the limited purpose of proposing a balanced budget amendment to our Constitution. So by way of history, it is my understanding from the delegate from Berkeley that this proposal is one that has been in consideration by our House for longer than some of our members have walked this earth. So the Judiciary Committee decided earlier in the week that the time to advance that proposal was now, and we did so by way of a subcommittee which considered 4 separate options that were before the committee that suggested some variation of consideration of amendments to the United States Constitution, beginning with HCR 36, which is before the body now for the limited purpose of proposing a balanced budget amendment, and also taking into consideration other resolutions which provided for a much more wide open call and which have generated many of the emails that those members of this chamber have been receiving over the course of the last 48 hours. Please note that the resolution before us today is HCR 36. It is not Senate Concurrent Resolution 10. So let's make a distinction between those two pieces of items for consideration. HCR 36, which is before us, seeks to add West Virginia again to the list of states calling for a balanced budget amendment, and only a balanced budget amendment. It does not propose that West Virginia endorse the calling of a convention for any other reason, for any other scope, for any other purpose. It provides that West Virginia will only support a convention for the purpose of requesting a balanced budget amendment to be placed before the voters of the United States of America for amendment of the United States Constitution. The more wide open resolution, which was rejected by the committee, proposed a more wide open call that would have provided an opportunity for perhaps a general rewrite of the Constitution. The Committee on the Judiciary rejected that call in favor of the more limited scope before us in HCR 36. We felt the time to advance this proposal to the House was now, so we place HCR 36 before you for your consideration, and we urge adoption.
Are there amendments to the resolution?
Delegate SPONAUGLE moves to amend the resolution. This is HFA SPONAUGLE 3-11.
Gentleman from the 55th, Douglas SPONAUGLE, asks unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman from the 55th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Real briefly, my amendment sets forth that this resolution will be null and void if we fail to have a balanced budget in the state of West Virginia by April 1st, enacted by the governor. So if we're going to we need to be consistent and not be called hypocrites, since we're sitting here telling the federal government that they have to balance their budget. Likewise, the state of West Virginia needs to do the same. And if it's not in effect by April 1st this year, then, my understanding is that's going to occur, or have been said that, this should not be a problem. I request a right to close and request the yeas and nays.
Further members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment. The gentleman from the 17th, R-BOONE.
Yes, could the delegate from Pendleton County yield for a question on his amendment?
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What was the reasoning for picking the 1st of April, since the budget really doesn't start until the 1st of July?
Well, typically the conferencees, we're usually always down here a week after tomorrow and typically always have a budget out. So I wanted to be fair to the legislative body and to go ahead and work the process. We're usually here 3 to 4 to 5 days. Budget week, next week, is when the budget would be sent forward to the governor. So on our regular time schedule and our regular standards that we occur with, April 1st seemed to be a fair date.
But you would agree if the budget is approved and balanced by the 1st of July, that's the date that really matters?
No, not it. That's the date when we have to have it by our own Constitution. I'm just saying that if we're taking the first time ever the drastic change of picking up and running a constitutional amendment, or basically calling for a convention on the balanced budget, then we should act on our regular standard of things as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from the 33rd, HANSHAW.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I have to arise in opposition to the delegate's amendment for 2 reasons. First, as the delegate properly points out, our own state constitution renders the amendment moot in that we're required to have a balanced budget, and we have before us proposals to do that. And secondly, it's inconsistent with the other text of the amendment, of the resolution, which provides that the resolution calls for an ongoing call. So for those reasons, I would urge rejection of the amendment.
Gentleman from the 55th, to close debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know why we want to be hypocrites in the 2016 legislature when we're sitting there talking about balancing the budgets, and we're sitting there talking about opening up the Constitution and allowing possibly members of the 2016 legislative session go in and just rewrite the United States Constitution. I don't know what possibly could go wrong with that. This is pretty straightforward resolution, and the amendment to the resolution is pretty straightforward. If we think it's of utmost importance that we have a balanced budget, then we should act the same way in the 2016 legislative session. Let's not be hypocrites. That's all this is. And if you vote, it shouldn't be a problem, because typically that's the way we work down here all the time. Next week we're going to have a budget out of here. That's the norm. So it shouldn't be that big of a deal unless you're afraid that may not happen. And then if that's the case, then yeah, this resolution would go away. So if we act like in the normal standards of things, how we do down here, it shouldn't be no problem. So I request the yeas and nays, and I hope everybody will vote yes.
Roll call's been demanded. Is demand sustained? Demand is sustained. All those in favor of the gentleman's amendment will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. My question, 33 ayes, 63 nays, 4 members absent not voting. Less than the majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the amendment rejected. Are there further amendments? Are there further amendments?
This is the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia Channel. This is the House of Delegates floor session live. A long list of bills on third reading on this, the 59th day of the 60-day session. The House convened at around 9:15. The Senate will convene at 10 o'clock this morning.
Delegate J. Nelson moves to amend the House resolution by following the strike and insert or by inserting the provisions of Senate Concurrent Resolution 10.
The gentleman from 23rd asked unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having read. Is there objection? Chair is none. Gentleman
Thank you,
from
Mr.
23rd.
Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, simply the strike and insert amendment would simply move this to a study resolution over the interims. I feel it's prudent before we open our Constitution up to amendment that we spend time studying it over the interim before doing so. I don't trust many people today to be rewriting the Constitution. Our very first Constitutional Convention was a runaway convention. They were sent there to amend the Articles of Confederation, and instead they scrapped the entire thing and wrote an entire new Constitution. I'm not stating that our new Constitution is not a great piece of, a great document, something that I believe was inherently, honestly had God's hands on it himself. But I will tell you that if they go into this convention and they decide to vote to just get rid of the rules, nothing's stopping them. And how are delegates going to be selected? Is George Soros going to spend every dime he has to make sure that his delegates are the ones there? How do we know which delegates are going from West Virginia? And I don't mean to be rude to any members of the body, but quite frankly, I don't just trust anybody in this body to rewrite the Constitution except for myself. And I would imagine that there are probably 100 other people in this room that feel the same way. And I think it's very prudent of us to spend time thinking long and hard and having this studied out before we apply to the federal government for something that's never been done to add this. Now look, I'm 100% for a balanced budget. I'm 100% for that. There's a lot of people on Capitol Hill right now that should be doing so the same. My amendment basically states that we need to study this over the interim before we take such a drastic step to make sure that there are assurances there that they're not going to go in there and scrap the Second Amendment or the First Amendment or any of the other amendments that are there. Because I have no assurances, and nor does anybody else, that these delegates are going to go up there and all vote to suspend the rules of this so-called convention. There's no assurances of that. The Articles of Confederation were the intent of the very first convention. They were meant to amend that, not change it and scrap it completely. Even Justice Scalia said this is not a good century to be rewriting a Constitution. I think we should think long and hard about this, and we should study this over the interim. And I ask for the yeas and nays.
Gentleman from 33rd. Gentleman.
SCR 10 or of the study resolution considered by the Committee on the Judiciary?
It's a strike and insert amendment. It should not say SCR 10. It should say HCR 36 now. As I stated to the clerk, I wanted the wording change to be inserted into this bill.
Gentleman from the 22nd by Stays Point.
Is the amendment in the system?
The amendment was just presented.
It's not shown
so
on the system.
I think it was just presented, so I'm not certain if it's been placed in the system or not.
This is debate on House Concurrent Resolution 36, applying for an Article 5 Amendments Convention to propose a constitutional amendment about a federal balanced budget in the U.S. Constitution. This resolution was the subject of a public hearing earlier this session, with those in favor of an Article 5 convention of the states saying that the federal government spending was out of control and needed to be reined in. Those opposed say the federal government cannot and should not have a balanced budget amendment. There's also a concern that such an Article 5 convention would be not limited to just a federal balanced budget amendment, but would open the entire Constitution for change. And those are the issues involving this Article 5 Amendments Convention to propose a federal balanced budget amendment. Some of the issues on third reading before the House this morning is Senate Bill 267, modifying the removal procedure for certain county, school districts, and municipal officers, received great debate on second reading yesterday in the House. Also on third reading, Senate Bill 298, allowing restaurants, private clubs, and wineries sell alcoholic beverages on Sundays. This is the brunch bill. The bill now includes language to allow for county referendums on the question of the sale of alcohol at 10 a.m. on Sundays. Those are some of the issues before the House on this 59th day of the 60-day session. A long list of bills on both the House floor and the Senate floor this morning.
What's he going to ask me? I sent to reform it. Hey, Roger. Roger. You gonna get up and oppose that? Mildly. I don't care. Okay.
If the legislature, the West Virginia Legislature, approves of House Concurrent Resolution 36, the Article 5 Convention Resolution, I think it would be like the 5th or 6th state to approve an Article 5 convention, and it takes 36 states in order to call a convention.
Gentleman from 23rd, Doug Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask consent to reform the amendment.
Gentleman from the 23rd asks unanimous consent to be permitted to reform the amendment. Is there objection? Chair hears none. In what way would gentleman wish to perform?
It was simple, just changing the title. The amendment was meant for another piece of legislation that I thought was coming before us, and this one happened to be before us, so the only changes are making it uniform with this piece of legislation and all the previous debates as discussed.
The other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment. Gentleman from 67th, Delegate Skinner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the exact same reasons that the gentleman from the 23rd stated, I support his amendment. We are talking about a very, very dangerous thing. Imagine a constitutional convention where a new constitution absolves every one of the delegates to the convention of anything that they were bound by. So we create these penalties, we create these oaths, we create a complex system under state law. But then in a new constitution, it wipes all of it away because the new constitution would be supreme to any state law. Every single one of those delegates could be paid exorbitant amounts of money by people who are opposed to the First Amendment, opposed to the Second Amendment, opposed to the Fifth Amendment, opposed to the 14th Amendment. And in that very constitutional convention, it can be permitted for those people to be bought off. This is a very, very dangerous thing. And for us to take the time to carefully study, whether you're from the left or from the right, to carefully study what this means, That's worthy of our time. You know, we had the experts come up in the Judiciary Committee, and everyone is so firm in their belief of what will happen if we do this. But we hear the polar opposite opinions from really smart people. This is the key to Pandora's box. So before we put the key in, let's take the time and make sure we know exactly what we're doing. Let's not be hasty. I urge adoption of the gentleman's amendment.
Gentleman for 30 seconds, I'll get fast.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There has been careful study of this matter for decades. The analogy was given in judiciary. It's as if you're in a house that's on fire and you're afraid to go outside out of the possibility of a meteor striking you dead. And I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, our house is on fire in the United States of America. Just in the last few years, we have tripled our debt to now 19, almost $20 trillion. That amount of money could buy the state of West Virginia over and over again. But the state is not for sale. And even if the nuclear option would take place that is now being portrayed as fear, even if the honorable delegates to such a convention would arrive and then just turn their back on their own state, abolish rules and say, hey, let's just rewrite the whole Constitution, even if that would happen, you know what? It still comes back to the states. Before that rogue, outlandish idea would ever become effective, it would have to be approved by 38 states. Do you really, really think that would happen? No. I know this state would not approve such an outlandish rewriting of the Constitution. We are on fire in America. Our debt is indescribable. This resolution is very concise. It is very specific. It is a call for a balanced budget amendment only, just like we have in this state. And I don't understand the previous amendment, because we do have a requirement of a balanced budget in this state. Ladies and gentlemen, this matter has been studied. It has been considered. True, if this convention is formalized, it will be charting new ground for the United States of America. But you know that flag is strong. That flag has withstood many, many trials. And how did we even come up with this idea? It was the wisdom of our founding fathers, who realized that the government itself will not restrain itself. And when that happens, it is the people that must make the restraints. That is what this resolution is accomplishing. It is the voice of the state of West Virginia to join many other states and say, we want a balanced budget in our federal government. And you know the alternative? You think about disaster. If we don't fix this debt, if we don't fix this uncontrolled spending that's put forth by Democrats and Republicans in Congress, if that is not fixed, this country is ruined anyhow. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for action. It has been studied. It has been studied. This is not just a new concept that came along yesterday. Ask our Honorable Delegate Overington. Forgive me for using his name on the floor, but ask him. This matter has been studied extensively. I urge rejection of this amendment and passage of this resolution, a very concise and narrowly tailored resolution calling for a balanced budget to save the United States of America.
Lady for the 50th, Doggett Longstreth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the gentleman from the 23rd for offering this amendment. I think it is something we do need to think about. This is common sense to think about this. The gentleman that just spoke said our house is on fire. Well, our house is on fire in West Virginia. We have a debt also. It is our responsibility to balance our own budget and to take care of our own debt. You better think, and the people of West Virginia will know, who they vote for in Congress. We elect people to go to Washington. That's their job. That's their job up there to balance the budget of our country. There are representatives from every state in this union, but we're here to take care of our own budget. So we need to understand that we just can't open up doors, because we open up doors, we may be opening up something we've never intended to open in the first place. And so I agree with his amendment. I think we better take care of our own budget, and let's worry about what Washington and who we are electing in Washington to balance the budget of our country. Thank you.
John for the 19th, Doggett Purdue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the gentleman's amendment. We've heard about how this has been studied for a number of years. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we studied the atomic bomb for a number of years, but we didn't know what was going to happen until we set it off. And I would think that if we're going to exercise what's been suggested as a nuclear option, we should have the ability to look at it long enough to find out where our fallout shelter is. So I speak on behalf of the gentleman's amendment.
Gentleman from 56, Doggett Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman from Clay yield?
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
I've heard constitutional convention, but it's my understanding that this is an Article 5 convention for proposing an amendment and is held within the confines of the Constitution. Am I correct in that?
The request embodied in HCR 36, as it was put before the body this morning, requests a call under Article 5 of the United States Constitution for the limited purpose of proposing a balanced budget amendment.
And that is completely different than an actual constitutional convention, correct?
That was the testimony provided to the Judiciary Committee.
Thank you. Speak to the bill.
Gentleman may proceed.
Or amendment. You know, I rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. The Constitution was ratified in 1787. Article 5 has been in it for 229 years and has been looked at. I don't think another year is going to make one bit of difference. So I would urge rejection of the gentleman's amendment. This is something that our founding fathers gave us, that when Congress wouldn't act in the best interest of the people, that the states would have the ability to step up to the plate and do what is right. So again, I urge rejection of the gentleman's amendment and passage of the resolution. Thank you.
John for the 50th, Doggett Caputo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to go on record for supporting my friend from Boone on this, I think, well thought out amendment. You know, it's no secret him and I don't agree on a whole lot of things in committee and on the floor. But there's one thing I've never questioned about him, and that was his passion and his love for our Constitution. We may disagree on policy. We may disagree on budgetary items. But I would never question his passion and his love for the Constitution. This is a big deal, ladies and gentlemen. Make no mistake about it. This is not a bridge naming resolution. This is a big deal. And we need to pull the reins back and slow down and think about what we're doing. I think he makes perfect sense. We don't know if this Constitution would be limited to a balanced budget. We don't know what other states, or what folks from other states are going to want to do when they get there. Could they open it up? I don't know the answer to that. But I think it's worth looking at. I don't think it has to be done today. And I think it's a very wise amendment, and I know the gentleman is leaving us this year, and he's trying to seek another office, but I think part of his legacy will be his love for the Constitution and trying to preserve what he believes to be the basis and foundation of our country. And I admire you for that, gentleman from the 23rd. I truly do. And I would ask all members of this body to stand with you in a very bipartisan fashion and take a real hard look at what we're doing here. Thank you for the amendment. I fully support it.
Gentleman from 13th, Douglas Ely.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, I have to rise in opposition to my good friend's amendment from the 23rd. Might even have to revoke his Liberty Caucus membership. Just kidding, Josh. The gentleman from the 23rd, excuse me. You know, Washington is broken. We see it, we've seen it for many, many years. What happens? It doesn't matter who's in power, whether it's the Democrats or the Republicans. Under our current president, our debt has shot through the roof. He's a Democrat. Under the previous president, a Republican, our debt has shot through the roof. It doesn't matter who the president is in terms of our debt. Because what happens is we have an unholy alliance in Washington. Every time they get together to work on a budget, they compromise. You know what their compromise is? We have more spending on the welfare state to satisfy the liberals and more spending on military spending to satisfy the conservatives. So what happens is no matter who's in power, the spending just goes up and up and up in this unholy alliance. And it's happened for many, many years and many, many decades. We can't count on them to do what they need to do. They have failed us, and they continue to fail us. And I say to you that no matter who's elected president in this go-around, it's going to happen again. Even in my young life, I've seen it enough to know how this game is going to work. We have candidates on the right that think we can't touch military spending. It's a sacred cow. And so what will happen? We'll have another compromise with those on the left to increase foreign aid and domestic spending, and our debt will continue to spiral out of control just as it has been for a long time. Now, on Halloween, I had a costume. It cost me about a nickel. And I'm a pretty cheap guy. I take this fiscal conservative thing pretty seriously. I was the scariest thing in America, the national debt. $18.4 trillion. You know, Halloween, that's October 31st, of course. And now it's middle of March. I think we've added about another $1 trillion. Holy cow. What are we waiting for? Now, I've only been here, this is my second year, my first term, but I've seen enough to know that a study resolution is what you do when you don't want something to pass. How long are we going to study this stuff? How many more trillions of dollars are we going to have to pile on and saddle not just you all, not just me, not even my unborn children, but my unborn grandchildren and great-grandchildren for? This can't go on. You know, I can defer to the gentleman from the 62nd and the 33rd to rebut more of the technical points on the constraints that are spelled out in Article 5, and that's the purpose of this convention. But make no mistake, a support of this of the current resolution in opposition to the amendment is not an indication of hatred and disgust or opposition to our Constitution. In fact, this process is spelled out in our Constitution to give the states the power to take back control of our country's finances from the federal government. They had the wisdom to include that process for us, and we should use it. We quite literally cannot afford to study. We cannot afford not to act. We must act now. We must send a message to Washington. Quit the unholy alliance, get our spending under control, and quit taking away our money, our wealth, and our livelihood. Let's get it together. let's reject this amendment and adopt the resolution. Thank you.
John from the 50th Delegate Mansion.
Would my esteemed friend from 33rd yield?
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
As I recall, we probably had 2 hours or thereabouts that we were able to afford from the judiciary's schedule in order to consider this. Is that fair?
That's about right.
And there was a limited amount of time in which to ask questions of those who supposedly knew something about all this, at least more than we did. Is that fair?
We do run a limited schedule, yes, sir.
And there were a number of people who still wanted to ask questions, weren't there?
There were.
Now, let me go back to some of the areas that were under discussion. Do we know, well, let's talk about the process first. What has to happen in order for, in other words, if we pass this resolution, what happens after that?
The resolution is forwarded to the Congress, and upon adoption of the same resolution by 34 states, the Congress issues the call for the convention pursuant to the request.
Okay. And after that, do we know much of anything else about who sets the rules, who decides how many delegates there are going to be, who decides how long the convention can stay in? Do we know any of that at this point?
The testimony we received was somewhat in conflict in the committee, but the prevailing belief appears to be that the convention itself would adopt its rules pursuant to the call issued by the Congress.
Okay, and so we could have, if the folks who are elected by the states to attend the convention, let's back up for a second. Who's going to decide how many delegates there are going to be from each state?
There's again a divergence of legal opinion on that. However, the text of the Constitution refers to it as a convention of states. So the number of delegates, the prevailing attitude is, would be irrelevant because the vote would be on a per state basis as opposed to a per delegate basis.
Well, fair enough, but the point is, do we know? I mean, in other words,
the answer is no, we do not.
Yeah, I mean, we have this little problem with we haven't quite figured out whether Congress will set all the rules for this convention or whether it's going to be, all the rules are going to be set by delegates who are sent there by the state legislatures. Is that fair?
That's accurate.
And so if ultimately there's a dispute over that, we could be in litigation over that for a year, 2 years, or longer, couldn't we?
I think it's an open question.
And if it were to go to the states to decide, the states might differ in how many delegates they think each one should send, right?
I think that would be consistent with the calling of the convention in 1787. Yes, sir.
So, I mean, there's unanswered questions there. But so let's go on in terms of the rules of the House that we have. Who's going to dictate the rules of the House?
The rules of this House?
Well, I assume that the convention is going to have some rules. I mean, you can't put several hundred people all together in a convention without having some rules on how you're going to govern their conduct and how you're going to propose particular resolutions or amendments or how you're going to set up the committees or who's going to be in the chair of the committees. Do we know who would be doing that?
The standard practice of convention parliamentary law would be the adoption of a Rules Committee report as the second item of business after the adoption of a Credentials Committee report.
But who selects the Rules Committee?
I think that's another open question.
So then let's talk about, and I want to go back to some of this other stuff later, but if in fact this body does come up with some proposal to Congress, what happens then?
Well, upon the receipt of the same or similar enough call by 34 states, the Congress would issue the formal call to the convention. The convention would assemble. If it chose to report a proposal, that proposal would be open for ratification then by the several states.
And how many states would it take to ratify?
38.
So if one of the states is drastically affected by whatever the amendment is, but there's 40 out there that pass it, that state's going to live with those results. Is that fair to say?
That outcome is possible.
So, I mean, even if that state looks at that amendment and says this could be disastrous for our economy, at that point in time, it's out of the box. And it's just a matter of whether it's good for the other 40. Is that right?
That's fair statement.
So now I want to go back in terms of what might happen in this body, because these are important questions. I mean, we all know here in this House, we've seen how important the rules are and the functioning is. And of course, we're going into uncharted waters here. But who would decide germaneness?
At what step in the process?
Once the convention is called and the delegates are together, there's 200 or 300 or 400, however many there's going to be. We're not too sure of that yet. It could be 600, right? I mean,
it could be any number.
Okay, so who's going to decide germaneness of subjects that are brought before the body, particularly like amendments, like we have here and like we've thought about, or like we've had proposed so many times so far?
At its most basic level, the question of germaneness would be governed by the scope of the call under which the convention were assembled.
Fair enough, but somebody's got to make a decision on whether or not it falls within the scope.
And that would be the body, in a ruling first by the presiding officer subject to appeal to the body.
Okay, so maybe they've got a leader such as we have, maybe they don't. Maybe all they have is a chairman or whatever. But somebody brings up something that they think that is within the scope and others think it's outside the scope. Ultimately, the decision on whether it's within the scope or not rests with the majority of the delegates, right?
There is a school of thought out there that the states themselves would be empowered to recall their delegates in circumstances under which the delegates had exceeded the scope of their delegated authority. But the answer to your question, I believe, is yes.
So, I mean, if those states, if a majority of those states think, yeah, we want it to go to that scope, we want it to that level, we don't think, or we think that is within the scope, and a lesser number think that it's not within the scope, then the scope gets expanded to whatever the majority wants. Fair?
I think it's possible.
Okay. So now let's talk about how many different places a balanced budget amendment might touch. I mean, once we are discussing budget, there are all sorts of interstate commerce issues that come into play, aren't there?
Oh, I think the scope of the amendment would be, first of all, beyond my expertise, but second of all, would be limited to the call.
Well, but how you achieve a balanced budget amendment would certainly be germane and within the scope, right?
I do think that's fair, yes, sir.
All right. So they could make a decision that, look, in order to achieve this balanced budget, we're going to say that the federal government can't give any single state any more money than what it collected from that state. Is that fair?
I think how the convention achieved its goals would again be another open question. Yes, sir.
And they could even decide on other types of economic matters that they thought touched on a balanced budget amendment. Fair?
I'm not sure what the gentleman means by other matters, but in general terms, I think it would be appropriate to say that the convention could look at budgetary matters.
Well, let's talk about
the gentleman from the 53rd will state his point.
Are we debating a bill, or are we debating an amendment for the to put it into a study.
The gentleman.
Seems like we're getting off course quite a bit here, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman would ask that the gentleman keep his comments generally to the amendment, but at the same time, I do recognize that the amendment is to study the full resolution and the full process we're going through. So I will give the gentleman some leeway in that sense that to discuss whether we're moving, what we're moving forward with. So therefore, would ask the gentleman to keep comments generally to the amendment that's in front of us.
And perhaps I've gone far enough to make my point with the gentleman. Permission to speak to the amendment at this point.
Gentleman may proceed.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I think I've kind of outlined for you just how far this thing can go. Can you imagine if this convention decides, and you all realize that a vast majority of this country is not happy with coal. What if they make a decision that coal is not in the best interest of the United States? What if they decide that we need to curtail the use of coal because it's causing us too many expenses in terms of energy generation or other things? I guess what I'm trying to say is that we don't know what all can happen. Now, they say that it's all limited, but we all know that this germaneness is in the eye of the beholder. I mean, if anything, we demonstrate that. On both sides of the aisle, we sometimes get frustrated with the decision on germaneness, but that can run amok. What we haven't decided, what we have not studied even for 5 minutes, what we have not studied for 5 minutes is the effect of what a balanced budget amendment might have on the economy of the state of West Virginia. We have not thought for a single moment about how this could affect our future, our people, what aid we get from the government, what we could do without, what we can't do without, what we're hoping to get sometime in the future to help us replace an ailing coal industry. All those things are in the mix. Doesn't that deserve a study? Shouldn't we take a little time, more than 2 hours in a Judiciary Committee meeting, to figure some of those things out in advance? And finally, I want to just kind of echo my friend from the 23rd's thoughts, and that is, who is it that's going to make these decisions? Who are we going to send from this body? Who has the experience to deal with the complexities of the federal budget? There are few people in this room who have their arms wrapped around our state budget, and it is minuscule in complexity and size to that of the United States of America. We have had a Constitution that has served us well for over 200 years. I suggest that we better think long and hard before we unleash the change of this document to an unknown body of people. I'll support the gentleman's amendment and urge that we study this matter that could have far-reaching effects on the state of West Virginia and our people.
Gentleman from 17th, ROHRBACH.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman from Clay County yield for a few questions?
Gentleman yield. Gentleman
yields. Probably speaking both to the amendment and the bill that's before us, but I need to really, I think I need to have some questions answered from what I deem to be a very skilled attorney such as yourself to really help me decide where I stand on the amendment.
In the absence of such a person, I'll try.
I too was looking at the rule book here a few minutes ago, and that's just what I call the Constitution for us, the rule book, both for the state and the federal government. And I'll remind the members of this body, we were sworn to uphold both constitutions. Now, I noticed when I looked through this that in my lifetime, I was born in 1959, and we've amended the U.S. Constitution 5 times. How did those amendments occur? Could you enlighten me a little bit?
Those amendments would have been proposed by the United States Congress and put before the voters for ratification by the several states.
And the voters would have been the various legislatures of the states.
Through the ratification process embodied in the Constitution.
Correct. So it would have been in chambers just like this in the 50 states, because we were up to 50 states the year I was born. So it would have required, I believe we've heard testimony, 38 states for ratification?
Yes, sir. 3/4 of the states.
So then, if I understand correctly, these 5 amendments to the Constitution that have occurred during my lifetime have all been proposed by the Congress of the United States and then sent to the states.
That's correct.
Is it safe to say that for us to assume that the Congress is going to act again on a balanced budget amendment for it without a convention, then it would have to emanate from the Congress and go out to the states?
Our United States Constitution provides 2 mechanisms by which an amendment may be made. The first is at the initiation of the Congress, as the gentleman has mentioned in the last 5 amendments. The other is the Article 5 convention process that we're debating in HCR 36. Yes, sir.
Is it safe to say that Congress would have to essentially self-discipline themselves in order to pass a budget to send out, or an amendment to send out to the states? If they wanted a balanced budget amendment on themselves, they would have to pass that out to the states. Is that correct?
It is.
Mr. Speaker, permission to speak at the appropriate time.
Gentleman may proceed.
I'm still not sure, as a non-attorney, that I understand all the nuances here. But I do understand a few things as a taxpayer and as a citizen of this country. There is a problem. And I think, as the gentleman from Clay helped me to understand, part of the problem here is if we don't act, so to speak, from the ground up, then we're going to depend on the Congress to have the discipline to vote in an amendment that's essentially going to rein themselves in. As of yet, I've seen no inclination for the government to do that, the government being the United States Congress. So I have no reason to believe that they are going to put such an amendment forward to discipline themselves to have the power of the purse somewhat limited. So this, as opposed to the other 5 amendments in my lifetime that did emanate in the Congress, this is a different situation. But I think what's different about it is we are going to have to require, I'm afraid, we're going to have to require from the ground up Congress essentially to limit some of its power. Because if we expect anyone in Congress to make it come back in the traditional fashion, it's probably not going to happen. We're going to be waiting an awfully long time. There is a problem. We are approaching 80% of our GDP in debt. Now, I do agree that debt's a little, it's a little nebulous, because if you really look, our state has debt, but that's not counted towards our budget as long as we can make the payments on it. The real problem with the federal government now is we are borrowing money to make the interest payments on the money we've already borrowed. So we are deeply in debt. And the only way that we're going, and I'm afraid, I share some of the comments that have been made. There are some problems with this, but I don't see any way for this problem to get resolved except from the ground up, because Congress has no reason to act on themselves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 36th, Doggett Rowe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to urge support of the amendment. And my question is, why are we rushing? What's the rush? As I understand it, 5 more states have to approve before anything happens. It'll take 5 states probably till we come back next year. Why can't we start the study? Why can't we look at this? We've heard incredible concerns that I think we all would share, and some say, well, but you got to trust that this convention will do the right thing, and we can tell our delegates to do the right thing. But As we've heard, there are no rules prescribing how Congress will act, no rules prescribing how the body will act. What's important is if you study the history of the only other constitutional convention we've had was in 1787. They went into convention in May, and it was secret until September 17. They were in Philadelphia for 4.5 months in secret meetings. Well, I think no one in this room would want secret meetings. Well, that's our precedent. How many times do we refer to germaneness and the rules on the floor of this body? We've only got 100 people here. If we didn't have rules, and of course, where do the rules come from? They come from the Constitution. The difficulty with the Article 5 Constitution is the Constitution doesn't provide rules for an Article 5 constitutional convention. Do we get one vote as a state, or do we get multiple? Is it based on population? There's nothing in. If you go to the Constitution, there's nothing in here to say how that would be. Can Congress limit it to one vote per state? Nothing in the Constitution to tell you that it could be. Is there any time limit for how long this super incredible? I just can't imagine it sitting there. How long this super body would be sitting? There's no time limit. No time limit in the Constitution. Can there be recalls of delegates? There's no recall of delegates in the Constitution. Who's going to impose these? Well, what we hear is that Congress can't discipline itself, so we have the only reason to pass this is the only reason to pass the bill, and this is why we have to study through the amendment. The only reason to do it is our impatience with Congress. Folks, come on, study your history. We had a balanced budget 16 years ago. 15 or 16 years ago, we had a balanced budget. And you say, but we can't trust our political decision makers. We send 600 and some people to Washington year after year, and they keep adding to the... Well, you know, the party system may not be perfect, but 16 years ago, we had a balanced budget. So, and we had a speaker in Judiciary who said Congress is incapable, structurally incapable of balancing the budget. Did it in 2000, 2001, had a balanced budget, folks. So we're going, you know, it's just amazing to me. I think it's a matter of impatience. I think it's a rush. You know, I think it's complete distrust in the American system, in the American way of life. And you say, now, well, how can you go that broadly? Larry, how can you say that? Well, you know, America is based on the Bill of Rights. Was it voted in the Constitutional Convention? No, they're amendments. They almost, the fact that they got in Philadelphia in closed rooms and they forgot about freedom of speech that the state constitutions had, and freedom of religion and the right to assemble and rights to jury trial. Those things got forgotten because they had kind of a little herd of folks, and they were in a little cocoon in Philadelphia, and nobody knew on the outside what they were doing. And of course, what did they do? They rewrote the whole government while they were there. And when they came out to get it ratified, they had to make promises in the Federalist Papers. What were the promises? Oh, gosh, we'll make the federal government subject to the same restraints that a lot of the states have done. We'll do a First Amendment for free speech, and how about Second Amendment, right to bear arms? And remember, the reason for that wasn't because people had an individual right just to carry a weapon, but it was for a militia so that the federal government could be beaten back if they overtook the states. So it was for militia purposes. You know, and we've got the Fourth Amendment, right to privacy. All of these amendments define who we are. And interestingly, none of them were voted in the Constitutional Convention. And the only way they could get the thing ratified was to promise that, oh, we'll put those in. We'll put those in. So we've got all these questions. So why is it that we don't study? We got to rush. We got to do it now. Got to do it now, even though the Constitutional Convention is not going to get called for a year. But let's do it right now. There's no need for a rush. Someone said that that this provision's been in the Constitution for 229 years, and it's been dormant. And there's a good reason that it's dormant. It's because people need to study whether we should, as someone said, turn the key on Pandora's box. This is very dangerous stuff. This is really dangerous stuff when we start tinkering with the constitutional basis of our country. and when we do it with a convention. It can be done through amendments, and if people are impatient with the political process, let's get our folks to start presenting amendment. It wouldn't be difficult, do an amendment to the states to balance the federal budget, or at least try to. Remember that the study that we want to do is going to study the scope of what's in HCR 36. HCR 36 says a balanced budget with exceptions for exigent emergency circumstances. Well, what are those? That's where the details wag the dog, no question. I think people who believe in the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the Fourth, Fifth, right to jury trial, and the Seventh, those kinds of amendments that have defined this country for 200 and some years, would like to have enough time to study what this means as we embark on an entirely new constitutional era. I'm reminded of a movie called A Man for All Seasons, when Sir Thomas More is talking with Richard Cromwell, and Richard Cromwell is so excited about the Protestant Revolution, and he says to Sir Thomas More, "We're going to destroy all the barriers to the devil." And Sir Thomas More says to him, "But then what will protect you from the devil?" Mr. Speaker, I ask that we accept and adopt the amendment to the resolution.
Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent the resolution be placed at the foot of today's calendar.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The resolution be placed at the foot of the calendar. The bill's on third reading.
Senate Bill 107, Uniform Interstate Depositions and Discovery Act.
Request for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 38th, Douglas Lane, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, Senate Bill 107 enacts a model act, the Uniform Interstate Depositions and Discovery Act. The act is designed to address the need for an efficient procedure that will allow litigants to depose individuals and conduct limited discovery in West Virginia in a case that is pending in another state. Currently, a party that has a case pending in another state who wants to depose a person that resides in West Virginia or conduct discovery in West Virginia must file a miscellaneous petition with the circuit clerk of the county in which the person resides to request that a subpoena be issued. The act simplifies the current process because a petition is no longer required. Instead, a party to litigation in another state will submit a subpoena from the other state to the circuit clerk in the county in which the discovery is sought, and the clerk shall promptly issue a subpoena for service. The act provides guidance for motions for protective orders or to enforce or to quash or modify the subpoena. As you heard yesterday, the Committee on the Judiciary amended the act to make it clear that the circuit clerks will still charge the filing fee for these subpoenas. Currently, there are approximately 35 states that have adopted this model act. The act sets forth a procedure that can easily be followed and that has minimum judicial oversight. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of the bill.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Not request for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 98 ayes, 0 nays, 2 members absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Senate Bill 107.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Schott moves to amend the title.
Request for the House is the adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further bills.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 157, authorizing Department of Revenue to promulgate legislative rules.
Request for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Schott, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 179 is the various revenue bundle of rules. Contains the following rules, amendments, and repeal rules previously considered and authorized by the Judiciary Committee, along with 2 floor amendments that passed this House yesterday. They have all been bundled together as a strike and insert for Senate Bill 157. There are 9 total rules amendments that have been proposed. 3 rules from the ABC Commission, 2 from the Racing Commission, 3 from the Tax Department, and 1 from the Lottery Commission. From the ABC, there are 3 rules. The first one addresses doors of private clubs and would allow doors between the main private club and their legally demarcated deck and other outdoor area to be open between the hours of 11 a.m. and midnight as approved by the Commissioner on a case-by-case basis. That's 175 CSR 2. 175 CSR 10 is a new rule created in light of the passage of Senate Bill 574 during the 2015 regular legislative session. The rule provides the procedure whereby a distillery or mini distillery shall comply for bailment procedures, sampling, retail operations, production, retail sales, and reporting of activities. The third and final rule from ABC is 176 CSR 1. During the 2015 regular legislative session, the legislature passed Senate Bill 273 relating to non-intoxicating beer and craft beer, particularly addressing the sale of growlers. This is an existing rule regarding the sale of growlers that has been amended to be in conformity with the past legislation. From the Racing Commission, 2 bills, 178 CSR 1, which would update the several provisions of the rule relating to the use of medications and other substances by horses to comport with the ARCI's model rule. The rule would also be amended to allow a jockey the option to receive the required annual physical examination from a physician, a physician's assistant, or a nurse practitioner. The other rule is 178 CSR 5. Will update, change portions of the rule pertaining to minimum payout, minimum wager requirements, and jackpot carryover requirements for parimutuel wagering. From the Tax Department, 3 rules, 110 CSR 10F, would make non-substantive technical cleanup and clarifying corrections. It would also make substantive changes, including increasing the threshold tax liability for a single tax type, triggering the EFT tax payment requirement from $10,000 to $25,000 for return filed after January 1, 2016. 110 CSR 50H would authorize the promulgation of legislative rules by the Department to an exchange of information agreement between the Commissioner of the Tax Revenue and the Department of Revenue and the Secretary of the Department of Commerce, the Secretary of State, Secretary of the Department of Environmental Protection, the Director of the Division of Forestry of the Department of Commerce, and the Commissioners of the Public Service Commission. The final Tax Department rule is 110 CSR 1H. This rule, adopted by the House, updates the valuation process of timberland and managed timberland. From the lottery, 179 CSR 5, the rule requires that a limited video lottery location must be at least 200 feet from a gas station. The old requirement was that the location be at least 300 feet from a gas station. This bundle also contains 19 repeal rules, 15 from the Tax Division, 2 from the Banking Commissioner, and 2 from the Insurance Commissioner. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? If not, the question for the House is the passage of the bill. All those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 97 ayes, 1 nay, 2 members absent, not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 157.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Schott moves to amend the title.
Question for the House is the adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill be made effective from passage.
Gentleman from 58th moves the bill be made effective from passage. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 98 ayes, 0 nays, 2 members absent, not voting. 2/3 of the members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further bills.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 159, authorizing promulgation of legislative rules by miscellaneous boards and commissions.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Schott, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is another rules bundle. This is our miscellaneous rules bundle. It includes 55 legislative rules, of which 23 are repeal rules that have been bundled with the other miscellaneous rules. Rather than read each of these rules, I'm going to summarize the rule where they originate, and just remind the members that these have gone through the rulemaking committee, various committees on the Senate side and various committees on the House side, and they are now before you for formal approval. There are 4 rules from the Board of Examiners in counseling, 1 from the Board of Accountancy, 10 from the Department of Agriculture, including 6 repeal rules, 1 from the State Conservation Committee, 2 from the Board of Dentistry, 2 from the State Election Commission, 1 from the Board of Engineers, 1 from the Governor's Committee on Crime, Delinquency, and Correction, 1 from the Medical Imaging and Radiation Therapy, 2 from the Board of Medicine, 1 from the Nursing Home Administrators Licensing Board, 4 from the Board of Pharmacy, 1 from the Property Valuation and Procedures Commission, 1 from the Board of Social Work, 6 from the Secretary of State, including 2 repeals, 2 from the Board of Examiners for Speech and Language Pathology, and 1 from the Enterprise Resource Planning Board. Plus the bundle contains 16 repeal rules from 10 other commissions, board, or entities. As I mentioned previously, these rules have been identified by the respective agencies as being outdated or superseded by statute, or the agency no longer exists. Mr. Speaker, I urge adoption.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the bill? Not question for the House is the adoption of the bill. The passage of the bill. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 97 ayes, 0 nays, 3 members absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 159.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Schott moves to amend the title.
Question for the House is the adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. Gentleman from the 58th.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill be made effective from passage.
Gentleman from the 58th moves the bill be made effective from passage. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? Gentleman from the 48th, Doug, a tree coster. Vote is not registered. If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 99 ayes, 0 nays, 1 member absent not voting. 2/3 of the members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further bills.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 262, eliminating need for law enforcement to obtain court order prior to having access to inmate mail and phone recordings.
Request for the House is the passage of the bill. The gentleman from the 38th, Delegate Lane, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, Senate Bill 262 relates to the access and record keeping of inmate mail and telephone recordings by the Department of Corrections. Under current law, the DOC is authorized to monitor, intercept, record, and disclose telephone calls and mail from adult inmates of state correctional institutions subject to conditions. One of the conditions in statute is requirement that telephone calls and mail may only be disclosed to law enforcement pursuant to a court order, even if they are investigating or prosecuting a crime. Senate Bill 262 removes this provision. Instead, it requires the Commissioner of Corrections to promulgate a policy directive establishing a record-keeping procedure for retention of the following items. 1, a copy of the contents of any inmate telephone conversation provided by law enforcement or provided to law enforcement, and 2, the name of the law enforcement officer and the law enforcement agency to which the contents of the telephone conversation were provided. The bill additionally includes an express provision that if an inmate is charged based in whole or in part on the recordings or mail, then the inmate's attorney shall be entitled to access to such materials. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of the bill.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Gentleman from the 23rd, Delegate Nelson.
Gentleman yield.
Gentleman yield. Gentleman
yes, sir.
A couple of legal questions because I'm not certain.
I'll do my best.
What constitutional rights are suspended from an inmate when they are incarcerated? I, honest to God, have no idea.
Yeah, virtually, quite frankly, virtually all of an inmate's constitutional rights are diminished. They don't completely go away, obviously. And courts around the country have held that this type of practice is legitimate and has been upheld.
Okay. One more question. Let's say so let's say a husband's incarcerated. Is there any constitutional concern for the wife being able to communicate with her husband in that scenario?
As long as the parties, in your hypothetical, the wife who's not an inmate, is provided notice, then it has been upheld.
Okay, thanks.
Further members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? If not, the question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 94 ayes, 5 nays, 1 member absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 262.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Schott moves to amend the title.
Question for the House is the adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further bills.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 267, modifying removal procedure for certain county, school district, and municipal officers.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. The gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Schott, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to amend the regulations for the removal of public officers or officials. As you recall, we discussed this ad nauseum yesterday in connection with the various amendments. The only thing that was missing was an auction conducted by the gentleman from the 7th as to whether the threshold was 2, 5, 10, or some other percent. This bill removes the definition term neglect of duty from subsection A and provides the term official misconduct and its definition, including conviction of a felony. The bill provides a new definition for the term neglect of duty in subsection B and adds definitions for the terms incompetence and qualified petitioner. The bill adds to the definition of incompetence language including waste or misappropriation of funds when the officer knew or should have known that such use of funds was inappropriate or inconsistent with the lawful duties of office, or conviction of a misdemeanor involving dishonesty or violence, or having been the subject of a determination of incapacity or gross immorality affecting the officer's ability to perform the essential official duties of his or her office. The bill provides for the procedure of removal in the case of any county officer, member of a board of education, magistrate, or municipal officer, which shall be by a duly enacted resolution of the county commission or by petition. The committee amendment adopted yesterday adds population triggers for the recall petition according to the population of the county or municipality. It reincorporates some of the stricken language to account for situations not covered by the bill for which removal may be desirable or necessary. It incorporates limiting language for misdemeanors used elsewhere in the code to harmonize this section with the remainder of the code. It adds the good faith test from the case of Powers v. Goodwin, which was a 1982 case authored by our state Supreme Court, to determine whether court costs should be borne by the subdivision. Finally, language allowing the prosecuting attorney to bring such actions is reinstated. The bill sets forth the procedures for filing the charges against the office holder and serving the office holder. The court then evaluates the resolution or petition and, if the allegations are sufficient, forwards the matter to the Supreme Court of Appeals. The Chief Judge then impanels a three-judge court to try the matter. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
To the members, this bill was advanced to third yesterday, having adopted an amendment, but with the limited right to amend. Are there amendments? If not, the bill be advanced. Clerk, please read the bill a third time.
Senate Bill 267.
The gentleman has described the bill. Are there further members desiring to speak to the bill? If not, the gentleman from the 52nd, Delegate Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I spoke not against the bill yesterday, but against the numbers that is required to remove someone from office. I think it's a good bill, just think we got the numbers and the percentage wrong. You know, we're taking the power away from the people and almost making people immune to do what they want to in office. Was it worth the fight we made yesterday? The answer is yes. During the recess, I was in my office, and I got a phone call from a lady, a city council member from Parkersburg. And she praised us for what we tried to do. It seems they had a situation in Parkersburg where I believe they had to remove the mayor, and as a city council person, she said they would have never been able to met the burdens underneath what the law that is being proposed today. You know, citizens have rights too, not just elected officials. I spoke everything I could for the amendment yesterday. I believe in it. I believe the numbers are too high. If there'd have been 100 or 150 of these so-called frivolous suits over the past 5 years or 10 years, if there could have been some documentation of that, maybe it would have been justified to take the drastic jump from 25 people up to 2,000, up to 500, and even up to 100 in the small counties, and 50 up to small communities. You know, 50 people are more people than in some of the towns in West Virginia. But the majority spoke in here yesterday, and they defeated our amendment. But I will stand fast on my belief, and I will be voting no on this bill today. Thank you.
Other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Gentlemen wish to close debate on the bill. Question for the House is the passage of the bill. All those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 89 ayes, 10 nays, 1 member absent and not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 267.
Are there amendments to the title? Not the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further bills.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 269, Budget Bill.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. The gentleman from the 35th, Delegate Nelson, to explain the bill.
I urge passage.
I'm with you.
I only wish I could get off that easy. Well, yesterday we amended the committee sub for 4017 into the Senate bill. This is a standard procedure that happens each year. What is in 269 is a balanced budget as required by our Constitution. When we began this session, we had a fiscal year 16 6-month gap of $160 million, projected to reach a gap of $350 million by year end. We've done various measures throughout our 59 days to close that gap, and we have 2 supplementals that will follow this bill that will close that gap for good. The fiscal year 17 budget was presented to us with a projected deficit of roughly $460 million. This budget closes that gap. Before I get into some specifics, I think it's appropriate to maybe step back and let's look at our state right now and where we are. We have a tremendous lack of diversity in our economy. We used to be known as a manufacturing state, and we've lost many of those. Gosh, here in the last few years, our energy sector, both coal and gas, have taken it on the chin. We have a population base that is declining. One of the few states that has that. We have an aging population. We have the lowest workforce participation in the nation. West Virginia has one of a very unhealthy population base and a high number of our population on Medicaid. This helps to drive up many expenses that we have. We have tremendous education needs. Our funding needs for all these areas have changed over the last few years. Our present situation has been developing, again, for a number of years. However, it may have sped up at an alarming pace this past year with our big drop in coal and the negative effect on severance tax, which is down $150 million. Our general revenue budget has had various cuts imposed over the last 3 years. Fiscal year 14, the governor implemented a 7.5% cut. In 15, another 7.5% cut. And then here recently with this budget in fiscal year 16, a 4% cut. Obviously, some monies have been restored as they went into the next year, but our budget has not been without a little scalpel hitting it. Also, we have utilized our revenue shortfall reserve fund each of the last 2 years. Fiscal year 15, we balanced our budget by going into that fund to the tune of $100 million. Last year, we went into the fund again for $15 million. And today, this budget is proposing to go into the fund for $32 million. So what has your Finance Committee done this session? On January 13th, we received the governor's budget. We held budget hearings for the first half of our session. That's standard. I'll have to think that that may be a process that may need to be reevaluated going forward. It's very difficult for us as part-time legislators to get these reports in less than a 30-day time frame and really understand what's involved with these agencies. I created 4 subcommittees to gain additional buy-in to what is going on in our general revenue and special revenue. This process will continue through interims. Enjoyed a tremendous input from all members looking into general revenue and special revenue accounts. And truly, I want to give a true shout out to the delegate from the 39th and the delegate from the 27th who truly looked into many of these accounts and excess balances that are sitting there. And we'll talk about some of those later. The committee worked diligently in reviewing these accounts that have accumulated over the years. We must change how we review the process. 1/3 of our $12 billion budget, special revenue. Hundreds of accounts here that we really don't have sufficient time to go through. That needs to change. But there's a lot of money that's being spent by our agencies in these special accounts. Again, one last thing. I commit to the body that during the interim sessions this year, your Finance Committee will be much more interactive with agencies so that when we get into next year's session, we'll truly see what programs need to continue at their current levels, if at all, and what extra dollars need to stay in an account and not be utilized better elsewhere. Anyway, I apologize for digressing from the fiscal year 17 budget. Everyone has a handout, and I'll just quickly hit on that. And we'll go from the back forward, if you don't mind. You have 2 pie graphs. The top is fiscal year 16. The bottom is fiscal year 17. So at the back, that's our total budget, $12.6 billion for fiscal year 17. And these are using the governor's numbers that were proposed. What I'd like the body to know is 1/3 of our budget are federal funds, 1/3 are general revenue, which we'll talk about with this budget, and a third are in those special revenue accounts. The middle page is the breakdown of our general revenue. 16 on top, 17 on the bottom. As you can see, in 16, the total general revenue budget was $4.3 billion. 17 is $1 billion, or $100 million, I wish it was, is $100 million less at 4.2. Of particular note, of that 4.2, 80% of it goes to DHHR in our education, both K through 12 and higher education. The front page is a breakdown for the body as it relates to the various agencies and the change from 16 to 17. I will say that the legislature, which is this body, the Senate, and the joint, looks like it's flat. In the budget, there is directive language to cut $6 million. $6 million. The Senate is not in this because we will hear from them, but I've been told that the Senate will be cutting $4 million, but it's standard of the bodies not to put in the budget what the other one's doing. Again, we began fiscal year 17 with a $466 million gap. But there were assumptions that this body would pass some rather complicated legislation. Included in that 466 gap, or how we've closed that, are $280 million in expenditure reductions and cuts. There's roughly $80 million in revenue adjustments. Knowing our dire strait early in session, I sent a letter to all the agencies asking them, if you had to cut 6.5% from your budgets, what would you do? What would you do in cuts that that had no effect on any federal dollars? That 6.5% was equal to what that gap was, roughly. Boy, did I get a lot of discussion from that. We received some good responses back, but without a doubt, over 90% of these were cuts that I don't think any of our constituents want to face now, whether it be eliminating some state troopers or field offices. So that wasn't appropriate at this time in a short period of time to take that on. But that will be something that this body, the committee, needs to look at during interims. That's what interims should be used for, in my opinion. As we know, this body failed on a bipartisan basis on 4 revenue measures. The 6% tax on telecommunications was dead on arrival. The proposed 45 cents on tobacco, we tried it, it failed in committee. House Bill 2704 was another attempt to broaden our consumer sales tax base but lower the rate. Failed here on the floor. Finally, Senate Bill 555, dealing with funding of our roads, failed to gain support from finance members, thus didn't make it to the agenda. So as we began our budget, we were provided with a revenue measure by the governor. That is standard. That's our top line that we must work with. That revenue measure was $4.327 million. We adjusted that measure downward because of, again, 2 revenue measures that failed to pass. But then we also gained some additional revenue through the workers' comp bill that we passed. The budget before you, in essence, is $120 million less than the governor, and we had that 120 gap to fill. How do we close that? First, we did have some additional cuts. over and above the governor's 4%. Those totaled approximately $17 million. Second, and a bill that will be right behind this, expiring one-time special revenue monies of $72 million. Third, it's the $31 million coming from our Revenue Shortfall Reserve Fund. So what have we done in this budget? The big topic that's been in this body from day one, obviously, is PEIA. And as we talked yesterday, there's $43 million funded in general revenue, another 24 in special revenue. So a total of $67 million of new dollars for the first time in a few years is going in to fund PEIA. There is not one line item in the budget on that because it has been dispersed through all agencies. Pensions, $470 million in payments are in this budget, unchanged. Our pensions across the board are funded at 66% or higher, or in the case of the Supreme Court, at 150%. This budget has $29 million in new road funding. We did receive a $2 million reduction from the Supreme Court this time regarding their payments into the pension. They only met their baseline instead of, again, an overfunded request. First time in a long time that we've been able to do anything with the Supremes. And again, constitutionally, we cannot touch them. I mentioned the legislature expiring $6 million in reappropriated dollars. This budget transfers Cedar Lakes from the Education Department to the Ag Department. Promise scholarships, $49 million, remain unchanged. Family Resource Centers at $1.7 million, unchanged. When I say unchanged, that's between 16 and 17. IDD waiver, $88.7 million, unchanged. And again, this is a program that it's not required that this state offer. It's an additional medical program that we offer. ADD waiver, $13.6 million in the general revenue budget, unchanged. Primary care, $4.7 million, unchanged. TANF, $23 million, unchanged. Free clinics, $2.75 million, unchanged. Domestic violence, $2.5 million, unchanged. Our troopers will be funded in special revenue an extra $2.5 million for their equipment. This budget includes $2 million going into the Volunteer Fire Workers Compensation Fund. We have directive language in this budget to eliminate one of our planes and the expenses associated with that. There's directive language for $150,000 to go to the Tri-State Airport, funds that they have sought for a number of years. Something near and dear to everybody, fairs and festivals. That would have been an easy line item. It's $1.9 million, that is unchanged. And I think that's one line item with some others in here that it may be time that we ask about some of our dollars and where they're going. A lot of these are very important to our communities, but is there participation with others, or is it just a fully state-funded project? Higher ed and community colleges were cut $11 million by the governor, 1%. This budget, unfortunately, was not in a position to restore any of that. We tried last year. Our higher ed has been cut to the bones. We've got to stop that. So some additional expenditures that are in this budget. Birth to 3 increased from there's $3.2 million of new money that brings it up to $6 million due to the increase of numbers and eligible children for that. Juvenile services was increased $6.5 million. And innovation and education included $2.5 million. Mr. Speaker, we have a balanced budget, and I urge passage.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Gentleman from the 20th, Delegate Markham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday we had a chance to make this budget better, to fix this budget. I had an amendment that would restore $1 million to our local 911s. Under the new and Emergency Technologies Act of 911 Improvement Act of 2008, which is federal law, we cannot take that money and use it for any other purposes other than our 911. So basically what we're doing with this budget is violating federal law. We just went and found accounts everywhere we could and scraped up money and put it wherever we could. But if you read this law under Section 6F1 of the Act, a state, and it names a bunch of others, has the right to collect fees or charges for commercial mobile services or IP voice services only for the support or implementation of 911 or enhanced 911 services. Right here, we're violating federal law by taking that money to pay for other items in the budget. I tried to explain it to you, but no, we just want to pull money from all the accounts we can to balance our budget instead of looking at the federal law that we're violating right here. Ladies and gentlemen, this budget draws me to a lot of concerns. We heard yesterday that PIA premiums are going up. Co-pays are going to go up. We heard a few minutes ago that there's going to be a cut to state police. Yet the bill to fix that stalled in the Senate. There's so many flaws with this budget, I don't know where to start. But the main thing is, when you vote against this, you're voting against, or when you vote for this, you're voting against your local 911 service. And you're voting to violate federal law. Right here it is. For the support or implementation of 911 or enhanced 911 services. So we got a budget that violates federal law. What happens? We don't know. But I will not be voting for this budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lady from the 46, Delegate Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the distinguished Chair of Finance please yield?
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
I appreciate all the work you've done on this. And like you, I've worried and worried about it. I've worried about senior services and public schools and PEIA and county health departments. I worry about them a lot because in a small rural area, those county health departments matter a lot. I've gone to our county health department since I was a baby. What is the cut to county health departments?
The governor proposed a $4 million cut. I believe that's going from 16 to 12 million. We have, well, I should say we, the subcommittee on health has recommended that we put an additional 2 million of that back. What we heard from the Secretary of the DHHR is that there are great opportunities for each of these county health facilities to direct bill to Medicaid. Direct bill to Medicaid, so that they can then be in a position to leverage additional dollars. She implemented this same program last year to the free clinics and others and has realized some success. So that's what the intent is there.
Do not some already bill to Medicaid?
Yes, some do, but not all of them. Some do, and that's the process that the Secretary is, a program she's wanting to implement. And I applaud her for that.
Sir, I didn't hear you.
I say I applaud her efforts.
Well, I, for one, have a great fear that this is a move toward regionalizing county health departments, which just won't work in rural areas, and I hope it's not. My next question is the cuts to PEIA, the increase of 12% in PEIA premiums and increase in services for state employees and retirees. When that was evaluated, does that include PEIA for the positions in state government that are unfilled?
No, I believe that those are only for the filled positions because obviously you have to have a payroll to match what you're paying in.
So if we fill any of those positions, we won't have any PEIA costs in this for them.
It's budgeted for.
I'm sorry, sir, I can't hear you.
It's budgeted for.
It is budgeted for?
Yes.
Including the 600 positions of school teachers around the state that are unfilled?
I can't answer that.
Okay, thank you, sir.
John from 67th, Doggett Skinner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman continue to yield?
Gentleman yields.
So we in judiciary kind of live in a world outside of you all on the other side of the hall. A couple questions from the last year. There was a tax reform select committee, I believe, over the last year. Did anything from the year-long set of meetings across the state, the hundreds of hours and the money invested in that, did that result in any changes in this budget?
You know what? I think that was an effort that has not been in place for 10 years. It was the last time that we were able to look at our tax structure. And we received information on every single tax in this state. And I think one thing that came from that was what was proposed by the governor as it related to a tobacco tax. Another thing that came that was before this body was the broadening of the base for consumer sales tax and reducing the rate. This committee is not done. There's a lot of information. I mean, it was almost an information overload at times, so there's more work to be done.
So is it fair to say today that none of the suggestions from that committee have made it through the process and are able to change the taxes or broaden the tax base that are in this budget?
The committee did not issue a final report because it's still in progress.
When is the final report coming?
We're still in progress with meeting. I can't answer that.
Okay. One of the other things I've heard over the last year or so was that there were probably hundreds of millions of dollars in savings that we could get out of reform in the Department of Highways. Have you been able to save in this budget, find hundreds of millions of dollars in savings in the Department of Highways?
I think we saw a report that was issued that mentioned anywhere between $25 and $50 million in potential savings. Most all of those recommendations were more of management-related efficiency savings. So again, that goes back to the Secretary of DOH, and no, there is not any specific language in this.
So that $25 million of potential savings, have you reduced the Department of Highways by $25 million?
I have not, because if they improve efficiency, like any agency, then that allows room for dollar shift to go to roads, which is exactly what that report's purpose was.
So is that line item, where is that line item? Is it higher or lower for funds to go into roads?
Well, we have the transportation budget or line item is $29 million higher than it was the prior year.
So I'm sorry, it's $29 million higher?
Yes.
So there should be, for roads in this budget, $29 million plus $25 million. So we should be looking at basically $55 million into roads with all the savings we're going to get?
You know, I can't answer that because that question wasn't asked of the Secretary when he came before, Finance. I'm not in a position to say it. I would sure hope so. I would hope that he'd have more than $25 million or that they would have more than $25 million in savings.
So in a broader question, I've been hearing, particularly back at home from my colleagues, that there are hundreds of millions of dollars of fraud and waste in the West Virginia state government. Have you been able to find those, and where is that reflected in the budget?
I can't answer that question of all this fraud. I mean, you're making some accusations that I just can't get into.
Thank you.
Gentleman from 34th, Doggett Boggs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my distinguished friend and colleague, the Chairman of Finance. I know that you have put in some long, long hours along with your staff, and I think all of you are to be commended for the hard work. We may not agree on everything that is in the budget and how it's in there, but I certainly appreciate all that you've done. A couple questions. First of all, I know something that's important to many areas of the state would be transportation issues and some of the highway development authorities that have been in place for quite some time. I know that it was in the governor's budget. I've not been able to find that in the House version of the budget. Are those still in there, or have those been removed?
Yes, some of those have been removed.
Do we have and I'll be honest with you, since the budget came out, with the governor's budget and our budget, do we have any kind of a document or electronic document that actually shows what was in the governor's budget, what was in the Senate's budget, and what was in our budget, so we can look across each line item throughout the document? Is that something that might be available?
Well, when we go to conference, as you well know, as being a prior chair, you know that that's available when we put our conference reports together.
But that's not available quite yet?
Not right now.
Okay. Well, in the process of pouring through this, and quite admittedly, we haven't had time with the long hours that we've been on the floor to go through the entire documents yet in its entirety. But I know the road authorities were something that I was having difficulty finding, and I know those are very important to the areas that are trying to. I know with King Cole, with Coalfield Expressway, Little Canal River Parkway, many different authorities. That's what kind of keeps those initiatives going, and I could not find it in the House version of the budget. Also, I know that we have swept a lot of different special revenue accounts, and I think that we had a discussion about when there was some talk about the modernization funds for the tracks and how that money was a certain amount, but when it was looked at that it was going to be utilized, that it was continually being spent down to where there wasn't nearly as much in it that was available than there was when we began looking at it. Am I correct in that?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I wonder about some of the special revenue that is being looked at, since this budget doesn't take effect until July 1. Our agencies, they're not locked in. I mean, some of these accounts that are being swept, is there any guarantee that that money will still be there in those amounts between now and July 1?
I guess if an agency goes in and all of a sudden spends beyond their regular standards, there is a chance that that wouldn't be. But as we look at those, there are assumptions that are made and looked at of their spending patterns as well as the revenue coming in over a number of years. So if that would occur, then I think it's incumbent upon this body to look back to those agencies and have some additional questions.
Well, and I would agree with you to the extent that if that takes place and somebody is just, or an agency or someone is just spending for the sake of spending the account way down, I agree with you that would deserve a close look. But I also have some concerns and have received some just numerous calls over the past few weeks or past few days that maybe some of the monies that are either in the supplementals or some of the accounts that have been swept may well be encumbered, and we just didn't get all of the information in the short time frame that we had to do it once the budget hearings are over. So is that a possibility that there may be some funds that we're going to find out in conference that aren't really available that we think they are now?
I would think so, and that's so we have two checks, if you will, with anything we do. Obviously, conference is one, and then as we all know, the governor has the last say-so with his pen, and oversight on any of those particular accounts.
Well, I think we've all witnessed and felt that in some degree.
We have a double check to make sure that we aren't overstepping our bounds. And by no means do we want to do that.
No, I don't disagree with that. However, I think this is probably the amount that we've gone into some of the special revenue accounts. Some are probably a pretty good idea. I just have some concerns that there may be some of these accounts, and I'm going to use one, and I have no connection to it railway-wise, but the South Branch Railroad. I was consulting with a couple of colleagues in finance, and I called into remembrance something about some vital infrastructure projects that they might have. And I'm using this as an example just for general purposes. While they may not have had a lot of movement in that account for quite some time, if they had a large capital project that was on the horizon that may well be a safety or a business issue, would that be something that could actually show up and harm our efforts and thereby cause us to have to dip into rainy day even more, since we haven't had broad-based support on either side for needed revenue measures? Would you agree with that?
That is a possibility, just like there are hundreds of accounts that we could also look at for additional balances. And at the appropriate time, we could do that and still fund the 17 budget without going in to the rainy day or to the revenue surplus fund.
But there is the possibility that in conference, before the governor actually has a chance to do his magic or whatever he decides to do with it, that we may not have the funding available that today or then that we think we have today. Is that a distinct possibility?
I think that's a fair statement.
Okay, so we really don't know at that point how deep we might have to go into the rainy day fund, ultimately.
Ultimately.
Where are we at, Mr. Chairman, with kind of the magic number that the bond rating houses, how much leeway do you think we have with that, in addition to the fact that we've got the $50 million line of credit that we needed to extend to make sure that the workers' compensation fund stays solvent?
Well, as we had the discussion last night regarding various amendments, our current revenue shortfall fund is $788 million, which is down $51 million because of an action this body approved and was signed by the governor earlier this year. And so we approved also a $50 million loan facility for our unemployment fund, as you know. So that would take us down to potentially $738 million. And what we have heard from the rating agencies is looking to stay in that 15% range of our general revenue budget, which would roughly be $650 million.
One other question about roads. I think there's $29 million additional that we've included in the House version of the budget. But I also understand that that bill may not fare well in the Senate. That remains to be seen. With that being the case, do we just, when we go to conference, we just mark that out?
Well, as you well know from your years being in my position, as well as in conference, should that bill not succeed in the Senate, yes, conference would drop that line item by whatever that revenue was.
Well, I know these very able gentlemen that you have surrounding you that haven't had much sleep lately are probably going to be up late Sunday night, late into Sunday and Monday, adding and subtracting everything that happened, and probably going to be mostly subtracting. And let me finally close with this to my friend. Would you agree that, would you agree that when conferees meet, while we won't be able to do it unless the governor would put it on a special call, do you agree that we need some broad support from both sides of the aisle to do some much needed revenue enhancements in some various areas?
I will say that our balance, our budget is in a very difficult time right now. And so whether it be revenue measures or other expense cuts or additional cash sweeps, yes, all of those are on the table and need to be on the table. And a 60-day session is not sufficient time for this body to be prudent. And we don't need, the last thing we need to do is rush in to some poor decisions that we'll regret later.
Well, I appreciate your answers. I know that there are some areas that we've had the opportunity to maybe have some limited support on both sides of the aisle, but I certainly would hope that when it comes to things that are truly the needs of the people of West Virginia, in better roads, in PEIA, and some other things that we need to fully fund, I would hope that the governor would give us some latitude in conference, possibly propose some things with a very tight and limited call that we could get a broad cross-section in a bipartisan way behind.
Amen.
So mote it be. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The lady from 43rd, Delegate Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would like to speak to the bill.
Lady may proceed.
I know that we are in a very tough time here in the state of West Virginia regarding our budget. However, there are very many concerns that I have, and they revolve around some of the cuts to economic development in our small communities. We are cutting the Hardwood Alliance Zone. We are cutting Quarter H, which we all know is a needed part of highway to lead businesses into our communities. And it's very, very important to know that if we do not have our roads, we're not going to be able to develop a lot of new businesses. And we've worked very hard. Delegate Hartman started the Quarter H many, many years ago and working on that. And now we're going to be taking money away from that program. And as the delegate from Lewis mentioned, our local health departments. If you haven't been to one of your local health departments and see some of the services that they provide to all citizens of West Virginia, they provide services to children, to teenagers, to young adults, to seniors. Some of the local health departments provide mental health services. They provide screenings that they are the first line of helping us when there's an outbreak of an infection going on in your community. They provide in-home services for seniors. They provide birth to 3 programs. If you don't know what birth to 3 program is, it is probably one of the best programs that we have in the state of West Virginia. And I'm going to tell you a very short story of when I had students from where I work at a local health department. There was a 9-month-old child who developmentally they thought something is going on with this child. This child was not able to sit up or pull themselves up as a 9-month-old would be. So the health department was able to go into that home with the permission of the mom and dad. This family lived with other family members, but due to the condition of the home and the space problems, this child was left in a crib for 9 months, was not able to get out and be on the floor, move around, and develop. This health department got involved, connected this family with birth to 3, provided physical therapy, and because there was a conflict with the other members living in the house, this health department would provide transportation to pick up the mom, the dad, and the child and bring them in to the health department. And I am proud to say that that child is now able to pull themselves up, is starting to walk. But if that health department wasn't in that community, wasn't there doing that screening, that would be a child that would be developmentally delayed just because of parents not having the knowledge of what they needed to do for their child. And Mr. Speaker, I know we all want a balanced budget, but I don't want a balanced budget on the backs of our retirees, our citizens, or our children. As you heard me speak yesterday about, I know we say it's fully funded. Now, all of us have a different idea of what the definition of fully funded is. When we increase the premiums of our working state of West Virginia employees by 12%, and we take away services of our retirees who have worked for the state of West Virginia for decades, and we are going to prevent the most needy seniors who, as we all know, as we age, we need more health care and more services. And by causing those services to not be there, we are hurting our senior citizens. Mr. Speaker, I have great concern about this budget because I feel it does not help our small communities with economic development. It doesn't help for services that we need for our children or our seniors. And I would really hope that we would reconsider and come up with something that would not make drastic cuts to needed services or more payments out of the pockets of our working citizens of West Virginia.
Gentleman from the 48th, Doggett Miley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Finance Chairman yield, please?
Gentleman yields.
I have just a couple of questions. You refer at various times to the budget and the two supplementals that we'll be voting on after we vote on this budget bill. How do they interact with one another? In other words, is passing this budget, this balanced budget, conditioned upon passing the supplementals?
The supplementals are a part of this budget.
Okay, now, these supplementals were originated in committee just a few days ago, correct? And both there are two supplementals, both of which appear to be going into the Medical Services Trust Fund, correct?
Correct.
How come we just didn't do one supplemental?
One supplemental deals with expiring reappropriated dollars that's in the general revenue budget. The other supplemental is expiring certain special revenue funds.
And you can't combine the two because it would violate the single object rule?
It just was more appropriate with one's reappropriated dollars and the other special revenue dollars.
Do you agree that if you combine the two, it would indeed violate the single object rule?
I don't know.
Have you read our Constitution that talks about that?
I don't have an answer for the gentleman.
Okay. Now, both of these supplementals refer to funds being available for expenditure during the 2016 fiscal year. And we're working on the 2017 budget. So how does that work?
I think as the gentleman fully understands, when we expire or when a supplemental is put in place, it is for the current year. Each of those is expiring money into our Medicaid Service Trust Fund, which is the account that is used to fund most of our DHHR. And to the extent that there are excess monies, they roll into the following year.
Well, isn't it true that we are not permitted to pass a supplemental that balances a budget that has not yet been acted upon by the governor, correct? And that's why we're moving this into the 2016 budget.
Yeah, it's both supplementals are amending our 2016 budget.
And that's what I thought.
2016 budget.
Correct. That's what I asked and I assumed, because we're not permitted to pass a supplemental for a budget that has not yet been acted upon. Correct.
Yeah, we're not allowed to amend a budget that has not been acted upon.
So when we pass these supplementals, that allows us to zero out some line items in the 17 budget, pass that and apply that money elsewhere, pass the budget, then retroactively come back and move that money around that we've done through these supplementals? Is that how it's going to work?
Well,
I mean, it's not a trick question. I just want to know how it works.
It is the, I guess there's two ways that at the end of the year, should we have a surplus, as the gentleman knows, half funds or goes into our revenue shortfall fund and the other half goes into surplus. With the Medicaid line item, to the extent that these dollars aren't spent, again, they just roll into the 17 budget. This is a process that's been worked for years.
I think just a moment ago was the first time I've heard the word surplus this entire legislative session. Is there really a threat that we're going to have a surplus?
By the Constitution, it's almost a guarantee. It's happened every year, as the gentleman probably knows better than I.
That we're going to have a surplus? I thought we were at deficit levels.
Again, yeah. It could be as little as $1, but historically, it has always been in that position.
Now, moving to the PEIA disbursements, I think you said you dispersed that by agency, correct?
Correct.
Has that been done in the past?
I guess in my 5 years, I can't answer because we haven't had any premium increases or additional dollars coming in from the state, but I would assume that it has been.
I mean, I've never served on finance, so I don't know, but you have plenty of resources there to ask if we've ever done it that way. I just don't know.
Yeah, it's just been built, it's been, when the state has been in the position to do that, is built into the cost on a personal line item basis per employee.
But is it a line item for PEIA generally as opposed to dispersing it per agency like I understand it has been done here?
I don't know.
Well, the reason why I'd like to know is there some benefit to doing it by agency versus just one line item for PEIA? Maybe we could save money if those agencies don't hire employees to allocate that money to.
Yeah, so when this is allocated by agency, obviously we have much more transparency of the cost of our personnel by line item, both in salaries as well as benefits.
And my question, I swear it's not a trick question. I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm hopeful that the reason for doing that might inure to the benefit of the state and lower our costs. Is that not a reason why it was done that way?
I can't. Lower the cost in what way? I mean,
I'm asking you. You're the finance chairman.
That's just what they do, okay? It's divided between the agencies where the people are, where the employees are.
And I'm asking you if that's how it has always been done in the past when money has been allocated to PEIA.
Yes.
And you're confident with that?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not worried.
It does, doesn't it? Now, I don't know if you have read the article or listened to the interview of the Secretary of Tax and Revenue, Bob Kiss, yesterday about his criticism of the budgets prepared by the House and the Senate. Have you been privy to that or listened to either his interview or read his article?
I've been spending so much time on this that I've not been privy to looking at any media these past few days.
Okay, I assume that would be a no then. He's critical of our budget for not containing any revenue enhancement measures and or no significant or meaningful cuts. Do you disagree with that assessment?
Well, I know, and I spoke earlier, and the gentleman is well aware of trying to do some bipartisan support on revenue measures. Also, we did look at bigger cuts, but now is not the time in a 60-day period to do that. And we're already hearing from some as it relates to a potential $50,000 line item cut. And is the gentleman wanting us to go further?
I'm sorry? I'm sorry, what's that?
Are you wanting us to go further?
Go further where?
The cuts.
I think we either have to do further cuts or revenue enhancement measures. Do you agree or disagree?
I don't, as I mentioned before, we have three areas when it comes to looking at our budget: revenue measures, cuts, and cash accounts.
Now, are you aware of the Cardinal report that was issued several weeks ago that purports to identify, I think, $300 to $350 million in wasteful spending in our state government?
I have not looked at their report.
Okay. Do you think it would be prudent as the finance chair to have reviewed such a report to aid you in coming up with a balanced budget and determining whether any such cuts that were proposed in that report were prudent and achievable this legislative session?
I assume so.
Can I ask why you didn't bother or have anyone on your behalf review that report to see if we could implement any of those cuts?
It's an outside agency just like many. And with our committee members and listening to agencies that face to face, that's where the true value is.
I'm not sure I quite understand that answer. It's an outside group. I haven't looked at it closely to know whether those cuts are achievable or not. But I thought that perhaps you may have, or someone on your behalf, as you were seeking to balance our budget.
Well, are there any particular items that the gentleman suggests that he saw in that report?
No, that's what I'm asking you. I haven't looked at the report in close detail, but I'm not on the Finance Committee, and I wasn't charged with either making cuts, increasing revenues, or some other way balancing the budget. That was your charge.
That's exactly right. As part of my charge also was my letter to each agency, direct, not an outside party, but direct, having discussions of what could be done and not done. That is where the value is a direct communication with those in charge of expenditures.
Are you willing right now to publicly support any revenue enhancement measures yourself?
As the gentleman knows, I voted no in committee, and for the very purpose of potentially resurrecting the tobacco bill. And as you know, I came to you to see if we could not get some bipartisan support on that particular revenue measure.
Again, that wasn't a trick question. I was kind of hoping that you and I together, in a bipartisan way, can call upon our colleagues for revenue enhancement measures after today, perhaps in a special session here soon. And that's why I asked you, are you willing to go down that road? I know you're only one of 100, but are you willing to support that as a finance chairman?
The gentleman, is that going to the budget in front of us or possibly future? Because I believe
it's going to the budget in front of us, and the likelihood that it will fail, and we'll have to be revisiting this issue here pretty soon.
I just asked the gentleman to keep his comments to what's in front of us at this point that we're going to be voting on. We're debating and discussing this budget.
Okay. I think I understand. Did the Finance Committee make any efforts to take up a bill, and I don't have the bill number in front of me, but it's referred to as the millionaire's tax. I think the gentleman from Raleigh introduced it, was as the lead sponsor, that would have raised, I think, $50 or $60 million. It would have been an increased tax on millionaires in the state. Was that considered at all?
No.
think that's all the questions I have for now, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Lady from 36th District, Guthrie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yields.
I know that we share at least one frustration. It's been frustrating to me, and I know it has to you, that we get a budget from the governor that is not balanced, but can be balanced contingent upon us passing a bunch of supplementals. We do share that concern. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to go to the road fund for just a second. In the highlights that we were presented in finance, we have $29 million allocated for the state road fund, maintenance, contract paving, and secondary road maintenance. If you will, for the body, could you outline where that money's coming from?
Yes, so this body did not take up, for the second year in a row, one of the governor's bills that would have expired or taken $9 million in consumer sales tax that goes to roads, and he wanted to bring that into general revenue. That didn't see the light of day. It's a wrong thing to do.
So
there's $5 million in expirations of special revenue accounts. And then there is $15 million in the bill that the gentleman earlier referenced.
And $5 million from the A. James Mansion Fund, is that correct? Is that what I understood in committee?
That's special revenue.
Okay. And $15 million of it is predicated upon the House bill for modernization passing the Senate. Is that correct?
No, that's the purse bill.
I'm sorry, the purse bill. I stand corrected.
That's correct. That's
$15 million is predicated. Now, has that bill passed the Senate yet?
I cannot answer the lady, but it has a day and a half still of light.
Is it still in committee?
I've had bigger things to worry about than following that particular bill.
So it's predicated upon something. There were also $17.5 million worth of base budget cuts that were concerning to me, because one of the things that we are now beginning to discover, because we know that there were $17.5 million worth of base budget cuts, you're hearing from Main Street that and other programs that have been cut. What I would like and have asked before to have is a listing of where those cuts are coming from, and how much of a cut is it from last year. Asked in committee, and I still don't see it.
And that's the conference committee will have a side-by-side of the difference between the two budgets.
But your finance committee can't.
Not at this time.
There was also a provision in the highlights that cut money for child advocacy centers. The center that does such fine work around the state for child abuse victims and their families.
That was a governor cut of $140,000.
And we maintained that cut.
We did not change any of the governor's cuts.
Knowing the work that they do and how important it is for children who are sexually assaulted, was there any consideration given to restoring those cuts in our budget?
Yeah, I'm reminded that I guess in one of our committee meetings that it was mentioned that there are federal grants available to them that would meet that particular cut.
And are we assured that they will receive those federal grants?
I'm just going off the same thing that we both heard in committee, so okay. I would surely hope so.
And finally, just to reiterate, Mr. Chairman, a point that I think was someone else was trying to make. Our entire House budget is predicated upon passage of the supplementals. Is that correct? The next two bills coming up. If those supplementals don't pass, we don't really have a budget.
No, we do. It's just, it would be a larger balance coming out of the Revenue Reserve Fund.
You mean the rainy day fund?
The Revenue Reserve Fund.
The rainy day fund.
The Revenue Reserve Fund. That's the name of it.
But your budget is predicated upon this body passing two surpluses to make the House budget balance without further dipping into the rainy day fund.
Absolutely, the prudent thing to do.
So basically, we have a House budget that is doing precisely the same thing that the governor did to us. Is that correct? He gave us a budget that does not balance without us passing a bunch of supplementals. Now we're giving the Senate a budget that does not balance without us passing supplementals. Is that correct?
That has a possibility, and should this body choose not to approve those supplementals in this budget, let's just head back to one big line item that everybody has talked about this whole session: the funding of our insurance through PEIA.
I don't understand the point. I asked a pretty simple question.
And I think I answered it too.
Okay. So that's correct. What I asked you is correct.
I think I answered it, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lady from 51st, Dr. Fritsch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the chairman continue to yield?
Gentleman yield.
Thank you. There were some concerns expressed today by the gentlelady from Randolph County with respect to the Birth to Three program. Is it true that there are improvements in this budget, whereas the Birth to Three program will be increased by $3.2 million?
Yes, the lady's correct. 3.2 to a total of $6 million.
Thank you. And in addition, the health departments, as we understand, will be hopefully billing insurance more. They have been cut, but is there not directive language in the budget to restore $2 million if more funds come in?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Gentleman from the 19th, Dr. Perdue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen,
Gentleman yield.
at the risk of the Speaker throwing a yellow flag,
I'll get ready.
This is not going to be a personal foul. It's going to be more in the neighborhood of encroachment. Sir, let's cover a couple of things. First of all, let's talk about the road fund again. We're going to talk about it exhaustively, I fear, today. The $29 million improvement, do you know how much of that's going to be used to match federal funds?
We don't know. I mean, to the extent that the Secretary could do something, I'm sure, like many other agency heads, they're looking to leverage state dollars as best they can.
Sure. And is that normally like an 80-20 match? Do we know?
I don't know. I think there's a difference between maintenance versus new road construction.
You're right. Yeah, you're right. But there is a match.
If the
a federal
gentleman
match
said,
that's possible.
All right.
Okay. Now, I'm just going to make a postulate. Let's suggest that we matched all of it at federal funds at 80-20. If my math is right, we'd get about $120 million for roads. Can you express to me what, in your investigations, what the need in our system is financially?
I think we all have heard and seen the need is tremendous. And you know, the transportation budget has basically been steady at $1 billion for the last 10 years.
So we do know that Congress has reached some sort of an agreement with regard to, I don't know if it's called iced tea or whatever it's called. Is it, what happens if we don't, I'm sorry.
No, I'm listening. I'm just anticipating.
What happens if we don't access those funds because we're not putting in our share? I mean, do we lose them, or do they just hang there for 6 years? Or
I think what was passed, to the best of my knowledge, was a 5-year plan that we will receive steady dollars over the next 5 years on some type of increasing schedule.
Okay. Okay, but again, within that, if we don't reach the full capacity of a match, we don't actually lose that money. It just kind of hangs around until
No, that's correct.
we
And
get it.
I think historically the governor has done everything in budgets to maximize the use of any federal funding.
Sure, it's kind of our comment. It's what we do here. Shift gears a little bit. Let's talk about Medicaid. I note that that we're suggesting that the optimization of Medicaid billing for a number of different areas is going to save considerable funds. Am I correct in that? Or allow for cuts, I'm sorry.
I think it allows the opportunity for additional funding to come in.
Okay, but the expression that was used here was has allowed for cuts to be made in subsidies to areas like FQHCs, free clinics, local health departments, and behavioral health facilities. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Can you express to me how this optimization will occur? Will it occur on behalf of the managed care organizations? Do we know?
I may yield to the gentleman for his years of experience as chair of the health committee, and maybe you could help me with that.
Well, I would suggest that much of that optimization is reflected by our movement to managed care organizations. Basically, for all of those areas, it's going to be handled by managed care organizations. And with respect to that, the discussions by the gentleman from the 39th have revealed that that they're making a lot of money. So, in my view, I probably shouldn't even venture into an opinion at this point, but it sounds a little awkward to me that we're going to be dependent upon organizations that are largely for-profit organizations to provide for cuts to these programs. You say, and I believe this is correct also, that both the IDD waiver program and the age disabled waiver program are at level funding. In other words, whatever it was last year, that's what it's going to be this year.
Correct.
Okay. So within that, and we had this discussion last year, I believe, do we know what the levels of the waiting list for those two items are?
I don't have that in front of me, but
they haven't disappeared, though, have they?
As we heard and have heard continuously over the last few years, the waiting list has continued to decline.
Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting because we are told that they decline by virtue of some interesting kind of verbal gymnastics that the department uses. So those waiting lists are there, whatever they are, and we're going to stay at level funding. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. The FMAP, yeah. In your deliberations with Medicaid, did the increase in FMAP across all sectors for West Virginia, was it discussed?
Yes, I mean,
do we know how much that? I'm sorry.
Every possibility of, again, revenue enhancement or leveraging was discussed.
Sure. Do we have any idea? My understanding is it's going to go up almost 0.4% next year. I'm sorry, beginning in January. Do we know how much money that is?
I don't have that in front of me. I mean, it's going from 71.42% to 71.8%.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
Yeah.
It is an increase.
But we really, is there a factor?
There is, but I don't have that number in front of me. I'm sorry.
Because for some reason, in my mind, I think it's like $25 million a point.
Okay.
I believe that's
Maybe I ought to
close.
ask you the questions then.
Sure. So, with respect to that, we will see somewhat of an increase by virtue of the FMAP in 2017, beginning in January. I believe that's right. I think it begins in January.
Yes.
Now, the other thing is that I note in the documentation, DHHR has vouchsafed, and be careful of that when they vouchsafe anything, okay? That, I'd say that with all respect to the agency. But they say that the FMAP for the Medicaid expansion population was reduced by the federal government by 5%. That's true. It goes from 100%, which it is today, to 95%. Do we know when that actually happens?
First, 2017, I guess.
Oh, yeah, it was like January, I guess. I'm trying to guess. But within the document, here it says that that's a $14 million increase, and yet it won't begin until halfway through our 16-17 year. So would it not rather be $7 million?
I can't answer that. You know, in addition to the budget, including their general revenue budget, $43 million in PEIA dollars, there was roughly, what is that?
Was it $68 million?
There was roughly $69 million of additional increases at DHHR to cover programs such as this, as well as inflation.
Yeah, the biggest part of that probably was it not medical inflation?
Yes, yes, it is.
Let's talk about PEI only very briefly. You've talked about it a lot.
Everybody wants to talk about it. Why not?
Yeah, we've been there, done that. We're going to do it again. I believe the PEI director suggested there would be $29 million in savings because of a switch to a different provider for their billings. Is that correct?
Yes, he did mention that to all of us.
Okay. Did he describe how that this new agent is going to achieve that $29 million?
We did not get into specifics other than a change in provider that was more competitive in the marketplace. Free market at work.
Okay, I'd rather suggest that what will happen is that that provider will come up with a different formulary, and there will be additional costs passed along to our employees. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Gentleman from the 16th, Delegate Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I was going to ask for the finance chair to answer questions, but he's tired. So I won't do that. I'd like to speak against the bill, if that's all right.
Gentleman may proceed.
I've been here 20 years and retiring, probably to the pleasure of some. And in the last 3 years, I have been asking for a tax increase. And it's been mildly received, to say the least. And I found that the problem seems to be that I have not called it budget revenue enhancement. This House has had 2 opportunities to do the simplest budget revenue enhancement that at this point, in my opinion, is available. And you all know I'm going to say a 1-cent sales tax. We had the opportunity with House Bill 2704. And other ideas came up to lower the tax and broaden the base. And that worked about like the Hindenburg did, I think. And then we had Senate Bill 555. And that had the tax increase and other things that certainly weren't very popular. 2704 has been tabled. If, as the gentleman from someplace up the road, up 79, has said, the governor would craft a very narrow call, it might be possible to have a sales tax increase. And I feel absolutely certain on a secret ballot that would pass. I don't know about when you have to push your red or green button if it would pass or not, but I'll bet it's close. And I think that should that have been in this, you all probably, you the majority, could have actually passed a budget in the 60-day session as opposed to going into an extended or coming back later. Because of that, I will vote against the budget just because you've passed the easiest way in the world to make this a balanced budget, broad-based, with only a small revenue enhancement measure that comes the closest to letting all West Virginians help get us out of the hole. I intend to vote no. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lady from the 48th, Delegate Waxman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Would the distinguished Chair of Finance rise, please? There seems to be a little bit of confusion. Does the Finance Committee have the ability to direct the department heads as to how they should spend their money?
The Finance Committee puts dollars in particular line items. And then within the budget, certain programs are directive language, funding the Tri-State Airport, for instance.
So do we have the control to tell the Department of Highways that they should heed the advice from the document that was created as they were to save the $24 million? Do we have the ability for them to implement, to tell them to implement those changes, those administrative changes to save money within their department?
Efficiency changes are more of a management change, and so this body, unfortunately, the Secretary doesn't report to us, I guess. He reports to the Governor.
And I believe we did, as a committee, make recommendations to the Secretary of DHHR that perhaps the billing of our free clinics or billing for the free clinics and billing for our health departments may not produce the revenues necessary. So did we not recommend that more money be put into those budgets?
That was a recommendation of the subcommittee that spent weeks with that particular department, yes.
Were our recommendations agreed to?
They're in the budget.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Gentleman from the 17th, Delegate Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rainy Day Fund, Reserve Fund. Rainy Day Fund, Reserve Fund. I guess I just want to say a few things. This budget goes into the Rainy Day Fund, and it goes into these one-time monies to finance our current budget. And we know that it's radically different than what the Senate proposed, and the governor has already said that he's probably going to veto it, or he's expressed a lot of discomfort with that. But really the last person we should be criticizing about that issue is the Chair of Finance. And if I was in his shoes with the hand he's been dealt, we did that so we didn't have to make further cuts into many of these vital programs. And so you sit here and you say, gosh, it's real easy to say, gosh, I'm going to vote against the budget because it does those things and it's going to create all these problems and we'll be back here with bigger problems. But when I look around, I say, when we look at our budget problems, do we have a budget problem or do we have a trust problem here? And in dealing with the budget and these supplementals over the years, most of the time the attitude was kind of like, and I've definitely said this to other members, oh, trust me, the money will flow back in with this supplemental. And it's been very rare in my 10 years we've had this type of arguments about where's the money going or what's it doing in the medical trust fund. So I wish this would be the end whenever we push the red or the green button today and leave here. But I think we all know it's not. We're going to be back here either with a conference budget or a totally new thing if the governor vetoes the budgets in the end. But I think we have a serious trust problem. And the Senate seems not to suffer from that as bad as we have. And that's why I proposed that amendment yesterday. So I'm going to be a vote for no today, and I hope that we can come back and come up with a plan to resolve our trust issues. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 10th, Delegate Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask that we return to the second order of business for the purpose of introductions.
Is there objection? Gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the North Gallery today, we have some distinguished folks from Wood County. Lindsay Kerr, if she'd stand, Debbie Newsom, and Sam Winans. Lindsay and Debbie are representatives here today from the Wood County Development Authority.
You're watching the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia Channel. This is live from the House of Delegates. We are rolling on the Senate, and we'll show you that as soon as the House takes some sort of break. We want to keep with this budget debate for a little while, and then take it through perhaps the brunch bill, and then show you what the Senate has done. They've taken up voter ID and other issues as well, clicking right along in the Senate. So stick with us on the West Virginia Channel. We'll bring as much information as we possibly can for you. The House right now simply debating Senate Bill 269, the budget bill, which will eventually go into a conference committee anyway, but they are standing to talk about the state budget and its problems. Back to the House.
Registered nurses, physical therapists, occupational therapists, and speech therapists. Would there be a potential that a health department with a cut may not be able to continue to provide that service?
I can't get into the specifics of how any individual health department would operate.
But would there be a potential if they had a tight budget already and they were looking at a cut in their budget?
I would assume yes. You probably have much more greater knowledge than me.
And that is what I was referring to. And whenever we're talking about the health departments are going to be able to bill, which I think that is an awesome idea, I think that's great, but is there a cost whenever an office starts doing billing that has never done billing before?
You know what? I guess there's a cost with change. And times have changed. New opportunities are available. And whether change has a financial cost or, daggone it, I don't want to do it cost, hey, it's for the better.
Right. I know some of the local health departments that I have known for several years, they want to do the billing. I just know, as someone who's been involved in billing, that in order to do a proper billing, because you will have audits now that you will be providing billing to certain industries, so you'll have audits that you'll have to be sure that your billing coding is correct. Actually, now aren't there billing specialists now that you have to be sure that you're coding what you're billing for correctly in order to get your money?
I'm not in the healthcare field, so I'm sorry.
So those were the concerns that I voiced with knowing that health departments run on a shoestring budget, knowing that these would be great things that they could do, but it could cause them to have to reevaluate what programs they provide. But thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Gentleman from the 34th, Delegate Boggs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ask unanimous consent to return to the second order of business for an introduction.
Is there objection? Hearing no objection, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to have today paging from Braxton County High School, 9th grader, Garrett Perkins. Garrett, if you would stand, and his mother, Linda, is in the back gallery. If she would stand, along with my wife, Jean. Please make them all welcome.
Lady from the 57th, Delegate Rowan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Request to return to the second order of business for the purpose of an introduction.
Is there objection? Lady may proceed.
On behalf of the entire delegation from Mineral County, I'd like to welcome our pages from Frankfort Middle School: Noah Kinska, Peyton Shanholz, Caitlin Chris, Raylyn Crow, Abigail Craddock, Connor Parrish, and Brian Gow. And from West Virginia's oldest county, we have paging with us from Romney Middle School, Daniel Barb. They're here with friends and family: Sherilyn Brian Christ, Patricia Jeremy Gow, Jerry Crow, Kay Craddock, Joseph Kiska, Angie and Avery Shanholtz and Susan Parrish. Would the House please give them a wild and wonderful West Virginia welcome?
The light's on, or is there anyone else for introductions? Gentleman from the 22nd, Delegate Eldridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In West Gallery, I have a friend of mine from here, from I think Martinsburg, originally from Boone County. Perry Ballard, he entered a boxing ring in 1999, and he just retired last year. And over his career, he had eight national and world titles in his boxing career. Perry's been an inspiration to many people. He had a 17-year boxing career. You know, he had his last fight, he became a foundation of the super middleweight championship. Perry is one of 3 world champions in the state of West Virginia. And one of his fights, he fought a 10-time world champion, a Hector Macho Camacho, where I think he got knocked out. But I'd like for him to stand and the floor make him feel welcome.
Gentleman 24, Delegate Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of myself, Rodigario, White, Eldridge, Markham, Moffitt, we have pages from Southman Grade School, student leadership team. They're paging for us. If they would stand as I say their names: Lucas Browning, Bo Thompson, Ben Vest, Chloe Dugan, Braylon Kinzer, and Layla Knoll. And they are escorted along with their parents and principal, Miss Knoll, and guidance counselor, Miss Lucas. If they would stand and the House make them welcome. Thank you. Go Billies.
Are any of the other lights on introductions? Gentleman from the 19th, Delegate Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of Don Perdue and myself, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of a gentleman from Pritchard, West Virginia, Wayne County. His name is Herb Muncie. He's a retired school teacher and very active in the AARP. Herb, would you stand? House, please make him a warm welcome.
Further introductions. Gentleman from 55th, Delegate SPONAUGLE.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to say, quite frankly, this budget's garbage, and we should reject it flat out. That's about the easiest I can say about it. And there's 2 parts to this big pile of garbage that we're sitting here dealing with. The first is the structure of the budget. The structure. We as a state have a problem because we are bringing in about $800 if it was a household income, and we're spending $1,000 a month. That's what we're doing. So we got 2 options. We can raise revenues, we can cut, or we can do a combination of both. We're doing neither. We're raiding accounts. Half the accounts we're grabbing, the money's already encumbered. We don't even know if it's encumbered or not. Agencies are coming in saying, you can't do that. We're going to lose money. It's tied to federal funds. We're just grabbing. Trying to coast on out through here. Now, if you want to decide to cut government, which a lot of you ran on, then cut government. Our side, our position has been we want to raise revenues. Let's have a debate about it. Not just grab rainy day fund or any funds out there to try to slide this on through. It's my understanding, talking to the administration, it's so bad that if this budget passes, our 6-year plan gets turned upside down, and we're going to drop our bond rating. Financial institutions are looking at this state and saying, your plan's so bad that we're going to drop your bond rating. That's how bad this budget is. Back in 2014, when this House passed a budget similar to this, although the state has cut about 20% of government over the past 3 years, 2014, then House Minority Leader Tim Armstead spoke to the State Journal on the floor, spoke against the budget's passage, saying taking money out of the rainy day fund would be a step backward financially. Armstead compared the rainy day fund to a savings account and said that a personal savings account taking extra money out to cover regular living expenses isn't the best cause of action. He also expressed concerns that could negatively affect the state's bond rating. What's changed? What's changed? Nothing. Several years ago, this body cut $500 million in revenues for tax cuts. $500 million. Got rid of the food tax, cut the corporate net, got rid of the business franchise tax, all came out to about $500 million. And instead of this body saying, you know what, we might have messed up, we relied too much on the severance tax, we might have to look at revenue again. No, can't do that. We're just going to keep grabbing from the rainy day funds. Instead of, if you want to cut down to the bone, are we going to do that? No, we're going to grab from the rainy day funds. We're out of bounds. We're out of whack. And, you know, the Senate, we all, on the Democratic side yesterday, we took up the Senate's bill because they made hard choices over there, and they sent it over to the House. Hard choices. Something that this body is incapable of dealing with. It's garbage. But yet, part also in this budget that we have heard, we finally saw the great PEI plan of 2016. Pushed right in this budget. Kept hearing we're going to hear plans in the budget. The budget's going to fix it. What's this budget do to fix PEI? Very little. It goes ahead and puts into place the $30 million in benefit cuts in 2016. It adds another $7 million in benefit cuts in 2017. And then we're also asking all the 220,000 or 230,000 West Virginians, you're going to pay an additional $24 million for less benefits. Now, I keep hearing some of you in here saying, it's fully funded, it's fully funded. Well, you're pretty good politicians when you go back home and you tell those folks, because they're going to see that bill come July 1st. And they're going to say, I thought you said it was fully funded. My premiums just bounced up 12%. You're not telling me the truth. You can say whatever you want. We're just here in a few months. You have to answer them. It sickens me. It absolutely sickens me that we tried hard yesterday to at least fix so premiums wouldn't go up. So the citizens in the state of West Virginia, it just could save money instead of keep taking money out of their pockets. We are in the running to be the worst bosses in the United States. We haven't given anybody pay raises for years. Last year we cut the retirement package in this state. So if new people coming in, there's less incentive to work for the state. And this year, we're taking more money out of their pocket by failing to fix PEI. And guess what? If this budget were to pass, there's another $60 million in benefit cuts coming up later this summer. It's just one-time money. There is no fix to this. At some point in time, we got to decide as a state if we're going to take care of our employees. You know, we had no problem coming in here and saying, due to lack of competitiveness, we're going to give $115 million away in corporate tax cuts because we're not competitive. But yet when it comes to our teachers, we can't recruit them, we can't retain them. When it comes to our state police, when it comes to retirees, when it comes to state roads, now we'll neglect them. That's garbage. This whole budget's garbage. And we can do better for the citizens of the state of West Virginia. And I am embarrassed. On the 59th day of a 60-day legislative session, this is the best that we can do. And then the general lady from the 36 was asking the finance chair about what if one of the supplementals doesn't pass? What can we do? Well, he said the first line item would be striking the $47 million out of PEI. Priorities. It's pretty apparent where the priorities lay with this body, and it's not with the working citizens of the state of West Virginia. This budget spells it out fully. I urge rejection.
John from the 27th, Delegate Gerhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wrote down a few comments. First line of those is good morning. I think I may have Come a little late for that. I don't know about you guys, but I got up early this morning, 5 o'clock. I hit the gym. I am rocking and ready to get 2 days worth of work done and turn the wheel south and move back to God's country. I intend to be brief, though I think my manner of presentation may differ just a little bit from the gentleman of the 55th. I think most of you all in this chamber may recognize that I have not been altogether happy with the budget that's before us. And I probably, if it were up to me alone, would have formed it a little differently. And I don't want you folks on my left, both literally and figuratively, to get too awful happy about that, because I'm assuming that if the budget that I would have formed were before you, you would be less likely to push green than you are now. Frankly, I would prefer this budget to be a little leaner. I would like it to reflect the downturn that we are experiencing in revenue. I would prefer for all the money over government to be exposed and lifted to the light of day and to either be used or returned to the citizen taxpayers. I prefer for us to take less from our citizens as a government and for our government to stay within its role. Most of you all also probably know that I was the only Republican member of the House Finance Committee that voted no on this budget. And I'm willing to tell you that if it's true, somebody will have to point it out, but I don't recall in the 6 years that I've been here voting on the same bill in committee on the House floor differently. I think most of you would, like me or not, would probably admit to the fact that I'm relatively consistent. However, last night, I sat here in the chamber and listened to the debate on the amendments. I listened to my good friend, and we have lots of joking back and forth over here. My good friend from the 50th and my friend next door here from Kanawha County talk about raising taxes. And I think that's a horrible thing. I don't think there's anything worse that we can do to our economy in its fragile state than to raise taxes. And I'm here to tell you that this budget doesn't raise taxes. We keep that fragile balance. We don't take from the people we want to benefit by eliminating PEI premiums in the one hand and take out of their pocket via the tax rolls in the other. This budget does not raise taxes. I also heard my friend from the 50th last night refer to a tax pledge. And I'm here to tell you and to admit before this body that on multiple times I have endorsed that pledge. Now, I don't know when the last time was I endorsed it, but I'd willingly endorse it today if it were before me, because I think the exact wrong thing to do for the people in the state of West Virginia is to increase their taxes. This budget doesn't do it. The gentleman from Raleigh's amendment last night and the comments from the minority leader also talked a lot about funding to PEIA, and it reminded me of a recurring nightmare that we've had on this floor, mentioned by the gentleman from the 55th, the gentleman from the 3rd, a number of others, with regard to funding PEIA. We have heard, how are you going to fund PEIA? How are you going to fund PEIA? Over and over and over. The budget that's before you funds PEIA. It has a $43.5 million line item to PEIA that is the exact number that came from Democrat Governor Earl Ray Tomblin. We also have heard we need money for roads. I work with the Roads Committee, so it's somewhat near and dear to my heart. And while it's not as much as I might like to see, there's $29 million in this budget for roads. This legislature has also acted on several items from a road audit that only came out New Year's Eve. So I think we're going to continue to find not only more money for roads, but more efficient ways to spend the money that we have. And when you consider that that same audit found that the Department or Division of Highways had $162 million unspent on our roads, I think that both of those measures are prudent and that this legislature has taken appropriate action. Now, I'm going to tell you, and as I've said before, I don't particularly care for every part of this budget. But I do think that this budget has positives. And I'm going to tell you, my friend, my good friend, finance chairman, will be the first to tell you that I have been less than pleasant to deal with on this budget. Matter of fact, I think he would probably tell you that I have been a royal pain wherever you want to imagine. And I'm willing to bet that if I asked him to meet me over at Go-Mart Sunday morning to buy a tank of gas so that I would go south and not come back for a while, he would gladly fill it to the brim. No doubt. And I thank you for that comment. And I'm going to tell you that my vote in committee expresses the displeasures that I have with the budget. But I'm also going to tell you that my vote today is going to express the good things that I have found in the budget. And I do believe that the good things that we have in this budget outweigh the bad. And I will be, for the first time, if you will, voting differently on the floor than I did in committee. And I urge the balance of the members today to vote yes. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 36th Delegate Row.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Some questions of the chair, if he would, please.
Gentleman,
if it's permissible, I'd like to ask about the budget process. We were told several weeks ago that just follow the budget process. We'll have a plan. We'll have a budget. It's Friday before the last day, and I'm going through the numbers, and it's really hard for me, being on judiciary, to understand exactly what I'm looking at. But I'm struck with the problem of how we have a budget and the display. At my church, we have the year before expenditures and then the budget year planned expenditures. We have some display spreadsheets that show, where we've been and where we're going to go. And I'm wondering, does finance have that material available to the members of the committee?
Each committee member received just that on our first day that they sat in that committee, of last year's budget versus the proposed governor's budget.
Okay, but only 1 year look back?
Yes.
Okay. There are organizations, I think, that will look back 4 or 5 years, correct?
I'm assuming so, yes.
Okay. Would that be something that we could do? We're trying to solve multi-year problems with the budget, and I'm just wondering would it require a rule change for us to have that material at the beginning of the session, and just to sort of flow through?
Probably require a much larger budget.
Well, it may end up being more paper, but it certainly could be on a spreadsheet basis. The next question would be, is there any, as I understand it, yesterday it was pretty clear from the Vice Chair of Finance that to raise a tax, we have to do that by a bill, special bill, not the budget, correct?
Yes.
And so we who are not on finance, really, the next day to the last, are confronted with a budget that we really can't, as you might know, I favored the tobacco tax because it was going to save estimated 31,000 people from continuing to smoke. But I haven't been given an opportunity to do that. I put a bill in for it, but I haven't been able to vote. And I'm just wondering if there's some way that we could change the rules so that some of these revenue enhancements, as we want to call them now, could be voted on the floor. And several of them, perhaps propose the top 5 possibilities and how much is proposed, and see if the members would be able to vote. I think there's a sense in the body that the leadership does not present, and this was true before, the leadership doesn't present a measure on the floor unless it's going to likely pass. And I'm wondering if any sort of, if you can think of any creative way that we might be able to approach the budget system beyond what we're doing today.
I guess we have a process that's been in place ever since the state became a state. And there is a finance committee of 25 members, bipartisan, just like there is a judiciary committee.
Right.
And it's populated with people that are exposed to the financial side, and then recommendations come out of that committee to this body, just like every other committee, whether it be Judiciary or Transportation.
Well, I guess I expressed my concern before, several weeks ago, that it's a process that I'm not able, institutionally, I am not capable of participating in because I'm on Judiciary. And I realize that a lot of other members that aren't on Judiciary are seeing a flood of bills that we pass, wondering what in the world are we doing. I understand the committee process.
Is there a question with the budget?
But the question is does the committee process work to produce a budget that is something that's participated on by the membership, do you think?
I think it is, and we're having debate right now.
But fairly late in the session, too late to introduce a bill for or to move a bill on a tobacco tax, correct? It's too late for that. Or is it?
You know, for the gentleman's sake, we pass numerous bills throughout this whole session, so the budget must be at the end of session to incorporate what this body, as well as the other, passes.
But a lack of passage.
And again, you want to keep getting back on the tobacco tax. That was handled in committee. It was voted down. We took up amendments that narrowed that down. It was a bipartisan amendment. It was voted down. Your chair here has already stated today, I voted no in order to bring that bill up for reconsideration because I've heard it from so many members. But a bipartisan offer, we couldn't move forward.
Can we, if we go into special session, raise a revenue? Are we going to be barred in that if the governor calls us into special session?
You know, it's up to the governor's call, as I know. I have not been around this process that long to have seen one of those.
Me either. Me either.
And
but
I hope
next
we don't
week,
have to
if
go
we
that
were to
route.
continue next week, will we be able to propose bills that may enhance revenues?
It's all up to the governor's call. And I'm hopeful that this body passes a balanced budget that the governor will accept and we move on.
Well, one of the things, thank you, sir. One of the things as I go through this budget, and it's many, many pages, is I'm struck by the fact that we have, for example, environmental protection. It runs on for many pages, and it's broken down into different funds and agencies. I mean, an incredible number, in fact. Let's see, I had them written here. Solid waste, hazardous waste, air pollution, special reclamation fund, oil and gas fund, oil and gas operating permit, and so on. And a lot of those have personal services attached to them. And I'm wondering if there's any efficiency in having the department as a whole deal with the personal services rather than having them done by fund and specific divisions. Air pollution control, environmental laboratory fund. They have lots of them have personal services, and I'm just wondering if they are split up, if it's only split up in our budget, or is each one of those funds have its own receptionist and website and Xerox machine and phone service, you know?
I think the best answer for the gentleman is that we have different functions within a department. And if we want to use DEP as an example, there are a number of separate functions, whether it be to deal with coal, gas, or whatnot. Right. And that's an appropriate way, just like the private sector, to put these per function, or separating them by function. Also, and I'll get back to the thick report that I showed you earlier, there are a number of special revenue accounts that have been set up by language that this body, bills that this body has passed that require certain things to be done. Those fund people.
In other words, they may not be just assigned to the duties of that particular fund, but we're just, assessing some amount of the budget for personal services that would be in regard to the fund?
Well, each fund is directed to a specific purpose or overall purpose.
Right. Well, when the agency comes in, do they come in with a representative for each of the funds, or do they come in with one person to present? I mean, how is it approached by the agency?
It's both. Both.
Your opinion, do you think that we could have some savings on personal services if they were combined for the department as a whole rather than individually by fund?
You know, there's savings throughout this whole budget. But in a 60-day time frame, as I mentioned before, in our committee process and listening to the agencies, it's been very difficult.
Has the reduction with the Department of Environmental Protection been on a percentage reduction basis, or is it item by item?
What you're seeing is just part of their budget when you're looking at that general revenue line item. Most of DEP in particular are in special revenue accounts. Special revenue accounts.
Right. And so there's no reduction in those, in the expenses associated with those accounts?
We have heard from the Secretary that, and we'll just bring up the coal industry again.
Yeah.
There are a couple of specific funds that have, revenue is generated from various operations of the coal sector. That pays for inspectors and reclamation and other things. Well, as these companies go out of business or can no longer pay the bills, well, some of these inspectors and others that are state employees are unfortunately also let go. That's in a special revenue line item.
Okay. If I may go to a different topic, healthcare cost review authority appears to have $6.7 million in personal services. And I'm wondering, we did pass a bill, I don't know that it's going to become law, we did pass a bill to eliminate its rate-setting authority, and I'm wondering if it lost that rate-setting authority, if we'd see a savings in that $6.7 million personal services.
Can't answer your question.
In other words, we've appropriated it for them to use, and then if it turns out that they don't need it, then it would be just money left in their budget at the end of the year?
Again, that's part of the conference process. If that bill passes, that would be brought up in the conference.
All right. And now in your budgeting process, I see on motor vehicle, this is on page 120 to 121, motor vehicle inspection fund, it shows a $3.2 million item, and $1.7 million is personal services. Is that for the folks to do the inspections, or is that for, how would we spend $1.7 million on personal services?
That was, that fund is populated with the dollars. As a matter of fact, we passed a bill here earlier this session where our inspection fees would go up $2, and that's reflected in that budget.
In other words, that's the money that goes in, but I'm wondering about what goes out on personal services of $1.7 million.
I believe that personal services is a line item that's unchanged, and the big increase has to deal with equipment.
Okay. All right, let's see. Just a moment, sir. On highways, I note that that there's an interstate construction amount of $100 million.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Interstate construction, $100 million. Is that directed toward particular interstate construction?
New construction. And then there's federal dollars in the federal accounts that match that in some percentage.
Is that quarter H, or where's that going to go?
I can't tell you right now, but we receive a report when the Secretary comes before us of his projects that he's funding.
On higher education, I think you said there was a 1% cut. Is that correct?
1% that the governor had on higher ed as well as K through 12.
Okay, and the budget proposes to continue that 1% cut?
Continues the majority of that, yes.
That's actually much less than has been done before, correct?
Some sense.
Well, I mean, I thought he had been taking 7% and making cuts in higher education of 7%, 4%, and is this year's 1?
The 7.5, 4 were more to agencies, and then he has, with higher ed in particular, just last year, the year before, did some directive cuts. So it's different each year.
And the cuts in higher ed are across the board, 1%?
Yes.
Correct. And how do you approach the judicial budget? I know you said that they set their own budget, but how do you approach them and discuss their budget? And is there any way to encourage them to save money?
They come just like others and present to us. And yes, that's a constant issue. But again, as I mentioned before, constitutionally, they are off the table. But this year, through discussions with the chief, we were able to save $2 million. But we also heard from the chief that legislation that this body has passed in the last 2 years has in fact increased his budget by $12 million because of mandates.
Yes, including the new judgeships that we voted last year.
Yep. Drug courts.
On page 129, the workers' comp old fund, it shows $550 million. Now, can you explain that for me as briefly as possible, what that item in the budget is? I have a general idea about the old fund and the fact that we had severance taxes that were to fund it, and we've removed those taxes on coal, oil, and gas. But we're spending. It looks like we're spending $550 million on old fund. Is that just money there, or are we actually appropriating that amount of money? It's on page 129, item 242.
Yeah, that's just an annual line item of spending authority. What's that?
Which one is he talking about?
Is that, no, he's looking at this current spend. 549. What's that 549? Is that a fund balance or what?
No, this is spending authority only.
So I'm instructed that they have ongoing claims.
Right.
And that 500 plus figure is basically spending authority. And again, there are other special revenue accounts that have been funded over time with money that would come out of. But that's just a spending authority limit.
Based on prior year spending authority and actual expenses, can we anticipate getting some of that money not paid as expense and remain in the general revenue budget to help us?
Again, that's not a general revenue line item. Okay. That's not a general, and plus, when monies go into that workers' comp fund, they are there for one purpose: to handle those claims.
And so, actuarially, we think that amount of money, that $550 million in the fund, is going to be sufficient to cover old claims?
Yes.
Great. All right. The Public Service Commission has $11 million in personal services. I know they also have a special funding systems, but was there any explanation about their $11 million in personal services?
They gave us a whole report on the whole budget.
And then a question on the lottery funds. I couldn't tell, I wasn't sure in looking at the budget document, how much money do we get from lottery? And I would, if you can break it down by horse racing, greyhound racing, and also video lottery machines. Was it in?
We don't have that information in front of us. And you can see on the graphs that I presented as far as what lottery brings into our general revenue. So,
I'm looking on the second pie graph at the bottom. Is that what reveals the lottery amounts?
Which page?
On the back page of today's handout.
Yes. That's the net dollars to our general revenue.
Okay. So it would be $284 million plus $15 million plus $135 million?
Yes.
But you don't have the breakdown as to horse racing, greyhound, or machines?
No.
Off the top of your head, can you think how much we're getting out of gray machines?
A lot of money.
Greyhound racing, a lot of money?
Much less so, and it's declining all the time.
Yeah. And then horse racing, don't know.
Again, another one that's on the decline.
Okay. Thank you, sir, very much.
Thank you.
The gentleman from the 30th, Delegate Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You can sit down. Take a rest. Address the bill if I can. I'd just like to preface my statement by saying that my no vote on this bill in no way should be interpreted negatively on the great respect and gratitude I have to the chairman and in particular staff in the Finance Committee. We're fortunate at this most challenging of times to have the caliber of the people that we do have that sit in that room and are in those offices. When we were in this chamber 12 months ago looking at the 2016 budget, I know that none of us anticipated that we'd find ourselves in this situation. And that's why we're in this situation. We don't have the luxury of looking back, but we need to move forward. Mr. Chairman, I think you and I and others that have studied this situation, this problem we find ourselves responsibly, have many of the same concerns. I'm concerned about the additional cuts on top of the cuts we've already seen of 20% or more. I'm concerned about the underlying structural imbalance in the base budget and the issue and use of one-time monies from rainy day and surplus balances to get us through 2017, and that in the outgoing years we're upside down and we've got a hole, and that puts our bond rating at risk. I'm very concerned that despite claims otherwise, PEA is not fully funded, and the retirees and state workers will see a 12% increase in their premiums with no plan to address the additional need of $60 million in 2018 and every year thereafter. And for these reasons, I'll be voting no. I thank you for your work on this budget, and I look forward to and I welcome the opportunity to continue to do so in the days and months ahead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
John from the 58th, Delegate Coles.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I've had the great honor to serve as the majority leader for the last 2 years, and it has indeed been a great honor for me. I will tell you, however, that has also been a great challenge for me. I find myself today, and you know, I appreciate the comments of the respect to the chairman and the staff, but I struggle at the same time. I deal with comments about how this is garbage, and it's just not so. 2 years ago, I was a member of the minority party, and looking over the budget that I was trying to decide how my vote would be on, in that budget, there was a number in that budget, $147,552,295. Oh, I'm sorry, $147 million. That was the amount of money that came out of the rainy day fund in that budget that I, as a member of the minority party, was asked to vote on. $147 million out of the rainy day fund. And coincidentally, it was also transferred to the Medicaid Trust Fund as the vehicle to appropriate that money. Was it then skirting our responsibility? The inability to make the changes, the tax, climate, the regulations, the jobs in the economy? We didn't cut spending then or sweep agency accounts? Today, what we have before us is a decent, good plan, a good proposal before you. $29 million to roads, $67 million to PEIA, $70 million to Medicaid. Important new spending, not garbage, important new spending. We've tried to limit the cuts to higher education. That's for worker training, the college going rate. Struggled really hard upstairs to limit any cuts to higher education. Cuts and sweeps and transfers, that's what the struggle and effort's been in finance. Because we're trying real hard to shield the taxpayer, That's not garbage. We want to live within our means, defend the taxpayer, defend a raid on the taxpayer's pockets as the easy way out. That's not garbage. We're tapping in this budget proposal before you the revenue shortfall to the tune of about $32 million. That is far less than the $147 million. This budget proposal before you funds teachers and seniors and veterans and waivers for poor and aged and disabled people, safety, EMS, fire department, state workers, PEIA. These are important spending items, and that's what's before you. It's a responsible plan. It treats the taxpayers fairly, and I urge your support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from 20th, Doug Moffett, or for Markham, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, we've heard some talk that I think needs cleared up in regards to the money for roads. I think the chair of the Roads Committee said we have $29 million for roads. Well, I did some breakdowns back here looking at how much it costs to build a highway in the state of West Virginia nationwide. $29 million will be lucky to build 2 to 3 miles of 4-lane highway in this state. $29 million will be lucky to build between 8 and 10 miles of 2-lane highway in this state. Ladies and gentlemen, that's nothing to be proud of. We should be focusing on PEIA, our seniors, retirees, teachers, and our roads. We just paid out how much to the Court of Claims? A lot of money, and a majority of that was due to our poor roads. But yet the majority wants to be proud that we're only putting $29 million to roads. That's only going to pave 2 to 3 miles of 4-lane highway. Let's get real. And we've heard revenue measures don't have bipartisan support. You got the majority, run the bills.
The gentleman from the 50th, Doug Mansion.
Yeah, it's time to get back with the gentleman from the distinguished chair of finance yield for some questions.
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yield.
Who do you think's good? You looked a little reluctant there. Did you discuss? I heard you talk about having gone to the agencies and asked them about cuts, and I wasn't too sure that I understood what you meant by that earlier in the conversation. Could you explain to me what you meant?
I issued a letter to the agencies. They all responded. Each member of the Finance Committee received copies of what those responses were.
I mean, what were you asking them?
I think, as I stated before, the general purpose of the letter asked them, what would you do if requested to cut your general revenue budget by an additional 6.5%, as long as that had no effect or any of those cuts didn't have federal dollars tied to them.
Okay. Now, is the list that's contained in the $72 million expiration, was that created out of the responses that you got from those agencies? In other words, they all said, this is money we can live without cutting services or endangering federal programs?
2 different items. One's general revenue, the other's special revenue.
Well, did you ask them about the $72 million?
The letter was focused on general revenue.
And I appreciate that's that letter. I'm just talking about, did you ever have a conversation with all of these agencies from which you have swept $72 million about whether or not it would affect services or programs?
We've had discussions with those agencies.
So did all of them agree that these amounts could be taken without any harmful effects to services, programs, or to their federal obligations?
You know, many of these being asked for the first time to look at some of their accounts that have been there for years without questions, of course they do not want someone coming in and looking at those excess funds.
No, I mean, I understand that reluctance, but my question was, did they tell you that you could take these monies without endangering federal obligations that we have,
we received all
without
kinds
cutting programs and without cutting services?
We received all kinds of responses.
So I take it that they did not all say that there will be no effect on program services or our obligations to the federal government. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. Now, let me just ask you about a few. I see number 1509, the Consumer Protection Fund. Could you tell us about that account?
Mr. Speaker, we'll handle that, will we not, with the next bill?
Are you referring to the line item within the budget, or are you talking about?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I mean, in all fairness, what we've been told is that this budget that we have before us is conditioned upon these monies in order to make it balanced. So I'm exploring whether or not I'm really voting on a balanced budget or not.
Are you referring, though, to line items within this budget and the questions that you're asking, or are you just asking about the supplementals?
I'm referring to the $72 million supplemental appropriation that has been discussed by several people already in this body.
I would just ask that you can, I'll give you a little bit of leeway here, but if you're diving into the details of that supplemental, rather than just how it affects this overall budget in general, then I would ask you would do so when we get to the supplemental.
And I'll simply say that I believe that it has an effect on whether or not these monies really can be swept, and that plays a role in my consideration of whether to vote for or against the budget. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. Consumer Protection Fund. Can you explain to us what that is?
Well, I think as the gentleman knows, yes, that's the Consumer Protection Fund under the control of the Attorney General.
And you've swept, I think, $5 million from there, is that right?
It's proposed $5 million.
Did you check how much he really has? Because I've heard rumors that there may be as much as $25 million in that Consumer Protection Fund.
Just like all these funds, I know what the balance. We know what the balance is, and unfortunately, that's not $25 million right now.
Do you know how much it is?
Current balance of $17,849,000.
Is that after the $5 million is withdrawn?
Excuse me?
Is that 17.8 going to be there after this $5 million is swept?
That's the March 7th balance.
Okay. And do you know whether there's money sitting in lawyers' escrow accounts waiting to be distributed to the Attorney General?
Yes, in talks with the Attorney General, one reason that may not be a higher number, or there are some future payments that he must make out of that account.
Okay. And somewhere along the line, I thought we had come to some agreement on how much we would maintain in the Consumer Protection Fund. Am I mistaken about that?
In talks with the Attorney General, there are a number of obligations that he still has, operations to protect the people of West Virginia that are all funded out of that account, no different than many of these other special revenue accounts populated through all our agencies.
Okay. So there's more money out there that is not accounted for. Good enough. And I'm not going to go through all these, but with regards to the Supreme Court Public Financing Fund, how much money was in that before you swept $569,000?
Yeah. With that 595 is the entire remaining balance, because two candidates for the office have both already expired or been paid funds out of that account. So this is the remaining dollars in that account.
And what is the revenue stream to build that account back up in time for the next Supreme Court election?
The revenue stream that was put in place to fund that was It came out of general revenue initially, and then there were funds that came from the purchasing card of the auditor.
Is there an ongoing stream to
I
replace
believe
this money?
Yeah. Going forward, the account would be appropriated as needed.
So in other words, there is no ongoing stream of money to replace this money that's in this account.
That is correct.
So unless we come up with money in the future, we're going to end the Supreme Court public campaign financing program.
Just like most any line item, subject to the appropriation approval of this body.
I'll save some of the other questions for later, but going back to well, there is another question. There is a House Bill 602, I'm sorry, Senate Bill 602, that's a patient injury compensation fund. And my understanding was that there was supposed to be about $3.5 million appropriated to it as part of the winding down and part of accomplishing the purposes of that bill. Can you tell me where that money's coming from, and is that accounted for in the budget?
Haven't seen the bill. Don't know anything about that.
So you don't, are there some BRIM monies out there that are supposed to, you don't know anything about any of that?
You're going into an area I have no knowledge of.
Have you taken any money from BRIM or the Old Physicians Mutual Insurance Fund for use in this budget?
No.
So in terms of the 2018 budget, how many dollars do we project as our deficit for them?
Now, we're worried about 2017 right now.
I understand, but we have 2018 projections, don't we?
The 6-year that's been provided by the governor, yes, it's over a $100 million deficit right now.
For 2018?
Yes, and that also includes various expenditure proposals.
Okay. And do we expect to do all those on one-time cuts as well, or one-time expirations of accounts?
Now let me ask, we're talking about fiscal year 18 or now?
Yeah, 2018. I thought that deficit was much larger.
I'm worried about funding. We all ought to be worried about 17 right now. This is the bill in front of us.
Well, I'm worried about 18 too. I'm worried about 2019. I'm worried about the next 10 years for the state of West Virginia, quite frankly.
We all are.
Okay. And it
but we've got to get through this budget first.
If we have projected deficits, it would make sense that we start raising the money necessary to cover those deficits now,
right,
rather than later.
But that 18 budget is also assuming certain revenue projections that the governor puts in front of us. It's assuming certain future effects on our economy, and it also has built into it future payments into the insurance fund.
I'm sorry, future payments into what insurance fund?
DEIA.
Oh.
It has an annual projection of $30 million a year going forward.
But I seem to think that it was more than $100 million projected deficit for 2018. I guess I'm wrong about that?
But you know, and it could be worse if we don't pass this budget here today.
Permission to speak to the bill.
Gentleman may proceed.
Thank you. You know, I'm concerned about this budget bill, particularly because we're not addressing the future problems. At some point, you look at a budget, and I know my good friend from the 27th, who's not here at the moment, talked about protecting the taxpayers. There comes some point at which you can only cut so much out of your household budget. You know, you can only lower the gas so far. You can only lower the temperature in your home so far. You can only get by with a certain amount of food. It feels to me, and I can't imagine that others in this body don't share my opinion, that we are at that bottom point in this state. We have heard about these reports that tell us about all the waste and the fraud and the spending, and yet we have taken no action on any of those, and I presume that that's for good reason, because they're probably not real, because we probably can't do them, and that's why we haven't done them yet. I am concerned. We have talked about a full PEIA fix since we started. We are passing a budget, make no mistake, that there are retirees out there who have been working for 20 years who are going to take a cut on their fixed income of $1,000 a year. We're not talking about 10 or 20 bucks a month. We're talking about $1,000 in after-tax dollars from those individuals. That's what this budget will do. Can't get away from it. There are some that with only 15 to 19 years that are going to take a $1,350 pay cut. That's what we're doing. We have road needs that are way beyond anything that we have addressed in this bill. I didn't even get into what the future holds, but my understanding is that Congress is appropriating significant new dollars for road funding. We're going to have money to match that if we're going to take advantage of it. We need to be prepared. We should be looking towards the future now, not just the next election. I'm going to vote against this bill. I urge all of you to do so. I urge the Chairman of Finance to start looking at ways in which, from a bipartisan standpoint, we can bring together the numbers and the courage to do what the state of West Virginia needs now. I want to remind you all, everybody talks, they're not going to raise taxes, but we've already raised taxes this year. We raised taxes on every private employer, every fire department, and every nonprofit when we did the giveaway earlier in this session. We saddled them with an additional $70 to $100 million in debt.
So, gentlemen, would you please keep your comments to the bill in front of us?
We saddled them with $70 to $100 million in debt. They're going to pay those for years to come. That is a tax increase, any way you take it. If you don't think so, ask them.
Gentleman from 13th, Delegate Ely.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I think statistically, approximately 1 in 6 or 1 in 7 West Virginians that are working for PEIA. And this body, on a bipartisan basis, has worked really hard to come up with a solution to meet the shortfall. And this budget, as it has from the moment it was presented to us by the governor, always funded PEIA. We've heard yesterday about the statutory requirement in the law, about the money, that if we appropriate, if we keep that 80-20 ratio, there's got to be a change on the back end. Now, we've heard a lot about the 1 in 6 or 1 in 7 West Virginians that gets PEIA. But what about the other 6 out of 7? Many of whom have had their insurance skyrocket by a lot more than 12%. If they're even lucky enough to have insurance. I'm not. Neither are the people down the street that work at McDonald's. Neither are the people that work at the Sheets in Polka. They don't have all these great insurance. And so what we're saying, or what some are saying, is that we have to put our hands into their pockets again to fund other people so that they don't see one dime of increase for something that they receive. That's preposterous. We're here to represent everybody, all taxpayers. I heard yesterday that not raising taxes is shirking your responsibility as a delegate. You know, raising taxes, that's the easy solution. Also heard that if we don't raise taxes, and I'm paraphrasing, but if we don't raise taxes, it's unconstitutional. Article 10, Section 5 of the West Virginia Constitution. Well, I looked that up. But whenever any deficiency in the revenue shall exist in any year, it shall, it being the legislature, at the regular session thereof, held next after the deficiency occurs, levy a tax for the ensuing year sufficient with the other sources of income. We are already levying the taxes, and we have identified other sources of income in this budget to bring it in line. So no, regardless of how you feel on this budget, don't oppose it on the basis of constitutional questions, because they're simply false. I'm really proud of the House Finance Committee. I'm really proud of them on a bipartisan basis, because they got handed a load of garbage from the governor, taxing the hardworking people. The lady at McDonald's in Ravenswood has to pay more on her cell phone bill. The lady who doesn't have any insurance at all has to pay more out of her minimum wage check to fund other people's benefits. That's not fair. That's not fair at all. I sympathize with the people that are going to have to pay more for their PEIA. One of them's my dad. I have to go home and give an accounting to him as to why I think he should have to pay a little more for his benefits. I have to give an accounting to over 30 employees that work for the city of Ravenswood for that as well. I have to do that. So this is not something I take lightly, and I think neither of us do on either side of the aisle. But those aren't the only people that we were here to represent. We're here to represent everybody, all taxpayers. It is so easy to raise taxes because it requires no thought whatsoever. Oh, sure. Let this bunch over here, let these dirty smokers, let them pay for it. That tax that we got both from the governor and the Senate, that was garbage. And make no mistake, it is a bipartisan failure. A bipartisan failure from the governor and whoever the heck is running the show over there to come up with such a ridiculous, preposterous budget, to want a regressive tax on tobacco. Statistically speaking, people who smoke are more likely to be poor. So that proposal was to balance the budget on the backs of the working poor. We represent them too, not just people on PEIA. Now, I can understand the passion on both sides of why we feel so strongly to advocate for those on PEIA. Probably because they're one of the largest employers, our government is, in our state. And so that is a lot of people. Maybe if we hadn't spent the past 80 years chasing off all the other taxpayers, we'd have money to pay for that. But we are where we are. And yes, it's easy to point fingers, and I'm new here. And no, I'm not on finance, so I haven't gotten to take part in all the heavy lifting. And I don't even like everything that they did, but that's just how it works down here. That's politics. That's okay. But they have shown such courage and determination and bold leadership, standing up to the governor, standing up to the bipartisan majority in the Senate, and standing up to bipartisan voices in this chamber to produce a far better product than anybody else has had the guts to come up with. And they're to be commended. They got told from day one that they couldn't do it. Wrong. They did. It's not perfect. I don't even know that I like it, but I'm proud of them. That is political courage. That is leadership. Some of us have been criticized for our no tax pledge, myself included. I stand by it. I sign it every day for the rest of the year if I have to. I'm proud of it. It's a commitment to the citizens of this state that somebody is going to have the guts to put on the brakes of the third largest government per person in America. That's what courage is. Drawing a line in the sand, just like the members of the House Finance Committee did, so that they can come up with something better for the people of our state. That's courage. I also believe a man's word is his bond. And then for better or worse, if I tell people I'm not going to raise taxes, I'm not going to do it. I believe a person's word still means something today. The courage would be the easy thing to just go along with a far inferior product that taxes more people, that puts the hand of the government into the working people to pay for the politically favored groups. Not the privileged few. I'm not saying that people on PEIA are living high off the hog. But for whatever reason, that's the group that we seem to spend the most time talking about and forget about what it means to everybody else. You know, government's income should not go up when family's income is going down. But that's what has been proposed to us by many. That's not leadership, that's cowardice. That's the kind of thinking that has held this state back for far too long. I feel like on both sides, we all see an issue and we want to solve it, and that's good. But what we do, inadvertently I think, is that we end up addressing the proximate causes instead of the root causes. You know, we've passed lots of legislation to deal with the drug problem, lots of legislation to deal with, you know, job training or any number of different topics to address these issues, health, that we have in our state. And some of them I voted for, some of them I did not. But all these statistics about the amount of drug use we might have, or the health, or the obesity, or anything else in our state, I think the root cause of all that is a lack of prosperity. We don't have enough good-paying jobs. People aren't able to keep enough of their own money to provide for themselves, and so they have a need to look to government because they can't provide for themselves nearly as well as they could if we left them to have more of their own money. So what we need to do is let neighbors take care of neighbors, friends take care of friends. So often, in discussing this bill, we hear invocations of Scripture. We hear quotes about how the Bible tells us that we're to feed and clothe people. Yes, we are. We are. We as individuals, or we as the church. Not we as government. It is not charity or compassion to hold a gun to someone's head and take money out of their pocket and give it to somebody else. That's theft. That's wrong. There is no love there. It is immoral.
Gentleman may state his point.
He's arguing political points on the House floor and needs to stick to the bill at hand.
I believe he's making reference to what his position is about a policy issue, not necessarily a political issue.
He said?
I'm sorry?
Something about holding a gun to someone's head. He's kind of losing everybody with going on about all these analogies, but we'd like to stick to the bill at hand.
Gentlemen, I believe that he is stating his position about taxation, which has been whether there should or should not be taxation in this bill. I would ask gentlemen to keep his comments generally to what we have in front of us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud that the House Finance Committee did not go down that road. In this bill, as has been so aptly pointed out, they are not further holding the gun to someone's head and taking more money out of other people's pockets. And on that note, I think it's very prudent, before we decide to take money out of people's pockets, look at the money that we as a state have in the bank account. Why would we want to reach into someone's pocket to take more money when in this bill, we have identified sources of money that are just laying there in a bank? It would be reckless and irresponsible to ask for more of the people's money when there's money that can be used right now. That's what this bill does. It's not the way I would draw it up, as the gentleman from Mercer said earlier. And unlike the gentleman, I did not get the opportunity to cast my vote in finance to express my frustration with it. So it may come as a little bit of a surprise that I still don't know how I'm going to vote on this. But I'll tell you one thing. In summary, hats off to the Finance Committee. They have shown spine, determination, and courage against all odds, and for that the people of West Virginia should be very thankful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from the 22nd, Delegate Moffitt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the chairman yield?
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
Mr. Chairman, I have one question for you. Have you thanked your team yet for the hard work they put forward on this budget? Have you thanked them for the effort, for the dedication to not raise taxes?
Well, there's two things here. To thank the team, I'd welcome everybody thanking the team that helped put this together, if you all would do that. But the other team, the Finance Committee, is that what you're referring to?
The team behind you and the entire committee.
Okay.
If you haven't, I have. If I could speak to the bill.
Gentleman may proceed.
I do thank the Finance Committee. I thank the guys who've been crunching the numbers upstairs. I thank them for not raising taxes. We've heard for years, taxed enough already. We are taxed enough already, and the minority party thought the same thing when they lowered the food tax years ago. But now all of a sudden they're in different seats and they wanted to start raising taxes. And I don't agree with that. We need to get spending under control. We've seen from the audit of the DOH, that they did not have any mechanism to control spending. They had no idea how to manage their finances. The audit showed that. It was very explicit. We put in controls this year to address that, to tackle that. So going forward, if they do need more money, they can account for it properly. We've heard in 2012, the State Board of Education, which apparently doesn't have any love for us these days, was spending too much. They were too top-heavy. We're spending the top 20 on education per person, yet our teachers are paid the lowest. Should we keep giving them more money? No, we need to get their spending under control. We're going to look at that with a resolution and a study this summer to see how they followed up on that those spending controls. People are hurting. It's not just the state, it's the individuals in the state that are hurting. People mention they have concerns. I'm concerned with the director of PEIA that advocates for members about how to evade the intent of the law. The law passed when the minority party was in charge required for every $8.
Gentleman from the 50th may stay his point.
The gentleman's invoking an opinion of what he thinks of the director of the PEIA Finance Board. We all go to that gentleman for advice, and I think he should be called down on it, Mr. Speaker. And it's not part of this piece of legislation.
To the gentleman and to all members, we are certainly want to have an open and frank debate about this budget, but I do feel we are venturing off into some larger areas which are certainly important and certainly areas that I think all of us have opinions upon, but we are trying to debate and discuss and vote on a budget today, and I would ask members to try to the extent you can to restrain your comments to the budget that's in front of us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The law passed by the non-minority party requires an $8 increase by the state for every $2 increase by the participant for the PEIA. To follow the intent of the law is what is proposed in this budget. Yes, I have questions on the budget. Yes, I think there are more cuts that can be made. I've distributed out that some of my research that came from the report that the minority leader speaks about quite often. I think there are some very valid things in here, and we've acted on some of those. The Finance Committee did a great job going forward with the 6.5% cuts. They've looked at the agencies, they've taken input, and proposed a budget that cuts spending, while still increasing money for things like workers' comp for the fire departments. The governor's budget did not have the volunteer fire departments funded, the workers' comp funded for them. No, but this budget puts $2 million in that fund. We heard about garbage. I'll tell you what's garbage. Garbage is that we've run things so bad without spending controls for the past years that we've not focused on it until now. That is garbage. The fact that all these agencies come forward and tell us, hey, yeah, we don't know how to spend our money. Yes, that is garbage. We need to tighten our belt, get our spending under control before we ask the taxpayer for another dime. I applaud the minority party for passing the reductions in food tax, and I applaud the Finance Committee for coming up with this budget, and I will be voting yes, and I ask you to do the same.
Lights that remain have already spoken, so I would ask if anyone that is speaking, would please keep their comments brief. The gentleman from the 50th, Caputo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I haven't spoken yet, but I promise you I'll keep my comments very, very brief. The gentleman from the 27th and I have something in common today. He said he never changed his vote from committee, but he's going to on the floor. Well, in 20 years, I've never voted against the budget, as you know, Mr. Speaker. I voted for budgets under a Republican administration. I voted for budgets under every Democratic governor I've served under. And I voted for the budget last year, Mr. Chairman, as you well know, Mr. Speaker, as you well know, and I thought you did the best you could do with it. But for the first time in my legislative career, I got to vote no on a budget. And that saddens me. And we talk about courage. We want to talk about courage. Well, I'm sorry, I can't feel courageous about looking at accounts that are about to be swept in the next supplemental without them being vetted. Because I talked to an agency head the other day, and we'll get into that when we get to that supplemental, who said no one discussed that with him. And he desperately needs that money. I don't think it's wrong to care about PEIA for 230,000 West Virginians who hadn't received a pay raise for several years. What's different about them? What's different about them? They're state employees, and we are responsible for them. We set their wages. We set their benefits. It's not the private sector, it's the public sector, and we're responsible for that. If you want to be courageous, admit that you're voting to cut, if you vote for this budget, that you're voting to cut state employees' wages. Because that's what you're doing. We didn't give them any more money, but they're going to be paying more for their benefits. That's simple math, ladies and gentlemen. That's not rocket science. We've heard examples of what it's going to take pensioners to pay for this throughout the next year or two. It could be one entire month of their pension check. Courageous? Are you kidding me? You want to be courageous? Vote no for this budget. And let's let cooler heads prevail. Let's figure this out. Let's enhance the revenues we need to enhance. Let's protect the 230,000 West Virginians that we're responsible for as a legislative body. And let's do the right thing. The money's not in this budget. And it's not going to be in that budget, this budget, until we sit down, go through these accounts, decide where we got to get that money, and try to figure out what our real priorities are here. For the first time, Mr. Speaker, in 20 years, I got to vote against the budget. I don't like that. I don't like that. I hope when the governor gets his budget, he pulls out his veto pen and gets us together and try to find real solutions for West Virginia, real solutions for West Virginia, so we can move our state forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lady from the 3rd, Delegate Storch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the finance chair please yield?
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
Sure. Thank you. As you know, obviously I'm on the finance committee and did some work, but as I saw, because I didn't see every account, were all the accounts divided up by yourself and staff for members of the finance committee to communicate with various agencies and look at various accounts?
Yeah, 4 subcommittees that all 24 members were split between.
And that was split up in a bipartisan fashion on both sides of the aisle?
That's correct.
And was it your belief that the people that were placed on the subcommittees were communicating with the agencies, looking into the accounts, looking at the balances, and bringing back to you recommendations?
That was the full assumption and expectation.
Did you have people that did that on the subcommittees?
Yes. I mean, and you know, if I really have to pull one out, those that were on the health committee did a fantastic job in really got in and probably went further than I would have ever expected. But yes, everyone was very positive.
Did you find that there were some that possibly would lead to changes that we'd need to make in the future because on face value, perhaps the monies weren't easily as accessible as perhaps were thought when people first looked at those accounts?
Absolutely.
Were any amounts turned into you that the person was taking every dollar out of the account that they had been looking?
Oh, I think generally not, no.
Mostly seem to be erring on the side of
Caution.
being with caution and being conservative, considering we may not fully know what was coming in with their future needs.
That's correct.
Were there some things that the Finance Committee was looking into would possibly be code changes that would benefit our fiscal situation next year as a result of things that were fees that were charged and set in to accounts that couldn't just be swept?
That's correct.
So there was vetting if people did the job they were supposed to do on the subcommittees?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lady from the 46, Doggett Smith. Lady from 46, Doggett Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have another question of the Finance Chair, please. Phil Pigio.
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yield.
Sure.
Thank you. After I spoke earlier about my deep concerns about the county health departments, particularly in rural areas, someone mentioned I know about the possible $2 million fund that might go to them. Where would that come from on page 197?
That would come from surplus dollars.
Wasn't that pretty speculative and unlikely that we're going to have $2 million in surplus money?
If this budget doesn't pass, that won't even be there.
Well, I'm talking about if we do vote yes.
Yes, but again, there are dollars being expired into that account, and so there's an opportunity to spend that money. Without that, there would be a total cut of $4 million, just like the governor proposed to this body.
Yes, sir, I understand that, but I just don't think it's very likely that $2 million is going to go to the health departments.
Likely or not, it's in the budget, and there's the opportunity for it.
Thank you. May I speak to the bill, sir?
You may proceed.
I am on the Finance Committee, and I have struggled with this every day and every night. And I don't see us fixing roads or senior services or county health departments or local boards of education or PEIA. And when I reach over here and vote in a few minutes, I really am going to be looking at those faces. Remember when I spoke earlier about this, about attending the meeting of the Lewis County Association of Retired School Employees? And I stood there and looked in the eye of those men and women who I worked with when I was a young teacher. My first boss, who hasn't had a raise in years, the cooks, the librarians, the bus drivers. And I looked at them before and I said, I have hope. I'm really going to try to fix PEIA. Well, I'm going to go back to those meetings because I go all the time and because I really love these people. I've known them all my life. And I'm going to have to look them in the eye again. And they're not going to believe me when I say this budget fixed PEIA because they're going to have a 12% raise in their PEIA benefits. Premiums. These are people who live on a few $100s a month. My next door neighbor, I can think of 3 neighbors on my street. They struggle to eat. People who make a few $100s a month, a 12% increase in their premiums is a lot of money. You say, why are they different? They are different because they work for the state their entire lives. I stood there while they cleaned the floors of the school and drove the buses. And I watched the people at the Department of Highways as they cleaned the snow so we could get to school. And the aides at Sharp Hospital, who are now retired and live on a few $100s a month. They're not going to believe me when I say this is a fix to PEIA. And my heart's broken, and I'm going to vote against this budget. Thank you.
The gentleman from 63rd, Doggett Folk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I've heard from across the aisle many times about going back and talking to people about PEIA and how we're going to face them. The funny thing is I was at that meeting, and I was also at a retired school employees meeting before coming down to the session. And I looked them straight in the face and I said, if more money's put in PEIA, your premiums will go up. I said that. I said, it's statutory. We can't stop it unless we change the statute. And I agree with the gentleman from the 50th that we set the wages and benefits and things like that. The funny thing is, starting in 2006, I'm going to rewrite from the code, which is 516-5G. We set, not me because I wasn't here, but this body, along with the one across the other side of the building and the governor at the time, put in effect the pertinent language that I'm going to read to you. Effective in the plan year commencing on the first day of July 2006, so about 10 years ago, and each plan year thereafter, the aggregate premium cost sharing percentage between employers and employees, including the amounts of any subsidization of retired employee benefits, shall be at a level of 80% for the employer and 20% for the employees. So he's correct. It's our job, and we did it. Or at least this body did it back over 10 years ago when I'm not sure when the exact bill passed, but it took effect just under 10 years ago that we required the 80-20 split. So I looked those people in the eye because I knew that was a statutory requirement and told them, no matter what happens, if we put more money in there, you have to pay more. And most of them had no problem with that because when you told them that the private sectors had incredible increases much larger than the public sector, they understand. That's just a point that I've been hearing over across the aisle about that. It just baffles me that they would make that argument, especially anybody that's been here any length of time. And obviously, if you're on the finance committee, you know that. Maybe some people that weren't on the finance committee or have been here a very brief amount of time might not know that. But the reality is, and I also told them every meeting I went to besides those types of meetings where they're public employees, that this is going to be a tough year. And so will the one next year and the one after that. I just want to make that point, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Gentleman from 36 Delegate Rowe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to speak to the bill, please.
Gentleman may proceed.
I just want to say to the members that I applaud the work of the committee and what they've done. My problem is with the process and the document that we have to work with. It's not a matter of the committee. We've done it this way. I was in the body back in 1997, and we had the same document. It's very confusing to read. I don't think there's anybody outside of the body that might be able to interpret it very well. It doesn't help us know how much we spent last year or how much we're going to spend next year. We don't have any way to look at the revenue projections and associate them with the budget. There are items such as personal services. I don't see where we have a breakout or a spreadsheet of personal services across all agencies and what economy we might have, about any savings on that. You'll notice that there are buildings, and most every agency has buildings or repairs. Where are those? What are we doing? In other words, is the budget document something that you can really work with, something that kind of drives decision making and helps us determine what cuts we should do? Now, I think that the concept of cuts in the state has been by a percentage basis, but we're down to the nub. And if we're going to have to be cutting, and I think, the folks who have an opinion that we shouldn't raise revenues, that we need to start looking at cuts, are going to have to be identifying specific programs that are going to be cut. And you say, well, but, we just do a percentage cut. We've done that on higher ed for years. That's a tax on college students. We are making, finally, West Virginia is maybe the last state in the country, we're finally making four-year education almost unaffordable to many students. We have the lowest college going rate in the country. There may be a reason for that. We've been forcing each of the boards of governors of each of the institutions to raise their tuition costs. That's a tax. I'd point out that also it's a tax whenever we increase by 12%, and I acknowledge fully that the governor's budget has a 12% increase for PEIA participants, and that includes retirees. I'm not quite sure if we shouldn't be separating the problems between retirees and workers, because retirees on an 80-20 basis find their checks greatly cut every time that there's an increase in premium. I'd also point out that, you know, potholes are a tax on people who have automobiles. They're a tax on business. They're a tax on individuals. There are folks who've estimated that potholes cost about $300 in terms of tires and alignments to vehicles. $29 million, folks, they pave from Quincy down to Charleston, and it costs $9 million to pave, not to build a new road, to pave maybe 20 miles was $9 million. $29 million is nothing. We are ignoring the road problem in West Virginia with the budget. And I would point out that we really have a difficulty in the committee process of addressing revenue increases and how to do it. And I would point out that perhaps the committee structure could develop a review of programming, but I think that the committee, having only 25 members go on the board as favoring or not favoring tax increases, is probably not fair to those members and not fair to the other members in the body. The committee process does not produce a process that we can work with. When do we get the timing? When do we get the budget document? This is the next to last day when we have it. We've had it on reading for first and second reading, true. We talked about it some yesterday. But basically, the reality of our budget process is that once it gets out here, no one expects this to be the budget. Everybody expects that we go into a budget session. The conferees, who will be probably 6 per house, I'm not sure what they'll do, maybe 6 per house, those 12 people will go into a room and they'll work on and try to work out a budget. If they can't do it, then the governor, of course, will do it. We'll call a special session. So what do we have let me say that in this body, a creative process for budgeting is probably not going to be easily done, but it ought to be considered. And we have an opportunity, if we're in this position of having to make cuts to programming, we have an opportunity to really look at the way we make those decisions. So I would encourage folks to look at the budget very carefully. I think my quote of the session might be that I don't like it, but I'm proud of it. Well, I'm not sure that I'm proud of the budget, and I'm not sure that I like it either one. But it's a difficult process, and I think if we were creative in how we developed our budget document, that we would get a better outcome. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from 35th to close debate.
Wow. Just a couple quick things. Appreciate all the input, obviously, and budgets are always about priorities. We do have structural imbalance, and we have some industries that were hit very hard that have hit our balance sheet very hard, and it came on quick. Gosh, you need 13 votes to get it out of a committee, and you need 51 here. This is about the citizens of West Virginia now. Certain aspects, maybe it can be referred to kicking it down the road. We're extremely fortunate that prior legislative bodies have put funds aside to have a revenue shortfall fund that does have a significant balance in it, and other energy states right now are depleting those in a much greater way than us. Just to put something straight, because the $29 million going into the state road fund, that's going into a maintenance line item. Increasing that one line item to $83 million. And it's not new construction. It has to deal with maintenance. And we heard from the Secretary as well as from industry that it costs approximately $100,000 per mile, 2-lane mile, to pave a road. If that bill passes over there, $29 million, that's 290 additional miles. You know, it's about hard decisions here. It's about some changes. Worked very hard in different areas. I hear about taxes. Okay. This body doesn't agree across the board. But time and time again in the Finance Committee, tried, bipartisan, to get the support for some of those potential revenue measures. On tobacco, there's various reasons why that didn't work. On consumer sales tax, like my friend from the 18th, I believe, tried to look at that. On roads, there was one that had 4 different line items there. Not a single one of those potential increases, whether it be DMV fees, 1% consumer sales tax, raising up our variable component, in other words, restoring a base, did it have support to even make it to the committee? So if it's not making it to the committee, it sure as heck isn't going to make it to this body. We could have more cuts, and they could have been very, very painful. We could have looked at extra revenue. We could have looked at extra cash expirations. That will come. What this is before you is to balance this right now. And yes, I think we need leadership to truly look at the imbalance of our budget right now. We need true leadership. What's coming out of finance with this, I think, is leadership of a way and a path forward. Many of us are displeased with the leadership of our governor. But a lot of these all these agencies report to him. So what would happen? We could turn around and eliminate programs right now. Close our state parks. We talk about PEIA. You know, the bigger issue, if we don't pass this, what happens if we lay people off? Furloughs. That's a possibility. Whew, I don't want to be behind that one. Mr. Speaker, this is the prudent thing to do for us right now. I urge everybody to pass this, and this is what we need to move our state forward, or else we're going to be in serious trouble. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from the 40th, Delegate Armstead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the past, when we've done the budget, several people have family members who may be employed by the state that, or they have individuals that may be affected by this budget, and I would just sort of start that process by asking pursuant to Rule 49. I have a brother and sister-in-law that both are employed by the state, and would ask if I should be excused from voting, and I believe that there are probably others that will need to make similar requests.
To the gentleman, I would rule on your request first. I would rule that you would be a member of a class. I would find that you would have no direct pecuniary interest in your vote on this budget, and therefore direct you to vote. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I would ask for those of you who might be situated similarly to the Speaker that you press your recognition button so that the clerk could record if you are asking for a Rule 49 relative to some of this budget deals with the PEIA. If you will press your recognition button, the clerk can record your Rule 49 request, and my ruling would be similar to that which I just delivered to the Speaker.
Since so many members are perhaps married to people who work for the state, or know people who are on PEIA or might be affected by this budget, all of these folks have to ask for a Rule 49 ruling to make sure that they are in good standing to cast this vote, to make sure that they're not going to benefit or have some sort of personal interest in it. So that's why they ask for Rule 49. This is a blanket one rather than standing up one by one, and the Senate and the Speaker having to give some sort of ruling.
To everyone who's making requests pursuant to what we just talked about, leave their lights on for a moment, and then once we're done with that, if there are other reasons that people would need to make a request, because I believe there are a couple of people that have different situations that So if you'll just leave them on for now until we get all the names down.
This is a vote on Senate Bill 269, the budget bill. Of course, it is a Senate bill. However, the House
Clerk
has
has informed me
amended
that
its
they have
provisions
taken all
into
the names
this
down.
bill.
So if everyone would please turn their recognition lights off. If there are there other reasons other than the fact that you would have a family member that would be affected by this? Gentleman from the 5th, Doug Pethel. Do you have a different reason? Okay. Are there other members who have a different reason that they would request a Rule 49 request? Gentleman from the 58th, Doug Coles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My daughter is a high school senior and has pending grant applications for Higher Education Policy Commission and I believe Promise Scholarship.
To the gentleman, I believe that she would also be, to the extent she was affected, be as a member of a class. Are there others that fall within that category? If you'll please put your lights on. The gentleman from the 36th and gentleman from the 42nd. Okay. Gentleman from 36, is that the same as the gentleman from the 58th? Same request?
Yes, Promise Scholar.
Yeah, okay. To both gentlemen from the 36th and the gentleman from the 58th, I believe that would be as a member of a class, and therefore you'd be directed to vote. Gentleman from the 42nd, Delegate Ambler.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. On this, I'm still an active teacher in the school system, and PEI is my insurance.
Okay. To the gentleman, I believe that to the gentleman and anyone similarly situated, it would be you would be in fact as a member of a class, and therefore will be directed to vote. Any further requests pursuant to Rule 49? If not, the question before the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine.
The following have paired in accordance with House Rule 43. Delegate Walters, yea. Delegate P. White, nay. Delegate Flanagan, yea. Delegate Sponaughle, nay.
Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 61 ayes, 38 nays, 1 member absent, not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, majority of members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill pass. Clerk,
And
please
that is a 3-hour debate over the state of West Virginia's finances. We'd like to take you now to the Senate and show you what the Senate was doing while the House was in session this morning. They had some important work. They took committee reports and House messages, and you will see that. They also took up the voter ID bill. So let's take you now to show you what the Senate was doing while the House was in session.
Communications from the House.
The Clerk of the House announced that the House has amended the bill and title as it relates to engrossed Senate Bill 54, altering how taxes collected on homeowners associations.
Message will be received. The senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 54. The amendment was in title only.
Senator from Jackson moves Senate concur in House amendments to engrossed Senate Bill 54. All those in favor will say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have. The ayes do have. Declare the motion adopted. The question is now on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine, ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House amended the bill and title as it relates to engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 259, amending Unfair Trade Practices Act.
Message will be received. The senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 259. The bill makes several changes to the Unfair Trade Practice Act. The House amendment to the bill creates an additional exemption to the sales which are not subject to the provision of the Act. The new exemption is for sales made within 15 days of a business's grand opening. The House also amended the title of the bill, and I move the Senate concur.
Senator from Jackson moves that the Senate concur in House amendments to engross Senate Bill 259. All those in favor will say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have. Declare the motion adopted. The question is now on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor vote yea. Those. Senator from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very quickly, I am in support of this bill and urge its passage. This is actually the fourth session in a row that I've worked on this issue, and I want to thank everyone for bearing with me, and we got her done. Thank you.
Further discussion? If not, question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results on this question. 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House amended the bill and title as it relates to engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 202, authorizing Department of Commerce promulgate legislative rules.
Message to be received, Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 202. The current rule, it's a rules bill, the Contractor Licensing Board rule defines remodeling and repair contractor as defines it as meaning a contractor whose primary business is all general remodeling, additions, and repairs to existing structures requiring the use of 2 or more unrelated trades and work incidental to the trades where the cost of the undertaking does not exceed $15,000. The amendment raises the ceiling to $40,000. With the Division of Labor, Wage and Payment Collection, the amendment adds language allowing the employer and the claimant to request a status conference. They are to have the opportunity to review all records collected by the division during its investigation. Either party has 20 days after the status conference to submit a written statement and or evidence of consideration by the division. And finally, with regard to the minimum wage, maximum hour provisions, there is a purely technical amendment, and I urge that we concur.
Senator from Jackson moves the Senate concur in House amendments to engross Senate Bill 202. Is there discussion? All those in favor will say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. Question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed vote nay. The clerk prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine. Ascertain the results on this question. 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage be used to make it so effective.
Senator from Jackson moves the bill be made effective from passage. Request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none on this question. 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected in the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House amended the bill and title as it relates to engrossed Senate Bill 306, permitting sale of county or district property online.
Message to be received, the senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate amend the House amendments for Senate Bill 306.
Clerk will read the amendment.
Senator Carmichael moved to amend the amendment, striking out the title and substituting therefore a new title.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House amendment addresses the sale of county or district property to be sold at a public auction or using an internet-based service by adding the words, quote, public auction to follow internet-based, making both public auctions. And then there's a title amendment, and I move that we concur.
Is there discussion? If not, the question is on the adoption of the amendment offered by the senator from Jackson. All those in favor will say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Declare the amendment adopted. The senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments as amended to Senate Bill 306.
Senator from Jackson moves Senate concurrent House amendments as amended to Senate Bill 306. All those in favor will say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have. Declare the motion adopted. Question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. Clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk closed the machine. Ascertain the result on this question. 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House amended the bill and title as it relates to engrossed Senate Bill 311, allowing permanent exception for mortgage modification or refinancing loan under Federal Making Home Affordable program.
Message will be received. The Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate amend the House amendments to engross Senate Bill 311.
Clerk will read the amendment.
Senator Carmichael moved to amend the title of the bill.
Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House amendment is technical and provides for continued compliance efforts to help West Virginia homeowners avoid foreclosure, allowing a mortgage modification or refinancing of a loan to be made in participation with and in common place with the Federal Making Home Affordable program. And I move concurrence.
Is there discussion? If not, the question is on the adoption of the amendment offered by the Senator from Jackson. All those in favor will say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments as amended to Senate Bill 311.
Senator from Jackson moves Senate concur in House amendments as amended to Senate Bill 311. All those in favor will say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the motion adopted. Question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Senator Braxton. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk closed the machine. Ascertain the results on this question. 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House amended the title only as it relates to engrossed Senate Bill 352, dedicating corporation net income tax proceeds to railways.
Message will be received. The Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 352. The amendment was in title only.
Senator from Jackson moves Senate concur in House amendments to engross Senate Bill 352. All those in favor will say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have. Declare the motion adopted. Question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine.
The House has gone into recess until 3 o'clock. This is
Has
a
every
recording
member
of the
voted? If so,
Senate's
the clerk
morning
closed the
session.
machine. Ascertain the results on this question. 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage be used to make it so effective.
Senator from Jackson moves the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than two-thirds of those elected in the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House amended the title only as it relates to engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 468, allowing lender charge and receive interest on rescindable loan during rescission period.
Message to be received. Senator for Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 468. The amendment was in title only.
Senator from Jackson moves the Senate concur in House amendments to gross Senate Bill 468. All those in favor will say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have. The ayes do have. Declare the motion adopted. Question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine. Ascertain the results on this question. 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 505, exempting certain uses of field gas from motor fuel excise taxes. The House amended the bill and title.
Message to be received, Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur in the House amendments to engross Senate Bill 505. Senate Bill 505 exempted field gas used as a fuel to run drilling equipment from motor fuel excise taxes. It amended to Section 1114C9. That same section of code is amended in Senate Bill 582, providing a tax credit for motor fuel used in railroad locomotives, which completed legislative action earlier in the week. The House amendment resolves this code conflict, and I move that the Senate concur.
Senator from Jackson moves the Senate concur in the House amendments to engross Senate Bill 505. All those in favor will say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have. The ayes do have. Declare the motion adopted. The question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine. Ascertain the results on this question. 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House amended and passed engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 524, rewriting Board of Barbers and Cosmetologists article.
Message will be received. The Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate amend the House amendments to Senate Bill 524.
Clerk will read the amendment.
Senator Carmichael moved to amend the amendments on page 2,
Senator
section
from
3.
Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. The amendment provides for technical cleanup and strikes a requirement that license holders provide the board with prior notice of working at a temporary off-site event. The amendment also eliminates a provision granting the board to license emergency rules regulating the public service events that barber and cosmetology students may perform. There's a title amendment also.
Is there discussion? If not, the question is on the adoption of the amendment offered by the Senator from Jackson. All those in favor will say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have. The ayes do have. Declare the amendment adopted. The Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in House amendments as amended to Senate Bill 524. Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment reforms the Board of Barbers and Cosmetology. The House amendments removed makeup artists from the jurisdiction of the board and modified the composition of the board by adding 3 additional citizens members, and I move the Senate concur.
Senator from Jackson moves the Senate concur in the House amendments as amended to Senate Bill 524. Is there discussion? All in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Senator from Braxton. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine. Ascertain the results on this question. 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House refused to recede from its amendments and appointed conferees, Delegates Howell, Hill, and P. White, as it relates to engrossed Senate Bill 573, prohibiting municipal annexation, which would result in unincorporated territory within municipality.
Message will be received. The Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate appoint conferees as it relates to Senate Bill 573.
The senator from Jackson moves the Senate appoint conferees as it relates to Senate Bill 573. All those in favor will say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. On behalf of the Senate, the chair would appoint the senior senator from the 15th, the junior senator from the 6th, and the senator from Taylor. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House refused to recede from its amendments and appointed conferees as it relates to engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 597 relating generally to Healthcare Authority. The House appointed delegates Ellington, Lane, and Perdue.
Message to be received, the senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate appoint conferees as it relates to Senate Bill 597.
Senator from Jackson moves the Senate appoint conferees as it relates to Senate Bill 597. All those in favor will say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. On behalf of the Senate, the chair would appoint the senator from Ohio, the senior senator from the 15th, and the senator from Wayne. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Senate Bill 597 relates to mergers of hospitals.
The House amended the title only as it relates to engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 625, revising exceptions from FOIA provided for in Above-Ground Storage Tank Act.
Message will be received, the senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 625. The amendment was in title only.
Senator from Jackson moves Senate concur in House amendments to engross Senate Bill 625. All those in favor will say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have. Declare the motion adopted. The question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine. Ascertain the results on this question. 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than the majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House amended the bill and title as it relates to engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 634, creating the William R. Laird IV Second Chance Driver's License Act.
Message will be received. The senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate amend the House amendments to Senate Bill 634.
Clerk will read the amendment.
Senator Carmichael moved to amend the amendment on page 1,
Senator
section
from
2.
Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. The short title of this bill is establishing the William R. Laird IV Second Chance Driver's License Act. The House amended the bill to require full payment to the courts of any unpaid court costs that constituted fines, forfeitures, or penalties, clarifies what types of license revocations are eligible for the program, and also permits the Division of Motor Vehicles to set restrictions on the participants' use of the driver's license. The other amendments are merely technical in nature, and I move that the Senate concur with further amendment.
Is there discussion? Senator from Greenbrier.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to tell you that of all the pieces of legislation we could have done this time, this may be one of the best job-creating bills we could do. It's a very simple bill, but it's putting people back to work. It gives them the opportunity to get their license in this state and go back to work. It is an honor today to say this is the William R. Laird IV Second Chance Driver's License, because William R. Laird IV, who is known better here on the floor as the senator from Fayette, has fought for this all the years he's been in the Senate. And we know the numbers. I won't repeat the numbers. We know what he has told us before. This is a tremendous opportunity to move forward, and this is an honor to the one who has done it. This year, this was the governor's bill. It has been his bill for several years. It's the governor's bill, but his name is there for the work he has done and what he has fought for workers and drivers and folks in this state. So it's a great pleasure today to recommend that we pass the William R. Laird IV Second Chance Drivers Act.
Further discussion? If not, the question is on the adoption of the amendments offered by the senator from Jackson. All those in favor will say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have. Declare the amendments adopted. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments as amended to Senate Bill 634.
Senator from Jackson moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments as amended to Senate Bill 634. All those in favor will say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have. Declare the motion adopted. Question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine. Ascertain the results on this question. 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate.
Applause there over Senate Bill 634 passing, creating the William R. Laird IV Second
Clerk will
Chance
communicate
Driver's
the action of the
License
Senate
Act.
to the House.
The House changed the effective date only as it relates to engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 691, modifying certain air pollution standards.
Message to be received, the Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 691 as it relates to the effective date.
Senator from Jackson moves the Senate concur in House amendments and gross Senate Bill 691. All those in favor will say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have. Declare the motion adopted. Question now is on passage of the
This is the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia channel. I'm Beth Voorhees. This is today's Senate floor session
Senator
recorded earlier today.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage.
Senator from Jackson moves the bill be made effective from passage. All in favor say aye. We're going to. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results on this question. 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected having voted. More than two-thirds elected to the Senate having voted the affirmative. I declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Communications from the executive.
There are none.
Reports from standing committees.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2897, Young Entrepreneur Reinvestment Act, with an amendment from the Committee on Economic Development pending, now on second reading, having been read a first time and referred to the Committee on Finance on March 8, 2016, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass as amended by the Committee on Economic Development, to which the bill was first referred. Respectfully submitted, Mike Call, Chair.
Order be received, the Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be taken up for immediate consideration and read. Ask unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration and read a second time.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the bill a second time.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2897, Young Entrepreneur Reinvestment Act. Second reading of the bill.
Senator from.
Are there amendments? Right? Yeah. Are there amendments?
Are there amendments?
Yes, sir. The Committee on Economic Development moved to amend the bill by striking out everything after the enacting section.
Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be advanced to third reading with the right to amend, with amendment pending.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Reports from select committees.
There are none.
Resolutions.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 68 by Senators Unger, Prezioso, and Yost requesting Lewis and Clark National Historic Trail be extended through West Virginia.
Under Rules Senate, resolution lie over 1 day.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 69 by Senator Walters requesting study of possible operation of daily fantasy sports industry by West Virginia casinos.
Under Rules Senate, resolution lie over 1 day. Motions. Petitions.
There are none.
Unfinished business.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 40 encouraging Congress pass Toxic Exposure Research Act of 2016.
Questions on adoption of the resolution? Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have. Declare the resolution adopted. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 67 requesting study on effectiveness of civics education in West Virginia schools.
Resolutions be referred to the Committee on Rules.
Committee substitute for House Concurrent Resolution 3, the North River Mills Historic Trace.
Question is on adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? Clerk has an amendment.
Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure moved to amend the resolution on page 1 in the first whereas clause.
Senior Senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the amendments in lieu of having them read and that all the amendments be considered as one.
Senior Senator from the 8th requests unanimous consent to explain amendments in lieu of having them read and that all amendments be considered as one. Is there objection? Chair has done so ordered. Senior Senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. These amendments only contain technical corrections, and I urge adoption.
Is there discussion? If not, the question is on the adoption of the amendments offered by the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. All those in favor will say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have. Declare the amendments adopted. Are there further amendments to the resolution?
No, sir.
If not, the question for the Senate is the adoption of the resolution as amended. All those in favor will say aye. Opposed, say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have. Declare the resolution as amended adopted. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Committee substitute for House Concurrent Resolution 56, naming the U.S. Army Corporal Robert Eugene Jackson Memorial Bridge.
Questions on adoption of the resolution? Is there discussion? Clerk has an amendment.
Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure moved to amend the resolution.
Senior Senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Senior Senator from the 8th requests unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Senior Senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment contains technical correction. I urge adoption.
Is there discussion? If not, the questions on the adoption of the amendment offered by the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. All those in favor will say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have. The ayes do have. Declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the resolution?
No, sir.
If not, the question for the Senate is the adoption of the resolution as amended. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have. The ayes do have. Declare the resolution as amended adopted. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Committee substitute for House Concurrent Resolution 57, naming the U.S. Army Private Leander Rill Memorial Bridge.
Questions on adoption of the resolution? Clerk has an amendment.
Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure moved to amend the resolution.
Senior Senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the amendments in lieu of having them read and that all the amendments be considered as one.
Senior Senator from the 8th requests unanimous consent to explain the amendments in lieu of having them read, that all the amendments be considered as one. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. The Senior Senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. These amendments contain two technical corrections. I urge adoption.
Is there discussion? If not, the questions on the adoption of the amendments offered by the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendments adopted. Are there further amendments to the resolution?
No, sir.
If not, the question before the Senate is the adoption of the resolution as amended. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution as amended adopted. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Committee substitute for House Concurrent Resolution 72, naming the Max G. Parkinson Memorial Bridge.
Questions on adoption of the resolution. Clerk has an amendment.
Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure
Senior
move to amend the
Senator from the
resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the amendments and move having them read, and that all the amendments be considered as one.
Senior Senator from the 8th requests unanimous consent to explain amendments in lieu of having them read, and that all the amendments be considered as one. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The Senior Senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, these amendments are also technical in nature. I urge adoption.
Is there discussion? If not, the question is on the adoption of the amendments offered by the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have. The ayes do have. Declare the amendments adopted. Are there further amendments to the resolution?
No, sir.
If not, the question for the Senate is the adoption of the resolution as amended. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have. The ayes do have. Declare the resolution as amended adopted. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Bills on third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2205, creating the crime of prohibited sexual contact by a psychotherapist. Third reading of the bill.
The Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Committee substitute for House Bill 2205 would amend the state code by adding a single new section. It's in Article 8 of Chapter 61. Article 8 are crimes against chastity, morality, and decency. The new section would be Section 30, defining and prescribing penalties for the offense of sexual contact or sexual assault by a psychotherapist. That's a term defined in the bill, with a client or patient by means of therapeutic deception. Offense will be a felony punishable by a fine of up to $10,000 or imprisonment up to not less than 1 or more than 5 years or both. I urge passage of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill? Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine.
Voter ID is up next on the Senate floor in this recording from this morning.
Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine. Ascertain the results on this question. 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk has title amendment.
Committee on the Judiciary move to amend the title of the bill.
Questions on adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4013, requiring a person desiring to vote to present documentation identifying the voter. Third reading of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 4013 is the voting identification bill. It was amended substantially in the Senate Judiciary Committee. Those amendments were adopted yesterday here on the floor. The bill, first of all, applies to elections beginning on or after January 1, 2018. So anything we do in this bill is not going to be effective as to the elections held in this year, 2016. The new requirements of law are all sort of set forth in Section 34 on voting procedures. And a person who goes to the polls has to produce now some identification. And there's some exceptions to that. We'll get to those. But the list of documents that a person could use to establish his identity at the polls include a valid West Virginia driver's license or West Virginia ID card issued by the DMV, a valid driver's license issued by a state other than the state of West Virginia, a valid employee identification card with a photograph of the eligible voter, issued by any branch, department, agency, or entity of the United States government or the state of West Virginia, or of any county, municipality, board, authority, or other political subdivision of the state of West Virginia. A valid student identification card with a photograph of the voter issued by an institution of higher education in West Virginia, or a valid high school identification card issued by West Virginia High School. a valid military identification card issued by the United States with a photograph of the person desiring to vote, a valid concealed carry permit issued by a sheriff of the county with a photograph of the person desiring to vote, a valid Medicare or Social Security card. So, and we mentioned this yesterday, I think this bill last year, we had a similar bill last year, but on the floor that maybe didn't make the floor, but in committee, and it was limited to identifications, cards, and documents that have photographs. This year's bill goes way beyond that. Because it permits a valid Medicare card or Social Security card, as the members of this body know, those Social Security cards do not have photographs. A valid birth certificate, a valid voter registration card issued by a county clerk, a valid hunting or fishing license issued by the state of West Virginia, a valid identification card issued to the voter by the West Virginia Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP program, a valid ID card issued to a voter by West Virginia Temporary Assistance for Needy Families program, so TANF identification, a valid identification card issued to the voter by West Virginia Medicaid, a valid credit card, a valid bank card or debit card, a valid utility bill, a valid paycheck, valid bank statement within 6 months, valid health insurance card. Now, there are other provisions of this bill to make sure that that a person who gets to the polls who's entitled to vote, who doesn't have one of these, any of these forms of identification, may still get to vote, either by bringing with him or her a person, an adult who knows him and knows him to be a valid registered voter, or by allowing the poll worker, if the poll worker knows the person, to verify that person's right to vote. So as we discussed on the floor yesterday, there are some changes in the DMV section of the bill, which make it mandatory for the DMV to register voters at the time they get their driver's licenses, and we make it easier in this bill to get a non-federal West Virginia driver's license. So I think the Judiciary Committee tried very hard to strike the balance in this bill, Mr. President, between ensuring the integrity of our electoral process, making sure that the people who show up to vote in elections are truly the people who are registered to vote and are entitled to vote, while at the same time taking steps, reasonable steps, many of them, to make sure that we're not making it difficult or burdensome for people, for any West Virginian who's entitled to vote, to exercise his or her franchise. Be happy to answer questions. Otherwise, urge passage of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill. Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator from Morgan yield?
Senator will yield.
Certainly.
Senator, I wasn't in the committee, obviously, but I was wondering perhaps if there were any examples that were presented that this is a lack of identification requirements presently in West Virginia have somehow led to rampant voter fraud at the polls on election days.
No, I don't think anyone gave us any specific examples of attempts to vote under a false name, to be an imposter at the polls on election day. But we do know, and we have examples of registration scams in this state, of a long history of counties, some counties, not all, but some counties, where the number of registered voters has at times exceeded the number of people living in the county according to the United States Census Bureau. So there is a potential for fraud or attempts at fraud. And to the extent that people have been involved in registration scams or absentee ballot scams, it makes sense to me. Obviously, anybody who is attempting to register people to vote who aren't entitled to vote has a further motive in that conduct. It wouldn't make sense to register, to do phony registrations if there weren't some plan later down the road to make that, to affect the outcome of an election by having people vote under fictitious names. So, this bill represents a reasonable and measured step, in my opinion, to prevent, to make it harder for someone to carry out such a fraud. As we must remember, while we are acting in this bill, taking many measures to make sure that every West Virginian who has a right to vote is not unduly inconvenienced at the polls, we have a duty to every validly registered West Virginia voter to make sure that his vote is not diluted, even in the slightest degree, by a false vote or a vote from someone who's not entitled to vote.
But even though, as you indicated, and I would agree with you that, you know, having voter rolls that might exceed the population of the county would be inappropriate, would you not agree it might be a more appropriate action to just pass legislation that requires purging of those records more regularly than?
Well, we should do that as well, and we have done that, actually. There's legislation floating through. I don't know where it is in the House of Delegates, but it will empower the Secretary of State to delete voters. You know, the county clerks have, some of them anyway, expressed some resistance to that, but I believe the Secretary of State should have the power to purge voters where there's evidence of that the voter's deceased and the county clerk for some reason has not or will not purge those voters. So I agree with the Senator, but the steps are not mutually exclusive. We should do what we can on every front to protect the integrity of the electoral process. This whole government, this experiment in self-government that commenced on this continent almost 2.5 centuries ago now, depends on a fair, just, democratic, small d, democratic process that has public integrity in it.
And would you agree with me, despite the fact that on the books, as the law exists now, we haven't taken all the efforts necessary to purge all our voters' rolls, and despite the fact that there may be registration irregularities in getting people registered to vote in an inappropriate way, it's not really turned out that actually turns out into voter fraud on election day with anonymous or bogus people actually going to the polls. Is that correct?
Well, I agree that it doesn't necessarily, but it could. And if you have in a county of West Virginia, a county where there are more registered voters, active registered voters, than there are people, and I'm talking about adults and children living in the county, there's an enormous potential for fraud there. Someone should, you know, obviously people are deceased and not being removed from the polls. Someone could show up at the polls, and if we have no requirement of identification at the polls, a person could pretend to be someone who's deceased, who is still registered to vote, and cast a ballot without under fraudulent circumstances. And I think it's the responsibility of this government to make sure that sort of thing doesn't happen.
And I understand that, but you would agree with me that despite the potential for these occurring, there's not been any reported instances of that being a significant problem on Election Day in West Virginia at the polls.
None were reported to our committee when we considered the bill.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, Mr. President, I rise in opposition to the bill. It appears to be another one of those instances where we've got a solution looking for a problem. You know, while I would agree with Mr. colleague from Morgan, and I appreciate the work that he did because he did make the list fairly expansive of just about any document known to man can be brought in to prove identification. The problem still exists that there's been no real evidence that it is a problem. The rolls, we may have dead people on the rolls, they may need purged, we may have voter registration, getting people registered improperly, but there's been no evidence that on Election Day, and that's the day that counts, on Election Day when people show up to the polls, that in fact having a lack of ID is how in any way, shape, or form jeopardize the integrity of the election process. I am concerned about these voter suppression opportunities that this has, and I would rather err on the side of caution and encourage more people to go, not to be afraid because they don't have the appropriate identification and stay home because they may think they need a photo ID. They may not know that they need just an electric bill. They may not know they need just their voter's registration card. And they may, be concerned that they don't have a driver's license, so they can't vote. So I think we should send a clear message that we want everyone to vote. That's why you have provisional and challenge ballots. And that's why you have counting boards and you have people working at the polls to ensure that those kind of things don't occur. I think it sends a bad message that we are not encouraging people to vote. And in fact, just a week or so, we removed some of the licensing requirements under one of our other amendments, the Second Amendment, to the right to bear arms. We didn't need to have a permit or a license or anything to bear arms. You have to do the most fundamental and important duty of a citizen, is that to go to vote. You've got to carry some piece of paper with you. So again, Mr. President, for those reasons, I urge the rejection of the bill.
Senator from Cabell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise again to speak against the Voter Suppression Act of 2016. We took an oath to obey the Constitution, and all those folks that love the Second Amendment as much as I do, listen to me, would you please, for this next 2 or 3 minutes, because this has a direct effect on our ability. There's a correlation between this bill, this voter suppression bill, and the right for us to maintain a militia under the Second Amendment. We took an oath to obey our United States Constitution. The 15th Amendment of the Constitution protects voting rights. The 19th Amendment of the Constitution protects voting rights. The 24th Amendment of the Constitution protects voting rights. The 26th Amendment of the Constitution protects voting rights. Now, we've heard from the clerks and we've heard from the AARP. There's no problem of voter impersonation in our state. There's no problem with somebody being impersonated or a phantom voter showing up. It just hasn't happened. What this bill does, it unduly disenfranchises elderly voters, disabled voters, low-income voters, student voters, and minority voters. But you say, why is this such a trend across America? Why in 2009 did ALEC make standard voter ID laws a top priority? Well, you know why. Barack Obama was elected President of the United States in 2008. So I don't go to the ALEC annual conferences. I don't see the ALEC model legislation. And unlike some of my colleagues, I don't get the ALEC legislative alerts. But I want to hear from the folks that do in this chamber. Explain to me why we have the Voter Suppression Act of 2015. Now, when we talked about the Second Amendment, I advocated some training, and that was an infringement. That was a burden. Training would be a burden on our beloved Constitution. Well, I've just heard there's a potential for fraud. Potential for fraud. When I stood up and said, there's a potential for accidental shootings, so let's have some training. Second Amendment, baby. You can't burden that Second Amendment. So we're going to stand here today, and we're going to suppress votes, and you know whose votes we're going to suppress, and it's just not right. It's embarrassing.
Further discussion, Senator from Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise again because, this bill is just the epitome of this entire session. here we are with another solution looking for a problem. And you know, we all could have done such great things together. The majority leader and I have had discussions about how you get to gridlock. You know, we've sat here for years saying, how did Washington get to gridlock? This is how it happens. You start building a chasm, and every ideological bill that has no basis in fact widens that chasm. And that's what we've done here. As the gentleman from Cabell County said so eloquently, it's now easier to carry a concealed weapon than it is to vote. Think about that. Easier to carry a concealed weapon than it is to vote in America. That's silly. There's not been one case of voter fraud in West Virginia. The examples that the gentleman from Morgan gave, the registration cards, that was a scam to make money for getting paid to register people. Dead people on the rolls, that had nothing to do with anybody trying to impersonate one of those decedents to vote. You know, voter turnout in the last election was at a 60-year low. Maybe that's the goal here, to keep voter turnout low. But our poll workers make sure that everybody who votes is the person who's registered to vote. When you register to vote, the first time you vote, you have to show photo ID or show photo ID when you register. That's why we don't have any voter fraud. I urge my colleagues to vote against this bill and quit pandering to fear that is not a reality, and quit wasting our time on solutions looking for problems. It may be too late for this session, but we have sessions together in the future.
The Senator from Braxton.
Did Judicial Chair yield?
Senator from Morgan yield. Senator yields.
Certainly.
Thank you, Senator. I'm not on Judiciary, and of course I get a snapshot of a night about what happens on Judiciary, as you might imagine. But the question I have, how does this affect absentee voting?
This doesn't affect the absentee voting process at all.
Well, so let me get this straight. Someone can go to the courthouse, get a ballot, bring it home, I can fill it out in my living room and need no identification, but to actually show up to the polls, I would have to have some kind of identification.
I think, is there some identification requirement? There may be some identification requirement.
There's not today, Senator. I do know that.
Well, the answer to the gentleman's initial question is correct. This bill does not address in any fashion the manner in which absentee balloting is conducted.
I mean, that just doesn't seem very logical. Remember, I wanted that law degree to practice, and you knocked me out of it yesterday.
No, sir. I was all for the gentleman having a law degree. I would say to my good friend from Braxton County, if there are changes that need to be made in the absentee balloting process, I would certainly be open to an examination of those, but that is not, in and of itself, a reason to do nothing anywhere else. The same as was mentioned by the Senator from Marshall.
Well, I said,
we should do it. We should change the law and mandate that the Secretary of State remove dead voters from the voters' rolls. But that also is not a reason to do to do this.
Senator, as you know, there's already mechanisms in place for voter fraud. What this is doing, it's not helping stop voter fraud, it's helping to stop people from coming to vote.
I disagree completely with that assertion.
And I understand you disagree, but that doesn't make it wrong. And what I'm saying is, the point of this whole thing is, our job down here should be to get more people out to vote, not do anything to encumber people from voting. An 85-year-old lady who maybe doesn't have it, and I know we gave them everything but a Foodland card. That didn't get put in there with the Kroger card, but anyway, I understand that we did that, but you and me both know, we've been around these elections a long time, voter fraud is not a problem in West Virginia. Lack of voter participation is the problem. Thank you for yielding to me.
My pleasure. If there are, I don't know, are there others who seek recognition, or should I close debate, Mr. President?
Senior Senator from the 4th.
Would the Judiciary Chairman yield to one more
Chairman will
question?
yield.
I heard some speaking on the floor about the Constitution, and if I heard it right, it sounded like that, you know, we were messing with constitutional rights. So I just want to read this section from the West Virginia Constitution.
Please do.
The legislature shall prescribe the manner of conducting and making returns of elections and determining contested elections, and shall pass such laws as may be necessary and proper to prevent intimidation, disorder, and violence at the polls, and corruption or fraud in voting. We shall pass such laws for fraud, counting the vote, ascertaining or declaring the result, or fraud in any manner on the ballot. Are we violating that section of the Constitution by voting on this law, or are we consistent with what our West Virginia Constitution says, that we can pass laws relative to fraud?
To the distinguished senator from Putnam, in my opinion, this bill is absolutely consistent, and it is in fulfillment of our constitutional duty as a legislature to prevent corruption and fraud in elections. If I have the foreclosure debate, Mr. President.
Senator from Morgan to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me start by saying I think it is, it feels like I'm in an alternative universe sometimes when I listen to the debate here. Let's be honest enough with ourselves to say West Virginia has a long, terrible history of electoral corruption, corruption in elections, corruption in the polls. A justice of our Supreme Court of Appeals has authored a book called Don't Buy Another Vote, a history of political corruption in West Virginia. As the senator from Putnam mentioned, we have a constitutional duty, and it's not an implied constitutional duty, it is an express constitutional duty to pass laws designed to prevent corruption and fraud in our electoral process. Now, Mr. President, 33 states, not West Virginia yet, but 33 states in this country require some form of identification at the polls for voters. This is not some wild tangent West Virginia is going off on by itself. This will line us up with the vast majority of states. Now, having said that, this bill, if it's adopted, passed into law, will be among the least restrictive of such laws in the country. And I will compliment the participation we had from members of the minority party, the senator from the 17th in particular, to expanding that list of documents that will serve as acceptable and suitable forms of identification for people who come to the polls to vote. Those were appropriate amendments, and I'm glad they're in the bill, because the objective is not to make it hard or difficult or certainly to disenfranchise anyone. This bill does not disenfranchise anyone. This bill not only it enfranchises people, because in this bill is a requirement for people to be able to be registered automatically when they get a driver's license at the DMV. We're trying to increase participation in the electoral process with this, but at the same time take a reasonable, measured step to ensure integrity in our elections, that we won't have fraud or corruption in a county where there are more registered voters than there are living human beings or anywhere else. Now, let me make a couple other points about how far this bill goes to make sure no one is disenfranchised or inconvenienced. The DMV is directed in this bill to provide an absolutely free photo identification card, whether they're driver or not, to any person who wants one to be able to vote. Free. We require in this bill the Secretary of State, between now and 2018, when this bill will become effective, the elections at which it will become effective, to engage in a public education process to make sure people know they have to take some form of identification with them to the polls. As mentioned, the exhaustive list of documents which will satisfy the requirement of presenting identification. This bill is not about anything other than protecting and preserving, ensuring integrity in the electoral process, prevention of fraud and corruption. There's more than one way to be disenfranchised. It is possible to be disenfranchised by having your vote canceled by the vote of someone who has no legal right to vote. That's disenfranchisement. My fellow senators, I urge passage of this important public integrity bill.
Question for the Senate, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea, those opposed will vote nay. The clerk prepare the machine. Senator from CABELL. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine, ascertain the results on this question. 20 yeas, 14 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk has title amendment.
Committee on the Judiciary move to amend the title of the bill.
Questions on adoption of the title amendment? All those in favor will say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have declared the title amendment adopted. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4035, permitting pharmacists to furnish naloxone hydrochloride.
The senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. For two purposes, I ask unanimous consent that the closing remarks by the gentleman from Morgan be printed in the appendix of the journal.
The senator from Jackson requests unanimous consent that the remarks by the senator from Morgan be published in the appendix of the journal. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that House Bill 4035 lay over one day, retaining its place on the calendar.
Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4038, relating to insurance requirements for the refilling of topical eye medication. Third reading of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill. Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill would require insurance products sold in West Virginia to cover the cost of early refill of topical eye medication. The bill sets certain parameters which would include the medication is for a chronic eye condition, 70% of the current prescription days are used, and the prescription indicates that early refills are permitted. I urge passage.
Questions on passage of the bill? Is there discussion? Question for the Senate, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea, those opposed vote nay. The clerk prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine, ascertain the results on this question. 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted the affirmative, declare the bill passed. Clerk has title amendment.
Committee on Health and Human Resources move to amend the title of the bill.
Question on adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have. The ayes do have declared the title amendment adopted. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4040, regulating step therapy protocols and health benefit plans. Third reading of the bill.
Question on passage of the bill. Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill would require a procedure for exception from a prescription drug step therapy plan. The bill requires the procedure to be easily accessible on a health plan's website. There are conditions for granting an exception. These are: a required drug is contraindicated, that the required drug is expected to be ineffective based upon the patient's history, prior use of the drug with no effect, the drug is not medically appropriate, and the patient is stable on a current prescription. The bill provides that a health plan may require the use of a generic equivalent or keep a provider from prescribing a drug he or she feels is medically appropriate. I urge passage.
Question on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea, those opposed vote nay. The clerk prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results on this question. 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than the majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk has title amendment.
Committee on Health and Human Resources move to amend the title of the bill.
Question on the adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the title amendment adopted. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute.
And that is a recording from this morning's session of the Senate as they took up voter ID and several other bills. The House is getting ready to go back into session very shortly, and we want to go back there because they are taking up two bills that have a lot to do with their budget that we heard so much about this morning. They are taking up House Bill 4741 and 4742. This is this sweep of accounts that you heard so much about during the budget bill debate this morning. They will take up those two bills. Then they will take up a couple more bills until they get to the brunch bill, which now includes a county referendum in order for restaurants to serve alcohol starting at 10 a.m. on Sunday. So we are keeping rolling and keeping an eye on the Senate, but we would like to show you this House debate, a continuation of debate about the budget and the state's finances. Please stand by. You're watching the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia Channel.
But he's not on finance. What? Yeah, yeah. Oh, is he? That's right. I was thinking he's just on. Yeah, he's the one that is on both. That's right. I mean, and I think that just sends a. Okay. When we get past these 7 minutes, next break let's talk about that. Miley sent me a list of 3 that he wants. Oh, I know. I've got you see that. One, and the second list he sent. But you know, you got to vote for the budget to be on the bill. That's the way we always say. Huh? Yeah. And then we go a 4-1. We may do. Let's talk about it. Yeah. I don't know how that figures out as numbers wise. Well, you got to find out how many regular. Yeah. Yeah. Let's find that out. I'm asking him to return the resolution. That the clerk report the resolution, and then also you have more resolutions for delegate, home delegate, something in the body.
While the House gets ready, let's take you over to the Senate live.
Amended. All in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment as amended adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
If not, the clerk will read the bill a third time.
Engrossed House Bill 4618 relating to limitations on use of a public official's name or likeness. Third reading of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill? Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. As with all things, the art, if there ever is any, in making legislation is to try to find that right balance between and to be able to draw the lines that the public wants us to draw and expects us to draw between, on the one hand, conduct that all of us would agree is unacceptable, inappropriate, and conduct which is innocent and not offensive. And so that's what we've tried to do with that. The balance that we've struck in the Judiciary Committee is different than that which was embodied in the original House bill that came to us. And I will credit the hard work of the subcommittee and its members that worked on that. But I think in its form before us, this bill is a reasoned, balanced measure, and I support its passage.
Questions on passage of the bill? Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed vote nay. The clerk prepare the machine.
Limitations on use of likenesses and names of public officials.
Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 32 yeas, 2 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk has the title amendment.
Committee on the Judiciary move to amend the title of the bill.
Questions on the adoption of the title amendment? All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have. Declare the title amendment adopted. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed House Bill 4655, prohibiting insurers' vision care plan or vision care discount plans from requiring vision care providers to provide discounts on non-covered services or materials.
Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill lie over one day, retaining its place on the calendar.
Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered.
Engrossed House Bill 4728, relating to Schedule III controlled substances. Third reading of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill? The senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill would add human chorionic gonadotrope into the list of Schedule III drugs. This is a human growth hormone often used in conjunction with a steroid. There is an exception of the use of the drug on non-human species and when approved by the FDA. I urge passage.
Questions on passage of the bill? Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed to vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Senator from CABELL. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine, ascertain the results on this question. 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed House Bill 4738, relating to the offense of driving in an impaired state.
Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. This was asking unanimous consent to amend on third reading.
Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered.
Senator Kessler moved to amend the bill on page 1, section 2.
Thank you.
Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Senator from Marshall.
If you recall yesterday, we talked about driving while impaired based upon a substance and the word substance not being defined, and there was some concern as to whether it could even be a legal substance. So after we concluded, I had an opportunity to talk with the trooper in the back, and we expressed some of his concerns, and one of them, a significant one, was people huffing and spray paints and hairsprays and other things that have things that they sniff and actually become mind-altering at the time. So the amendment I have proposed is that it would be an inhalant substance, and I think that would help to clarify that it is limited but still in a significant portion of one of the hallucinogenic type of substances that are abused and make people dangerous on the road. I urge the adoption of the amendment.
Is there discussion? Senator from Morgan. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've reviewed the senator's amendment. I think it's reasonable. It narrows it. It clears up some ambiguity. We got into this a little bit on the floor yesterday, trying to discuss or flesh out what substances might be included if we don't have some other definition. I think the senator's amendment solves that problem. So I think it's a welcome addition to the legislation.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question is on the adoption of the amendment offered by the senator from Marshall. All those in favor will say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
If not, the clerk will read the bill a third time.
Engrossed House Bill 4738, relating to the offense of driving in an impaired state. Third reading of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill amends the single section of the West Virginia Code, 17C52, which is the offense, the section of the code which defines and prescribes the penalties for all the DUI offenses. This bill's singular purpose at this point is it makes it clear that a person can be convicted of DUI without necessarily there being a blood alcohol test result available for evidence in the case. I urge passage of the bill.
Is there discussion? Questions on passage? Questions on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine, ascertain the results on this question. 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk has title amendment.
Senator Kessler moved to amend the title of the bill.
Questions on the adoption of the title amendment? All those in favor will say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Bills on second reading.
This is the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia Channel. I'm Beth Voorhees. This is a live look inside the state Senate, where they are just taking up their bills on second reading, the amendment stage on the
Engrossed
floor.
committee substitute for House Bill 2110 relating generally to the tax treatment of manufacturing entities. Second reading of the bill.
There are amendments to the bill.
Yes, sir. The Committee on Finance moved to amend the bill by
Senior Senator from the 4th.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Senior Senator from the 4th requests unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. The Senior Senator from the 4th.
This is a strike insert amendment that does purely technical cleanup to the bill.
Is there discussion? If not, the questions on the adoption of the amendment offered by the Committee on Finance. All in favor will say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Bill be advanced third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2366 relating generally to the solicitation of minors. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on the Judiciary moved to amend the bill by
Senator from
strike.
Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Senator from Morgan requests unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Judiciary Committee amendment is a strike and insert amendment for the entire bill. The bill amends, under the strike and insert amendment, would amend two sections of the West Virginia Code. One's in Chapter 61, Article 3C, Section 14B, and the other is in Article 8A of Chapter 61. Both of these relate to offenses against minor children. In the former section, Section 14B, the offense prescribed is a person over the age of 18 using a computer in the manner prescribed by the provisions under subsection A, engaging in an overt act to bring himself or herself into a minor's or a person believed to be a minor's physical presence with the intent to engage in violations of Articles 8, 8B, 8C, or 8D of this chapter. It's a felony, fine of up to $25,000, imprisonment in a correctional facility of 5 to 15 years. So this is directed at adults who are seducing minors over the internet and then acting in a way to bring themselves into contact with a minor. The other section relates to the use of obscene matter and over telephone or could be, I guess a cell phone is principally what we're talking about here. And there's an offense prescribed there. Now, this amendment makes it a little bit different from the House bill because there is a carve-out on this for a person who is, let's see, within, the person has to be at least, the minor has to be at least 4 years younger than the adult. So that makes it consistent, at least in part, with the statutory definition.
While the Senate takes up bills on second reading, let's take you over to the House of Delegates, which is just resuming its work on third reading bills.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The first of two supplementals. This one is expiring roughly $10.8 million from various general revenue reappropriated accounts. And we're hitting, or I shouldn't say hitting, but 1, 2, 3, 5 different, 6 different departments. These are part of our budget. So we every year have funds set aside for an agency. To the extent one account is not fully spent, those are surplus dollars, if you will, and they roll over or are reappropriated each year. The Committee on Finance was given a report that we had over $250 million that was reappropriated this past year. What this particular bill did is looking at certain accounts that have been in a reappropriated fashion for as much as 8 years, totaling 10.8, and these funds are to be used for 2016. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage to help us close our 16 gap.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Gentleman from the 34th, Delegate Boggs. Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Chairman of Finance, I think I asked this question up in committee, but I wanted to just verify it. Just a quick count, I believe there was about $6.5 million, more or less, from Division of Health. I just wanted to, have we found any additional information? Are any of these funds utilized? I know they go back a ways, some of the accounts. Are any of these funds utilized right now to fund our local health departments?
Yes. I just want to make sure I say this right. There's 3 different funds that are being, or reappropriated dollars are being expired from. The first, it is an appropriation under the name of Assistance to Primary Health Care Centers. There's 4 different reappropriated dollars in this particular account that were set up beginning in 2007. Another one in 2008, 2009, and 2010 for a facility in Man that was never built, totaling, this is $3.4 million that were set aside. Nothing has ever been spent in those accounts. The 2 others, there's a behavioral health program, $25 million current balance, and the reappropriated proposal is $1.5 million. Yes, there is activity in that account. Institution facilities operations, $30 million in this account, reappropriated, and the plan was to expire $1.5 million, but there's activity in those 2 accounts.
But of these accounts, are any of these monies currently being used to fund our local health departments in any of the counties?
No.
Because I want to make sure I'm not voting on something that's going to take money away from providing services in the counties.
No.
Thank you.
Further members desiring to speak to the adoption of the bill. Although, then, gentleman from the 35th, gentleman from 24th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the chairman yield?
Gentleman yield.
You'd mentioned $2 million set aside for a facility in Man.
Mentioned 3.4 that has been there since '07.
Yeah, I do know that the governor has committed at least $1 million of that to Lincoln Healthcare, primary health care, to build a facility with the county commission matching some funds and trying to raise some other money to get that facility.
Okay, this is typical of what we, in going through the various reappropriated accounts and the many of millions of dollars that sit, if you will, on the sidelines and have been sitting for years.
And I understand that, but you know.
And all of a sudden when somebody comes looking, it's unusual how plans all of a sudden change.
I understand.
Yeah.
Thank you. At the appropriate time.
Gentleman may proceed.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have to vote against this. You know, I'm from a small town. We used to have a hospital. Got tore down years ago. Bankruptcy. Now we've got one company, Lincoln Primary Healthcare, is planning on coming in there, and right now their facility is mobile trailers. So for this, I'm going to have to encourage everyone to vote no on this, because this is near and dear to every one of my constituents back home. Thank you.
Gentleman from 35th to close debate. Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine.
The following have paired in accordance with House Rule 43. Delegate Flanagan, yea. Delegate Sponaughle, nay.
Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 65 ayes, 32 nays, 3 members absent not voting. A majority of members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
House Bill 4741.
Are there amendments to the title? Not title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill be made effective from passage.
Gentleman from 58th moves the bill be made effective from passage. All those in favor of the gentleman's motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 62 ayes, 34 nays, 4 members absent not voting, less than 2/3 of the members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the motion rejected. Further bills, clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further bills on third reading.
House Bill 4742, expiring funds to the Division of Human Services Medical Services Trust Fund from various accounts.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 35th, Delegate Nelson, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've chatted about this particular one at length yesterday, today. What we have is our last supplemental of this session, maybe. We have a number of accounts here, all special revenue, totaling $72.8 million that are being expired into the Medical Services Trust Fund for fiscal year 2016 budget. I urge passage.
Other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 50th, Delegate Caputo. Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess my first question is, I want to talk to you about, I guess it's account number 3355, the Miners Health, Safety, and Training Fund, where the proposal is to take $2 million out of that account.
Here, found that. Okay, yes.
First of all, I guess my first question is, did you have any discussions with the Director of the Office of Miners Health, Safety, and Training in regard to his concerns or lack of concerns for sweeping that money from his account?
Personally, I did not.
Did anyone from your committee have those?
Now
if they did, I'd like to talk to them.
We had subcommittees that looked at various accounts and did any. In general, a standard practice with each of these accounts that was looked at was, one, the current cash balance, which this one in particular has $11 million. The other standard practice with each of these accounts that was discussed a little last night was looking at historically over the last 3 years of what was the regular expenditure and then what was the regular capital inflow, if you will. And this account has continued to grow, has stayed at a steady level, $11 million, and $2 million is being proposed in this supplemental. But that was a standard practice used with all these accounts.
Well, would you believe me if I told you I spoke to the director and he told me that no one discussed it with him?
I would believe you.
All right. Do you know what this money, well, let me ask you first, do you know where this money comes from, where it's generated from?
Yes, it's civil penalty assessments collected for the administration of miners' health, safety, and training.
So it comes basically from fines and assessments of violations throughout the coal industry, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so would you agree with me that due to mine closures and mines being idled and not working near as much as we would all like them to see working, that these funds may be going down in the future?
Yes, that's a possibility.
Do you know that this agency has a $600,000 rescue truck ordered that is not paid for yet?
I do not know that, but there is $11 million
in
this account.
I understand that. Would you believe me if I told you this agency has a $600,000 rescue truck ordered that's not paid for?
Absolutely.
And would you believe me if I told you they have $100,000 in new radios ordered that's not been paid for yet? Is that a yes?
Yes.
And would you believe me if the director told me this money is used to backfill their budget cuts?
I believe you.
But still, you had no conversation with the director of what effect this might have on it.
I did not, personally.
Do you know that in the last 2 years, the mine safety bills that passed this House added additional duties to that agency?
I do not know.
Well, it did. I hope you would trust me on that. Would you believe me if I told you it added the diesel inspections to that agency that wasn't there before?
I would believe you.
And it also will be used because in this year's mine safety bill to deal with mine rescue teams. Would you believe that?
Yes.
And do you know how much money the agency spent? And God forbid, I hope we never have to spend money like this again, but do you know how much money the agency spent in regards to the Upper Big Branch disaster?
I do not know.
Would you believe me if I told you it was over $1 million?
I would believe you.
But still, no discussions with the head of this agency to see how this would affect his operating costs.
I did not.
Thank you.
Further members desiring to speak to the adoption of the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 24th delegate, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman Yield?
Gentleman yield.
I hate to lay you
Yes,
out there,
sir.
brother.
It's not the first time today.
As our colleague from the 5th, he was saying about the mine rescue and the mine safety bill, or the Mine Safety Act that we passed in 2016 just a few weeks ago. And part of that bill was that the state mine safety health would also be the backup mine rescue team for a lot of the coal mines in the state. And this could possibly affect that turnout to the mine rescue teams.
The gentleman may have a valid point. And again, I just come back to the $11 million balance that's been in this account, and historically, expenditures have not exceeded $775,000 in any given year.
I understand, but it's with the decline in mines right now and our rescue teams, I'm not going to be able to support this because I just can't put the safety of miners at risk. Thank you.
I can understand.
Gentleman from the 35th to close debate. Oh, gentleman from the 50th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this. And look, I only called one agency, and that was the one that I'm familiar with, that I've been working with in my entire 40 years, whether I was back at the mine or whether I've been working for the union. And I just asked him simply, did you have any conversation? Did you have any discussion? Did anybody contact you? Maybe he can do without the money. I don't know. I don't know that. But the point is, he told me he was never contacted. It's $2 million out of a budget that is designated to protect the health and safety of coal miners in this state, and he wasn't even talked to about it. I'm sorry, I can't support this supplemental for that reason, and I want to know in my mind how many other agencies did not receive that call as well. I encourage membership to vote no.
John for the 50th, Delegate Manchin.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also spoke with Jimmy Giannetti that I think the gentleman from the 20th had spoken about yesterday. He says this is going to have a catastrophic effect on their ability to continue providing these mobile radio units and throughout the state. And I have similar worries to my colleague from the 50th about how well vetted any of these sweeps have been. So therefore, I urge rejection.
John for the 20th, Delegate Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also urge rejection. Ladies and gentlemen, this has not been vetted, or we would have discovered the federal law that says we cannot use this money for what it went to. I mean, it's clear right here. The money in this account is only for the support or implementation of 911 or enhanced 911 services. This wasn't vetted. Nobody called Jimmy Jeanette and asked him. If they did, they would have knew the answer to this. I urge rejection.
Lady from the 36th, Delegate Guthrie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
The account 3327, the Water Quality Management Fund, from which $2,500,000 was swept. What constitutes that? First of all, how much money is in that fund, and what is that fund based on?
Okay, that current balance, and I did speak to the Secretary on this one, because of the size of this account. $45 million is in that account right now.
Let me just say, you know, a couple of years ago, we had a chemical spill that poisoned our water, and we realized that we had a breach in our water system, and now we need a $20 million secondary intake system. And so, inadvertently, Mr. Chairman, you may have actually found a solution to our water intake system need. I'm not saying that everything that was done, as a matter of fact, I think this is probably a long overdue process. One of the things that I have noticed in all of these accounts is that there are places to serve needs that we've all identified over the years. In my county and in all of the counties for the 300,000 people whose water was not drinkable for many, many weeks, this could be an account that we could look towards in future years for that purpose. But I must say that I have to agree with most of my colleagues. While I think we're on the right track, I'm uncomfortable with the fact that too many agencies are beginning to say that no one contacted them. I think that this is something that I'm glad we're doing, finally. But I can't support it this year. If we do it next year, and we do it over the interim process, then I think we may be able to solve a couple of different problems. One, being able to accomplish some projects that have been long waiting, and two, make sure that some of our agencies are not sitting on excess funds when they needn't be. But for now, while it's a good start, I'm just uncomfortable that we didn't do this in such haste that folks who really are dependent upon this money are going to be hung up. Thank you.
John from the 67th, Delegate Skinner.
Speaker, would the chairman yield?
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
So after the gentleman from the 20th yesterday started talking about the radio network, and I guess the word kind of got out, I received a message from back home about this very issue, and they pointed out that the fees that are collected on, I guess, phones that fund this, the federal law and the New and Emerging Technologies 911 Improvement Act of 2008 called the Net 911 Act says that it allows you to charge the 911 fees, and then quote, provided that the fee or charge is obligated or expended only in support of 911 and enhanced 911 services or enhancement of such services as specified in the provision of state or local law adopting the fee or charge. Have you all vetted that? I mean, are we allowed to take that $1 million?
Yes. So we all are subject to these 911 fees on our cell phones. And what is going into this interoperable account, matter of fact, there's 3 funds, and then there's $30+ million that are dispersed throughout all our 911 centers in the state. But 5% of that 911 fee goes into this particular account. And there is not a restriction on those fees into this particular interoperable account.
But it's the source of the funds, I thought. If we collect it from the 911, we've got to keep it in 911 and emergency services. And this is, I mean, we're taking it out of the emergency services, right?
There are, again, 3 accounts in addition to 911 centers.
Thank you, sir. I'll just speak very briefly,
Gentleman,
Mr. Speaker. Regardless of whether it is legal to take this money from the fund, this is a huge portion of the fund, and the delegate from the 20th, I think, is exactly right. We need this $1 million in the place that it is to operate that emergency radio network. That's pretty critical, whether we're talking about mining emergencies or whether we're talking about an accident on 64. We shouldn't be taking this money. Getting into the rest of the substance of it is something different, but this $1 million, I think it's probably illegal to do this, and it's bad for how we want to treat our first responders. So I'm a no vote. Thank you.
Gentleman from 35th, to close debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, the standard thing with all of these accounts is we've looked at the trends over the years, the expenditures, the revenue coming in, and to the extent that the vetting personally by me has not occurred, we do have 2 processes that will occur after this. One is the conference committee, and then the governor has the final oversight. So if there is something that's missed, the governor is there. But I will lastly just note, as is Chapter 12.2.2, and it speaks about special revenue accounts, that amounts collected which are found from time to time to exceed funds needed for the purposes set forth in general law may be transferred to other accounts or funds and redesignated for other purposes by appropriation of the legislature. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage, and this again is part of our funding for 16 and 17.
Request for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk, prepare the machine.
The following have paired in accordance with House Rule 43. Delegate Flanagan, yea. Delegate Sponaughle, nay.
Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 60 ayes, 38 nays, 2 members absent, not voting. Majority of members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
House Bill 4742.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill be made effective from passage.
The gentleman from 58 moves the bill be made effective from passage. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk, prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 60 ayes, 37 nays, 3 members absent not voting. Less than 2/3 of the members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the motion rejected. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further bills on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 270, repealing code relating to insurance policies.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 38th, Delegate Lane, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, Senate Bill 270 repeals an insurance policy exception for landowner immunity. Currently, West Virginia Code 1925-1 is entitled Limiting Liability of Landowners. The stated purpose of the article is to encourage owners of land to make it available to the public and water areas for military, law enforcement, homeland defense, training, recreational, or wildlife propagation purposes by limiting their liability for injury to persons entering thereon. Section 7 of the statute, which Senate Bill 270 seeks to repeal, provides that if a landowner has liability insurance, the policy shall be read so as to contain a provision or endorsement whereby the company issuing such policy waives or agrees not to assert as a defense on behalf of the policyholder to any claim covered by the terms of the policy the immunity from liability granted by this statute. The only way to avoid this provision is if the landowner rejects the endorsement on the policy in writing. Unless the landowner who permits his or her property to be used in accordance with the statute realizes the repercussion of not opting out of the provisions of Section 7 in writing, that landowner may still end up in a lawsuit and effectively will not have immunity. The policyholder must opt out of these provisions upon every renewal, so if the landowner forgets or neglects to do so, the liability attaches. Just some of the specific instances where immunity would be available for conservation easements for use by such groups as the Charleston Land Trust for walking trails, property for the Hatfield-McCoy Regional Authority trail system, tracks available for hunting clubs, landowners who cooperate and allow usage for military, law enforcement, and homeland security training. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of the bill.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Not the question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 92 ayes, 4 nays, 4 members absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 270.
Are there amendments to the title? Not the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further bills.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 291, Law Enforcement Use of Unmanned Aircraft Systems.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Schott, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to amend the bill on third reading.
Gentleman from 27th asks unanimous consent to be allowed to offer an amendment on third reading. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Are there amendments?
Delegate Schott moves to amend the bill. This is HFA Schott 3-11.
The gentleman from 27th asks unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman from 27th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment makes some technical cleanup to address the issue raised yesterday by the delegate from the 23rd relating to the scope of rulemaking. Further, it removes a provision relating to the offense of the use of the drone equipped with a lethal weapon that is unclear as to its scope and application. The offense of operating a drone with a lethal weapon remains a felony offense. Finally, the amendment corrects an error in the enacting section. Mr. Speaker, I urge adoption.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment? Gentleman from the 23rd, Delegate Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge adoption of the amendment. I appreciate the Chair of Judiciary and just let it be known that I guess lawyers are useful every now and then. He had a lot better way of doing what I wanted to do to fix the bill, so I would urge adoption.
Other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment? Not the question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? Clerk, please read the bill a third time.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 291.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Schott, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 291 relates to the use of unmanned aircraft, which we often refer to as drones. In its current form, the bill establishes both criminal offenses in the use of drones, as well as regulations upon their Let me repeat that. The regulations are only upon their use by law enforcement. In particular, Senate Bill 291 establishes several new criminal offenses for individuals using a drone. First, it makes it unlawful for a person to operate a drone to take photographs or other images of a person without permission where the person being captured has a reasonable expectation of privacy. It also makes it additionally unlawful to operate a drone to physically harass another person or to operate it in a manner with willful, wanton disregard for the safety of persons or property. The penalty for such a violation is a misdemeanor. It's punishable by a fine of not less than $100 nor more than $1,000 and/or confinement in jail for not more than 1 year. Additionally, it makes it a felony to either equip a drone with a lethal weapon or to operate a drone with the intent to cause damage or disrupt in any way the flight of a manned aircraft. Finally, the bill makes it a misdemeanor crime to operate a drone over a targeted facility and intentionally deploy any substance, material, or object, or to conduct surveillance of, gather evidence of, or record a targeted facility without consent. In addition to the new criminal offenses, the bill establishes guidelines and limitations upon law enforcement's use of a drone. In particular, the bill prohibits law enforcement to use a drone without a warrant, to intentionally conduct surveillance of, gather evidence of, or record specifically targeted persons or private property. The bill does make an exception for emergencies and search and rescue purposes. Finally, the bill grants the Law Enforcement Professional Standards Subcommittee with the ability to establish legislative rules governing law enforcement use of drones. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Gentleman from the 23rd, Doggett Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I would urge passage of this piece of legislation. It's something that myself, I know the lady from the 51st, and several other delegates have been concerned with for a couple of years. I think it strengthens the constitutional rights of West Virginians and makes sure that they are not being under surveillance without proper search warrant being issued. I would urge strong passage of this legislation.
Gentleman from 37th, Doggett Pushkin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Chairman of the Judiciary please yield?
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
Thank you, sir. I'm looking for it in here. I don't see it, but would this make it a crime for someone to use a drone to take pictures of an industrial site?
Targeted facilities, yes, it does. Let me find the section specifically. Targeted facility is defined in the bill as a coal mine, coal preparation plant, petroleum and aluminum refineries, chemical and rubber manufacturing facilities, electric generation facilities, and public utilities, or any entity regulated by the Public Service Commission, and I think we also added oil and gas facilities.
Okay, so it would be a crime to take a picture of one of these facilities.
It's basically described as hover over. Yeah, so I guess if you hover over and take a picture, yeah, it would be.
All right, thank you. At the appropriate time, let's briefly speak.
Gentleman may proceed.
Thank you. I'm going to have to, upon reading this a little closer, I'm going to have to vote against this. I think this just goes a little bit too far when you're making it a crime to take a picture of an industrial site.
Lady from the 51st, Doggett Pleshire.
Thank you. Will the chairman continue to yield?
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
Yes.
Where does the, I saw the definition of targeted facilities, but where does that, where is the legal part of that?
The prohibition is contained in Section 3, and it would be I'm sorry, it's actually Section 5.
Mm-hmm.
And it begins with the operation of an unmanned aircraft system over the property of a targeted facility to intentionally deploy any substance, material, projectile, or object, or conduct surveillance of, gather evidence and information about, or photographically, or electronically record a targeted facility without the prior consent of the owner of the targeted facility is unlawful.
Thank you. And then going back to the part about taking pictures of individuals, which is in section 3. I wondered about whether a place where you have a reasonable expectation of privacy would include your home.
I would certainly think so.
And then I wondered about Google Maps.
About
which,
what?
Google Maps, which has pictures of all of our homes already.
My understanding of Google Maps is that the altitude from which those photos are taken are beyond what normally is considered the level that these drones fly, but that's just my understanding.
Yeah, I think those pictures are taken by satellites, but so you think it would be inappropriate to send a drone to take pictures of your home under this legislation, or a crime?
I think the demarcation line is your boundaries of your property. So I think I think most people would have a reasonable expectation of privacy within the boundaries of their property. As far as taking the picture from, say, across the street, I don't think that would fall within the prohibition.
And it looks to me like the only thing that's really illegal is if you take a picture of a person where they have a reasonable expectation of privacy.
I think the gentlelady is correct. It is the person and not the property.
So they could take pictures of your home with a drone just so long as they didn't capture you looking through your bathroom window or something like that.
Right, or sunbathing on your back patio or whatever. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Further members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill. Gentleman from 37th, Pushkin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The chairman continued to yield. I'm sorry, I just have a couple more questions I thought of.
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
Yes.
So it's still legal for a manned aircraft, a plane or a helicopter to fly over an industrial site and take pictures, but if somebody uses a drone, it would now be illegal.
This bill only applies to unmarked aircraft systems, which are essentially the, and let's go to the definition. An aircraft that is operated without direct human intervention from inside or on the aircraft and includes the crew member, the associated support equipment, the control station, data links, telemetry, communications, and navigation equipment necessary to operate the unmanned aircraft. So we're talking about unmanned aircraft.
Well, yeah, I understand that's the part of the code, that's what we're talking about here. To your knowledge, is there anywhere else in state code that would make it illegal if somebody was in a manned aircraft? If somebody was in a helicopter or a plane, that's legal, right?
Yes, I mean, it's legal unless you get to the point where you're a nuisance or you're violating, there's various aircraft regulations. The Civil Aeronautics Board has regulations, which I'm not familiar with, but I'm sure that there are regulations, for instance, as to how close you can fly to the ground and how close you can get to a residence and so forth.
Okay.
So there may be, in other words, there may be other violations that you risk provisions of code or regulations or whatever you may violate that wouldn't be covered by this section.
Okay. Is there anything in this bill that would say if the drone was high enough, would it then be legal? If it wasn't low enough that it was a nuisance, but it was high enough?
I don't think there's an
So even if this was as high as where it would be legally, it'd be legal to take pictures from a helicopter or a plane at the same altitude. If the drone, if it was an unmanned, if it was a drone, then it would be illegal.
If there was if it falls within one of these sections, if it's a drone, yes, it would be illegal.
All right. And say there was an industrial site where there were they were violating some laws at the site, and someone was able to obtain a photo of that through this means, then I would imagine that photo wouldn't be able to be used to prove that there was some violations going on at an industrial site?
I don't see anything in here that would cause the suppression of that evidence, but it might be a violation for the person operating the drone. I think those are two different issues. In other words, the person might risk a misdemeanor conviction, but at the same time may have captured evidence that could possibly be used. Now, if law enforcement did that, you might have a problem with the admissibility of that evidence, but if an individual did it, I don't think you'd have the same problem. But I'm not a criminal lawyer, but I think that was probably how that would be handled.
All right. Thank you.
John from the 50th docket, Caputo.
The chairman continue to yield, please.
Gentleman, yield. Gentleman,
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a bill introduced that does a lot of similar things that this bill does, because I had a call from a constituent whose privacy had been being invaded. She was sunbathing and her neighbor kept taking photos. And I fully support that, but I'm a little concerned, and the gentleman from 37th raised my concerns about certain industrial sites. And I was looking through the bill, but maybe you can help me. What certain industrial sites is that?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
I guess my question is, it's a crime to use drones to take photographs of certain industrial sites. That's what the abstract says. And I was looking through the bill to see if I could determine what certain means. Is there certain sites defined? Is it encompassed by all industrial sites?
Yeah, it's the term targeted facility. And we've been
sorry?
through that. Targeted facility, it's defined in the first section under number 6.
I'm not sure I understand what that means, targeted facility. Could you help me with that?
It's a term that's used throughout, but it's defined in subsection 6 of section 1. It means a coal mine, coal preparation plant, petroleum and aluminum refineries, chemical and rubber manufacturing facilities, electric generation facilities, and public utilities, and any entity regulated by the Public Service Commission.
Okay, so
excuse me, we added oil and gas.
I apologize if I repeat a question the gentleman from 37th asked, because I was trying to look through the bill at the same time. If someone took a picture of someone, say, dumping toxic waste in a stream and at a coal mine facility, could that not be utilized because you're not allowed to photograph on mine property?
I get you could certainly take it from afar. The word over is a controlling word in the statute, to be over the property, such as the public utility or whatever. Now, depending on how far your refuge site is away from the coal mine, I assume if it's on the permitted area, it's possible. And as the gentleman from Kanawha and I discussed earlier, it may be illegal to take the photograph, but it may be that the photograph is certainly admissible to prove the violation if there's toxic waste or others.
Can you explain to me, and you may not know the answer to this, what the rationale was to use targeted facilities?
Yes, I suspect it's Homeland Security and the concern about terrorist activities, the use of these unmanned facilities to photograph the vulnerabilities in these various facilities, perhaps even to crash these, say, into a mine fan and interrupt the flow of oxygen to an operating mine and jeopardize life the coal miners that work there. I mean, you can just,
okay,
you can let
that's
your...
fair. I understand now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from 36, Delegate Rowe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the chairman would continue for just a moment.
Gentleman, yield.
I've got a couple questions I think are clarifying, sir. Okay, law enforcement has to, if they're going to use surveillance, they can do that, but they've got a warrant process and it's set out in the bill, correct? For drone use.
There we go. Yes, it is correct.
Okay, now private parties, it's a different situation. It's only illegal to photograph an individual who has an expectation of privacy. Say maybe someone around a swimming pool who's in a bathing suit with a fence up. You couldn't take a picture next door. You'd have to be up in a drone. That would be illegal, correct?
That is one of the areas that's illegal, or if you use the drone to harass someone.
And you actually don't have to be over the property of the person when you're taking the picture to be in violation of the statute. You could be next door or some distance away if you're taking a picture of a person with a reasonable expectation.
That is correct.
So, and we did in Judiciary have one of the television station folks come by and talk about it, and they expressed concern over the fact there was no general exemption for news gathering.
That is correct.
But they're not barred from taking photographs of any of any accident scene necessarily, or I remember the O.J. Simpson chase. None of those things would be a problem because there would be no expectation of privacy, correct?
That's correct.
And then it's interesting, but to take a photograph of a targeted site, industrial site, you have to be over the property to be in violation.
That's the way the statute was crafted, yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
John from the 63rd, Delegate Folk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to follow up a little bit, I'm not going to ask you questions. To the chair, this is really about protecting our, our key things like water and our power plants and things like that. But I want to speak a little bit about from a FAA perspective. There is a notice of proposed rulemaking out right now for drones. And in general, Part 91 requires right now that aircraft stay at least 500 feet away from any person, vessel. There's several things in there. So it's actually a distance, not necessarily altitude all the time. And to address a little bit of, the concept of Google Earth coming up, Google Earth is not real time. It's delayed. It's usually year-old pictures. And we're talking real-time information. And that's why this is critical in this bill. And just to give you a little update, it hasn't been called the Civil Aeronautics Board for a long time, many decades. It's the Federal Aviation Administration. But those, in the real world, what's happening, especially in some of these densely populated cities, they're taking drones up in flight paths of aircraft. And they're using lasers to point them at pilots. Some guys have actually gotten burned with their eyes burned from lasers. So I support the legislation, and the main reason is if law enforcement is going to use it, they have to get a warrant. And I know there's some concerns about possibly, going over a bad actor in industry. Well, law enforcement can go, first of all, the example that I think the gentleman from the 50th used about dumping stuff in an area, if it's close to where you can see it on the ground, this law doesn't apply. And you could still go tell the law enforcement, hey, I think this is happening. Hey, go get a warrant. They can use their drones if they want to and follow up. I think it's a pretty good balance, on balance, a good piece of legislation, and I'll support it.
John from 35th, Delegate Byrd.
Will the gentleman from the 63rd yield for a question?
Gentleman yield.
Get up, Mr. United.
Gentleman yield.
Guess I opened it up, didn't I?
You were just talking about FAA supposed to come out with some proposed rules on this.
Yeah.
When is that?
Well, actually, they're out right now.
But they're not finalized, are
No,
they?
they're not finalized. I'm just going, but that's why I call it the notice of proposed rulemaking.
And when are the final rules to come out, this summer?
I'm not sure the exact date. I don't fly that many drones. My planes I fly are a little bit bigger.
Have you heard about what's going to be contained in the final rule from the FAA?
From what I've looked at, I'm a little concerned, yes, because it applies to any drone below 55 pounds, and basically you're going to have to go get seems to be like a pilot's license to fly one.
Okay, thank you. Permission to briefly address that?
I would like to say one more thing about that. This doesn't apply to RC model airplanes. That's a whole different section of FAA regs. Doesn't apply.
Okay. Permission to speak,
Gentleman may
Bill?
proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do truly like the intent of this bill, but we are going to have some proposed rules come out by the FAA this summer, and I would think that since this is a new area that the legislature is dealing with, and it's been a new area that legislatures across the country are dealing with, I think the more appropriate route would have been to put this in a study resolution. I think we're jumping the gun on this, but I just can't vote for it right now, given that these rules are coming out this summer, and it could give us some good guidance on this. So I'm a no vote. Thank you.
Does the gentleman wish to close?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to say that law enforcement has requested this in order that there be some guidelines for the use and it not be abused. And I really don't think it's necessary to drone on any further about this bill. Therefore, I urge passage.
Okay. That was just hovering right there, wasn't it? Okay, sorry. Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 89 ayes, 9 nays, 2 members absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 291.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Schott moves to amend the title.
Question for the House is the adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further bills.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 293, Neighborhood Investment Program Act.
Request for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from 64th, Delegate Householder, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 293 deals with the Neighborhood Investment Program Act. The program authorizes certain qualifying charitable organizations that serve economically disadvantaged citizens or areas of the state to be able to offer tax credits to persons who donate to the organizations. I urge passage.
Would other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Not the question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk will prepare the machine. So each member voted. If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 98 ayes, 0 nays, 2 members absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 293.
Are there amendments to the title?
Committee on Finance moves to amend the title.
Request for the House is the adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further bills.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 298, allowing restaurants, private clubs, and wineries sell alcoholic beverages on Sundays.
Request for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from 38, Delegate Lane, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of Senate Bill 298 is to allow restaurants, private clubs, distilleries, mini distilleries, and wineries to sell alcohol at 10 a.m. on Sundays. All sales must be for on-premises use, and the county option election to allow Sunday morning sales is at the option of the county. Counties are not compelled to hold such election. The bill also provides for complementaries to be provided by distilleries and wineries. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of the bill.
Would other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Gentleman from 67th, Delegate Skinner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
This is,
yes.
I think there might have been a little bit of confusion in the Judiciary Committee, and I just want to confirm that if wineries and distilleries are not allowed to be open right now, if this bill becomes law and there's a referendum, and in that county, if the distillery wants to be able to sell its product on Sunday, the actual bottle, to the people who come in, they will not be permitted to do that.
The only way that a distillery, mini distillery, or a winery may do those things is if they have a dual license. So they must be considered a retailer as well, which I believe is under a different part, and most of them are not, is my understanding. But what it does provide is that those distilleries, mini distilleries, and wineries may provide complimentary samples just as they do at other times.
But even if they have a retail license, they will not be permitted to sell a bottle on premises on a Sunday, no matter what.
It's for on-premises consumption only. So
Okay.
they couldn't sell like at a Rite Aid or a Kroger would do, where you go in and buy a bottle. So if you go to a winery, you could not purchase a bottle at 10 a.m. and take it home. But if they're offering complimentaries or that type of thing, you could have that.
Okay, thank you. And to speak to it, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman, may proceed.
I want to thank the Speaker. I want to thank the Chair of Roads. I want to thank the Chair of Judiciary for getting this bill to this point. We live in Jefferson County. We live right next to a couple counties that are thriving in terms of wineries and distilleries. In Loudoun County alone, I think there are something like 30 wineries, and they can all on a Sunday be open and also sell bottles. We need to be competitive and have a tourism infrastructure that allows us to convert those tourists who want to come into West Virginia into people who can come into West Virginia on Sundays. And this is an important part of that. And it's a pun, but this is a half measure. And I'm happy that we are at this point, and I look forward to working with everybody across the aisle and in my party to make it a full measure. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 61st, Delegate Duke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Vice Chair yield for
Gentleman
question.
Gentleman.
Yes. Mr. Vice Chairman, I was surprised yesterday evening to read media reports stating that in order for Sunday sales to begin at 10 o'clock, it would require counties to have a county referendum. As my understanding, based on what's in the language of the bill before us, that is not true. Is that correct? That it is not true that counties must have a local referendum passed by the local voters?
Counties are not compelled to hold the election, but in order for the sale to occur at 10 a.m. or between 10 and 1, there would need to be a referendum, an approval of a referendum.
So, my second question, I think you've maybe anticipated it. So if a county was going to do a local option, the only way to do that is not by county ordinance, by the county commission. It would still require a local option?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Further members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill. The gentleman from 63rd, Delegate Polk.
Just want to add a few comments. The gentleman from Jefferson. I drive Route 9 at least once a week between Charlestown and Route 7 right outside of Leesburg. And been doing it now since I went back to work after being laid off for 4 years. And I can just tell you that Loudoun County, that area there, right where you cross over the state line, which is at the Appalachian Trail on down, they're actually cutting down forest and putting in wineries, putting these big, huge fences to keep deer out. It's a booming business. And since I'm pretty low on the totem pole in the airline business as far as seniority goes, I work a lot of weekends. So I see it firsthand. Literally, the parking lots, they've taken a 20 or 30 acre field, they've put up the fences, they put up the trellises, excuse me, for the vineyards, and they built these fancy timber frame places usually where they have the tastings, and they're selling wine galore. So I believe that this is a good first step, but we really need to go farther because we are competing with our neighbors.
Gentleman from 22nd, Delegate Moffitt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't happen often that I could say I agree with the gentleman from this side of the aisle over here, but I do. I think the option to sell bottles and have that tourism aspect is something we need to look at. I've seen it up in Rochester, New York area, where the Great Lakes are, and it's a booming business, and I think this is a good measure, but I think the tourism and the benefit to the economy would be a good step for next year.
Does the gentleman wish to close the debate? Question for the House is the passage of the bill. All those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine.
The following have paired in accordance with House Rule 43. Delegate Flanagan, yea. Delegate Azinger, nay.
Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 84 ayes, 15 nays, 1 member absent not voting. The majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 298.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further bills.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 339, establishing Judicial Compensation Commission.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from 38, Delegate Lane, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, Senate Bill 339 establishes a Judicial Compensation Commission to evaluate and recommend salaries for the various judicial officers of the state. The bill establishes the commission as a legislative advisory commission that is charged with studying the compensation structure of the various judicial officers and to make recommendations to the legislature regarding compensation. The commission is comprised of 5 individuals. 2 are to be appointed by the Speaker, 2 by the Senate President, and the Dean of West Virginia College of Law is the 5th. The bill imposes limitations on who may be appointed. Specifically, prohibits public employees, elected public officials, persons receiving a pension from the state of West Virginia, members of the West Virginia State Bar, or officer of a state or county political party executive committee from being appointed. The appointed members of the commission are to serve without compensation for 4 years. As structured, the commission is required to study, gather data, and issue a report annually with recommendations as to the salaries of the state's judicial officers. Consistent with the amendment adopted yesterday, the recommendations may be introduced in the legislative session. If adopted in whole, then the commission will not make a recommendation again for 3 years. However, if the recommendations are not adopted, the commission will continue to study and make further recommendations as to salaries of the state's judicial officers. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of the bill.
With other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 10th, Delegate Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. I'll give you a little history on our salary. When I first came to the legislature, it was $500 a year. No expenses except 1 round trip to travel. And then the people had to vote to raise our salary, which they did a time or two. I think the last time they raised it, $3,300 or something like that. But we finally set up an organization similar to this and let a commission recommend a salary increase to the legislature. Now, we still have to vote on it if we want to increase it, but now it's over $2,000, as you all know, a year, plus you get a round trip a week, plus you get your expenses. Now think if we were still on $500 a year, which we began with. And I think corollary to that are judges' salaries. You know, it's been my experience that the legislature is very reluctant to increase the salary of judges. An attorney will get it in for a judge because he didn't rule the way he thought he should. And so they have historically fought increases in judges' salary. And as we all know, judges have awesome power. You know, a judge in a courtroom could say, bailiff, lock that man up, and he'd have to do it. That's how much authority and power judges have. And I think they should be paid commensurate with their responsibility, which I say is awesome. And so I very forcefully try, not quite as loudly as I could to Senator Delegate from Marion, but I hope you support this bill. Thank you.
Further members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill. Does the gentleman wish to close debate? Not question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Gentleman from the 44th. If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 94 ayes, 4 nays, 2 members absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 339.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Schott moves to amend the title.
Question for the House is the adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further bills.
Senate Bill 345 relating to parking on state-owned or leased property.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 64th, Delegate Householder, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 345 would correct an inconsistency in statute by moving the parking fund from the General Service Division to the Real Estate Division, which manages parking at the Capitol. I urge passage.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? If not, the question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 96 ayes, 0 nays, 4 members absent, not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Senate Bill 345.
Are there amendments to the title? Not title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further bills.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 361, prohibiting persons who have committed crimes against elderly from performing community service involving elderly.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. The gentleman from the 27th delegate shot to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of Senate Bill 361 is to clarify existing language in the law that requires persons convicted of violent crimes against the elderly, upon suspension of their sentence, to perform public service in an elderly service center. The bill does not change the existing law that persons convicted of violent crimes against the elderly shall serve a mandatory sentence unless the court suspends the sentence to order probation with a condition of public service. What the bill corrects is to require that convicted persons not perform that public service in an elderly service center. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Lady from the 57th delegate, Rowan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill that is in front of us is the same as House Bill 4306, which went through the Senior Issues Committee in January. I urge passage.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 96 ayes, 0 nays, 4 members absent not voting. The majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 361.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Schott moves to amend the title.
Question for the House is the adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further bills.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 378, relating to truancy intervention.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill.
Advanced to third. It was advanced with amendment pending and strictly right.
To the members, this bill was advanced to third with the amendments pending and the right to amend by the delegates from the 27th delegate Schott and the delegate from the 19th delegate Perdue. Are there amendments?
The Committee on Judiciary moves to amend the bill. This is H. Jude AM 3-3.
The gentleman from 38th delegate Lane asks unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman from 38.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the proposed amendments make several changes to the Senate's committee substitute. First, in the case of a death in the family, the committee substitute from the Senate amended the excused absences relating to a death in the family. Specifically, the ComSub provided that there's an excused absence under this section was limited to 3 days, and the student had to provide documentation of the death. Judiciary Committee proposed amendment increases that to 5 days and removes the requirement that a student has to provide documentation of the death. Secondly, the effect of a school suspension. The committee substitute struck the current language regarding the effect of school suspensions and added 2 subsections. Those subsections provide that absences from school due to a suspension based upon intentional act of the student are unexcused. Further, it provided these days are not attributable to the parent for purposes of enforcement of the article unless the parent encouraged, condoned, or aided and abetted the conduct causing suspension. The Judiciary Committee's proposed amendment provides that the absences due to a suspension are excused since they are conditions placed upon the child by the school. Third, personal illness or injury of the student. The committee substitute required written documentation from a doctor if the student's illness or injury lasted for 3 or more consecutive days. The Judiciary Committee's amendment increases that from 3 to 5 as was felt that this requirement would require a parent to take a child to the doctor in instances when it may not be warranted. Excused absences. The proposed amendment includes a new subsection that provides that an absence due to a religious holiday will be excused. Absences attributable to children who drop out. The proposed amendment includes a provision that permits a principal, with the approval of the county superintendent, to change an unexcused absence to an excused absence for some or all absences that occurred when a student drops out of school and then later wishes to return. Finally, providing written notification of unexcused absences. The proposed amendment also includes a provision that amends the requirement for the written notification of unexcused absences so that attendance directors are not required to send, in some instances, multiple letters within a day or so of one another. Mr. Speaker, I urge adoption of the amendment.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment? Clerk has an amendment to the amendment.
Delegate Schott moves to amend the amendment. This is HFA Schott AM 3-11.
The gentleman from 27th asks unanimous, or gentleman from 38th asks unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman from 38th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The proposed amendment just makes modest changes to some of the terminology in the bill. Specifically, it proposed to strike out the use of the word prohibits and the use of the word precludes in another section. And in all these instances, the proposed amendment substitutes the words limits. The purpose of the amendment is an effort to remove more stringent words with words that may be a little more permissive. There's also proposed that the word precludes be stricken from the chronic medical conditions subsection in two places. In place of precludes, the amendment proposes that we insert limits. Chronic medical conditions may not preclude attendance, but they may limit attendance. Mr. Speaker, I urge adoption of the amendment.
With other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment to the amendment, gentleman from the 51st, Dr. CHATR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question for the Vice Chair, please.
Gentleman yields.
The amendments and therefore into the bill, if a student is absent, they would, in order to be considered excused, they would have to have a doctor's slip.
After the fifth day, the student would have to have a doctor's excuse for, if the judiciary amendment is adopted. After the fifth day, a student would have to have a doctor's slip. Yes.
And the bill states again, what is it without the bill?
The bill, as it came to us, was 3 days. And the committee felt that, if a child has a cold or some stomach virus or something along those lines, that a parent may just be able to keep that student home and be over it in a few days, and there may not be the necessity to go to a doctor. But if the level is at 3 days, then you're almost forcing them to go to the doctor and get that slip, when the doctor in all likelihood is just going to tell you to go home and drink fluids.
So the amendment moves it back from 3 days to 5 days.
Yes, sir.
That you'd have to get that doctor's slip. Currently, it is how many days in law?
Current law. Yeah, I think current law is any excused absence that is due to, in order to get an excused absence due to a medical reason on day one, there's a need for a doctor's slip, is my understanding.
Current laws right now states that in order to be excused absence, you only have to be gone 1 day. The doctor is excused for just 1 day. I don't think that's the case.
For excused absence, for appointments, for example, there's a requirement for a written excuse.
From the parent, not from the doctor.
Correct.
Okay, so
Yes.
the current law is you have to have a parental excuse right now.
Current law is a parental excuse for excused absences. And of course, there's a limit on that. The limit on excused absences the current limit is 5 days, and part of the reason for the bill is to expand upon that and provide more detail and clarity with when doctor's excuses are necessary with regard, in contrast to a parental note, and lay out those days in more detail.
So current law is 5 days. You can have 5 days excused absence if you have a parental excuse. After that, you have to have a doctor's excuse, correct?
We're checking just to verify and make sure. I believe that's correct, but we're going to check and make sure.
This is all about parental rights, this whole bill. It's parental rights. I think so. I don't know that for sure. I'm digging. Not yet. I want to find out what it is.
So if there's a doctor's slip, how many of the doctor's slips are excused? It looks like the current code is silent as to how many days are excused with respect to illness for the child, and I think that was part of the problem, is that a parent's slip or that sort of thing would be available for essentially no limit of excused absences for sickness.
I want to make sure that we're very clear about this because I want the body to understand what's going on here. We're talking, the current law is 5 days. The parents get 5 days. They can write the slip for 5 days. After that, then they have to get a doctor's slip. Is that right?
We don't believe that there is a limit currently, and that's part of the reason for the bill, is to place some sort of a limit in there for the number of excused days that may be excused based on a written note from the parent based on health issues or sickness. We've changed it a couple of times over the last couple of years, and there have been some issues with extended absences based on just a parent's written note.
So the bill takes it to 3, and then the amendment takes it back to 5.
To 5, correct.
And then after that, they would need a doctor's excuse. For the first 5 days, the parents give the excuse.
That's correct.
At what point are they considered truant then?
It depends on whether it's excused or unexcused. But if there are 3 unexcused absences, the parent has sent a letter, and that's sort of a notification in case the parent's unaware that something's going on. And then at 5 days, there's a requirement for a meeting with school officials, and then at 10 days, they become officially truant.
At 10 days?
Yes.
Do you know if this would preclude them from being able, parents to be able to homeschool their kids? If they're considered truant? Yep.
No.
They wouldn't, there would be nothing that would preclude them from pulling their kids to be able to homeschool them if they were declared truant?
No, this is a separate provision of the code. If a parent chooses to homeschool, they would follow the homeschool provisions, provide a written notice to the school board, file the appropriate documentation, and then shift to the homeschool versus attendance.
Do you know what happens to children when they are declared truant? What is the proceeding?
Yeah, generally after the 10 days, if the child is under 18, then the parent is held responsible, and so the parent may be called before a circuit judge, for example, and the appropriate penalties that are provided in the code may be levied upon that. The student, of course, is compelled to attend school then.
So the amendment loosens it up from the bill from 3 to 5.
Correct. The bill as it came from the Senate is much, degree-wise, is much more restrictive than the judiciary amendment before the body for vote.
But the judiciary amendment is still much more restrictive than is in current practice. So ultimately, the parents would not be able to write their kids a doctor slip. They'd have to go to the doctor after that 5th absence if their kids have the sniffles.
Yes, there's a requirement currently, or in the judiciary amendment, that after that 5th day, that it would no longer be considered excused upon the parent note. They would have to go to the doctor.
Therefore, the parents wouldn't be able to make that choice. They'd have to spend money and go to the doctor.
Yes.
For the sniffles.
Yes.
The amendment loosens it up.
The amendment takes it from 3 to 5. Yes.
And at 10, then they're decided to be truant. I don't have any other questions this moment.
Further members wishing to speak to the amendment to the amendment? Not the question for the House is the amendment, adoption of the amendment to the amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the amendment to the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the amendment?
Delegate Perdue moves to amend the amendment. This is HFA Purdue AM 3-11.
Gentleman from the 19th, Delegate Perdue, asks unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair is none. Gentleman from the 19th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment that I'm proposing addresses 2 sections of this bill. First, it strikes the requirement that a family member of the student requires the active assistance of the student during the illness or injury, and there is no other individual who can assist the family member in order for the absence to be excused. For example, if a student's parent is hospitalized as a result of a car accident, that parent would not require the active assistance of the student. My amendment leaves in the proviso that any absence for this reason lasting longer than 2 days would still require written documentation from a medical provider. Next, my amendment is in the section regarding chronic medical conditions. All this amendment does is to revise the language so that it reads that a student claiming that his or her chronic medical condition precludes attendance shall now have to provide a written excuse from a medical provider documenting the medical condition. The amendment removes the requirement that this note must say that the chronic medical condition necessitates that the student be absent from school, because there are some chronic medical conditions that may not necessitate absence, but make it very uncomfortable to attend school. Mr. Speaker, I urge adoption of the amendment.
The other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment to the amendment?
Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I support the gentleman's amendment. The first part just adds 2 days for an allowed absence for entirely reasonable reasons. And the second part is dealing with it allows chronic medical conditions that are documented by a medical provider, but it relaxes what I find to be unreasonable necessary finding for absence. It relaxes that to allow for certain conditions for those who have chronic medical conditions, and therefore I support the gentleman's amendment. Thank you.
With other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment to the amendment? Not the question for the House is the adoption of the amendment to the amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the amendment to the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the amendment? Question now before the House is the adoption of the amendment, committee amendment. All those in favor of adoption of the amendment will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? Clerk, please read the bill a third time.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 378.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 38th wish to please explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to touch on some of the other provisions that were not discussed in the amendment that you just heard, or that was just adopted. The definition of immediate family was changed to include mother, father, aunt, uncle, siblings, grandparents, guardian, custodian, or family member residing in the child's home. An absence for a judicial obligation or court appearance involving the student must now be documented by an attorney, probation officer, judge, magistrate, or DHHR worker. A proviso has been added to permit a school principal with the county superintendent to authorize unexcused absences based upon specific facts and circumstances. Written excuses must now be supplied within 5 days after the student returns to school from the absence. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Not the question for the House. The gentleman from the 51st, Doug Kirchhoff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are now voting on the bill. Is that correct?
Gentleman's correct.
Yep. I'm going to speak against the bill today. I think that parents are quite knowledgeable enough to know if their kids have the sniffles or not. I don't think we need some government bureaucracy put in place to determine and take away the parents' rights to make those decisions. I think that there's plenty of evidence over the last thousands of years for parents to know that if their kids have a stomach bug or the sniffles or something else, so I speak against it.
Further members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Gentleman from 38th wishes to close debate. Gentleman from 38th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just quickly, part of the problem that the bill seeks to address is that there have already been examples and concerns raised that the current law is too broad. We've heard some instances where counties may no longer be or are reluctant to pursue truancy charges because of the broad language that's in the current law. There's no current requirement under personal illness or injury of the student or in the family that the family member even live in the same home as the student. While I certainly understand my friend from the 51st concerns and certainly agree that parents are perfectly capable of taking care of their children, there are, whether we like to admit it or not, some parents out there who frankly just don't care whether their kids attend school or not, and this provides what I believe is a balance between the parental rights that we all recognize and our obligation under our West Virginia State Constitution to provide education for our children. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, would recommend passage of the bill.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 77 ayes, 20 nays, 3 members absent, not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 378.
Other amendments to the title.
Delegate Schott moves to amend the title.
Question for the House is the adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further bills. The clerk has the availability of a conference committee report.
Available in the clerk's office are copies of the conference committee report on the gross Senate Bill 13, increasing penalties for overtaking and passing stopped school buses.
Further bills on third reading.
Senate Bill 431, authorizing pharmacists and pharmacy interns to dispense opioid antagonists.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. The gentleman from the 27th Delegate Ellington to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is similar to House Bill 4035 on second reading over, or it's on third reading over at the Senate side. This bill permits a pharmacist or pharmacist intern to dispense naloxone to a person in accordance with a protocol developed by the Board of Pharmacy. The pharmacist shall provide counseling to the person receiving naloxone. This counseling shall also include proper administration, the importance of contacting the EMS, and the risk associated by not calling EMS. This counseling is also required and the patient may not opt out. The Board of Pharmacy, in consultation with the Bureau of Public Health, shall also develop protocols to implement this section. These protocols shall include when a pharmacist may dispense, what education materials to provide, develop a form for the pharmacist to use. The bill expands the limited liability provisions with respect to administration, possession, and use of an opioid antagonist. And the Controlled Substance Monitoring Database will now be used to monitor prescriptions and distribution of an opioid antagonist. Mr. Speaker, I urge adoption.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? If not, the question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Gentleman from the 53rd, your vote has not registered. Gentleman from 53rd, Delegate Smith. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 95 ayes, 2 nays, 3 members absent and not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Senate Bill 431.
All amendments to the title. Not the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further bills.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 454, licensing and regulating medication-assisted treatment programs for substance use disorders.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 38th, Delegate Lane. Oh, gentleman from 27th, Delegate Ellington, to explain the bill.
I'll let him do it if that's okay.
He has had his light on. I think he really wants to do it. You might let him describe it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is Senate Bill 454, medicated assisted therapy. We have actually 2 bills from the House over there. One's on methadone, the other one is on Suboxone. This is the governor's bill on it. This bill regulates medication-assisted treatment programs for substance abuse. These are your methadone clinics and your office-based Suboxone clinics. Once the bill becomes effective, the current facilities will transition to their new licensure standards. The clinics will be able to apply for and obtain a provisional license with OFLAC while they are trying to obtain their initial full licensure. The bill requires all licensees to apply for a new license 6 months after the law and rules go into effect. The bill specifies all the information that is required to be submitted to obtain an initial license, including information on its employees. The bill sets out specific operational requirements, including the employment of a physician as a medical director, but of note, the program sponsor need not be a physician. If it sets forth the counseling requirements, the medication-assisted treatment programs still have a counselor on staff or available to patients by referral. The counseling staff shall include either a master's level social worker, a psychiatrist, psychologist, or a marriage and family therapist. The medication-assisted treatment program may enroll with Medicaid prior to direct billing. The medication-assisted treatment program must be rejected from insurance coverage or Medicaid coverage. The medication-assisted treatment program shall also document if the patient has no insurance. Prior to dispensing for the first time, the controlled substance monitoring database shall be accessed, and then quarterly and at each patient's physical examination. Treatment shall be done in accordance with medication and doses not to exceed those approved by the FDA as indicated for substance abuse. The practitioner's treatment decision shall be made in accordance with accepted and prevailing standards of medical care. A medication-assisted treatment physician shall follow the manufacturer's tapering schedule for the prescribed medication. If the schedule is not followed, there shall be a clinical reason stated in the patient medical record. DHHR may investigate a program which has a high percentage of its patients not following the tapering program. Restriction on the operation of these facilities is set out in the bill. These include no co-location where patients with chronic pain are being treated, including a pain clinic. The bill also provides for annual and unannounced inspections. The Secretary is given the authority to order a limitation on patients should an inspection reveal inadequate care. Additionally, the Secretary may deny, suspend, or revoke a license for a violation of the article or any rules adopted under this article. Notice is required in both cases. Any applicant or licensee may request an administrative hearing, and if they are unhappy with the results, seek redress in the circuit court. A revocation, suspension, or denial requires...
And it is with regret that I have to say that we are out of our allotted time for legislative coverage today. The House will continue to work on its bills on third reading. The Senate has completed its work and has adjourned until 10 a.m. on Saturday, the final day of this legislative session. And we will be back as well to give you all the information and all the action from the floors of the House and Senate on the final day, the 60th day of the second regular session of the 82nd West Virginia Legislature. Be sure to tune in to the Legislature Today, our final program in this season. It airs at 6:30 and 11:30 every night on West Virginia PBS. The program can also be heard on public radio weeknights at 6:30. I'm Beth Voorhees. We'll see you back here tomorrow for the final day of the legislative session. I'm Beth Voorhees for the West Virginia Channel, a service of West Virginia Public Broadcasting.